You'll be able to draw floor plans, elevations, sections, and much, much more. And you don't need any experience. We'll be going step by step with multiple examples, so you can build a strong foundational knowledge of ArchiCAD and navigate it with confidence, gaining experience by drawing the plans that we use most. There will be timestamps down below, so if you want to skip around, feel free. You will be able to draw this, from the walls to the windows and doors, the floor finishes, and all of the objects step by step. To get started, we'll open up a new project. From here, we'll select the ArchiCAD 28 generic template, and for the work environment profile, we'll set it to Simple Profile 28, and we'll go New. To create our first wall, let's go over to the left-hand side to the Wall tool. We'll select the Wall tool, and we'll click once into our open space. Once we've clicked, if we now drag our mouse down, we'll start to see our first wall. Now we want this to be straight, so we're going to hold in the Shift key. This is going to lock it at 90 degrees. Now, if we hit the Tab key just once, this is going to allow us to type in a measurement. So let's go ahead and type in 5500. After this, we can press Enter. And with this, we have our first wall. So that's a little bit easier to see. Let's scroll in our middle mouse button so we get closer. If we press in our middle mouse button, we can then pan in the view. So by scrolling and panning, it's much easier to zoom in to our elements in the workspace. Now, if we press F3 or Command F3 on a Mac, this is going to take us into a 3D view. When we draw with the Wall tool in the 2D in ArchiCAD, it also draws in the 3D as well. If we scroll our middle mouse button, it'll zoom in on that wall. And if we click in our middle mouse button, we're going to be able to pan around as well. Now, if we hold in our Shift key while we hold in our middle mouse button, this is going to allow us to orbit around our wall. So we can see our plan taking shape in 2D and in 3D. To go back to our 2D view, we'll press F2 or Command F2 on a Mac, and let's draw in our next wall. While we have the Wall tool selected, up here in the Settings dialog, we'll want to make sure that we've got this set to Outside Face. This will make sense in just a second. Now to draw in our second wall, let's go to our bottom left-hand corner, and when we've got our mouse over that bottom left-hand corner node, we'll see a little tick icon pop up. So from here, we can click on that corner, and we can start dragging our wall out towards the right. From here, so I can see the entire wall, I could zoom out, and I could pan across before I type in my dimension, which means that we can control our view even when we're typing in commands. So if I now hold in Shift, this is going to lock the wall down to 0 degrees, which is going to be perfectly horizontal. From here, we can then tap Tab, and we'll type in our second dimension, 7500, and we'll hit Enter. If we pan across, let's keep the momentum and draw in our third wall. Again, when we get that little tick icon, we'll click and we'll drag our wall up. We'll hold in Shift and we'll click Tab once. From here, we'll type in 7000 and we'll hit Enter. So when up off the screen, we'll just pan up using middle mouse button. And then again, we'll click in that top right hand corner, hold in Shift, tap Tab once, 2950, Enter. Now, a cool thing that we can do, now that we're getting pretty close to joining up our walls, if we click this corner just here, we start dragging our wall down. What we can do is if we hold in Shift, we can then drag our mouse over to this wall just here. And then if we hold it on that corner, a little black pencil is going to show. So this means that that wall is going to be in line with this wall on the left. So if I now click, it will finish drawing that wall. We can do the same thing. We'll click this wall with a little tick and we'll drag it across, and then we'll hold in Shift, and then we'll click once that little black pencil pops up again. And with that, we've got our exterior walls finished. Once we've drawn in our walls, they're very easy to change. From here, we'll want to select all of the walls. So we'll just deselect the Wall tool by hitting Escape. And we'll notice that this palette up here goes blank. From here, if we left click once and then drag this marquee over the top of all of our walls and then click again, we now have all of our walls selected. Now for this example, we don't want that exterior skin for the wall. So what we can do up in this top palette just here with all the walls selected is we can click on this icon and change it to a basic wall. Now this makes our wall into a much simpler wall, which we can adjust its width really easily. So from here, with all our walls selected, up in this top palette, if we scroll across until we see this icon just here, if we select the value in here and we type in 250 and hit Enter, we'll see all of our walls get a little bit skinnier. 250 is typical of a brick veneer wall, but you can adjust it to whatever material suits your project. Let's go down to this bottom bar just here, and on the pen sets, we'll click once. We're going to change this to grayscale. Now, some people have commented that they can't find the black and white pen set in their project. To help get everyone access, I've put the pen set for free over on Patreon. It's bundled together with a free kitchen layout. It's completely for free, there's no trial needed. So if you are missing this pen set, go over to the ArchiCAD Patreon, download it, and come back. You don't need the pen set to complete the tutorials, but I find it a lot more aesthetic while we're drawing. This is going to change the colors of the pens that are used in our plan, and make the insides of the wall a nice solid grey. From here, we'll draw up our first internal wall. Now, as a little shortcut for our internal wall, we're going to hold in the Alt key, or the Command key on the Mac. This is going to make our cursor turn into a little eyedropper. So from here, we can click on our external wall once we hover over the top of it. This is going to absorb and copy the attributes of the wall that we've already created, which means that if we now click on this corner just here and drag our wall all the way down and click on this bottom wall just here, we've now got our first internal wall drawn, but it's flipped around the wrong way. This is really easy to fix. So if we hit Escape to deselect the wall tool and then select our wall, from here up in the top palette, we'll see reference line location flip. So if we just click on this once, it's going to flip that wall back around the other way. Typically for a timber frame, it's 90 millimeters, which we'll type in just up the top here. So we'll type in 90 and then hit enter. And with that, it looks much more accurate. If we hit Escape to deselect, if we then use the eyedropper tool to select the wall, we can start dividing our internal spaces. So we can finish up with the spaces looking like this. From here, let's carve out a space for that bathroom. So we'll click on this left-hand wall just here. We'll hold in Shift and we'll draw all the way across to the right-hand wall just here. We'll finish that command. What we can do is if we hit Escape, if we now select this wall, we'll notice down the bottom here that we've got a measurement. If we left-click on this measurement, we can actually type in whatever custom measurement that we want. So for this one, 1950, and we'll hit Enter. Now, in previous versions of ArchiCAD, to adjust the wall position, all you need to do with the wall selected is press the shortcut Control D. If we now click on the edge of the wall and start dragging, this is going to start shifting our wall. If we say held in Shift, tap Tab, and type in our measurement, say 100 millimeters, and go Enter, this would move the position of the wall. In ArchiCAD 28, we've got these distance guides, which we can use to adjust those measurements. Now, instead of clicking, we can also tap Tab just once, which will allow us to change that measurement. Or if we hit Tab again, it's going to take us down to that next measurement. So if we change this back to 1950 and go Enter, this will shift that wall back. Before we get too much further, I want to share these shortcuts. These are some of the most common ones that I use inside of ArchiCAD. So if you'd like, take a screenshot or write them down, as they'll make us so much more effective when using ArchiCAD. From here, we want to create a copy of this internal wall. So from here, we'll go Control D to start dragging this wall. Now, we want to create a duplicate, so what we can do while we're dragging a wall is we can tap Control once. And you'll notice next to your cursor, a little plus button is showing up. This means that we're creating a copy of this wall. So if we now move the mouse up, hold in Shift, and then tap Tab just once, we can type in our measurement. For this one, 1390, and we'll hit Enter. Let's do the same thing on this wall just here. We'll select the wall, we'll tap Control D, we'll select the edge of the wall, and then we'll start dragging our wall to the left. We'll just tap Control once, we'll hold in Shift, and then we'll press Tab. From here, we'll type in 600 and hit Enter. From here, we actually want to connect these walls up to this wall here. So what we can do is we can select this node just here. We can actually adjust this wall after we've placed it. So if we click and drag this one across, holding in Shift, and we'll press this one to extend it all the way across. We'll do the same thing for this wall just here, clicking that node and dragging it across, and then clicking on this wall. Now to make a hallway space through here, let's hold in Alt or Control on a Mac, and we'll click our wall, and then we'll start using that wall's attributes to start drawing in a little hallway. Let's deselect the wall tool by hitting Escape, then select our wall, and we want this measurement just here to be 1000, which is the typical width of a hallway, and we'll hit Enter. From here, we'll create another hallway space in through here, so I'll hold in Alt, click this wall, we'll click on this left-hand side, and we'll drag it all the way across. Holding in Shift, we'll click once again, and we'll deselect, select this wall, and we want this hallway space just here to be 1000, and we'll go Enter. Another very cool tool that we can use to shape our walls. If we hold in the Control key or Option on a Mac, we'll now notice that our cursor turns into a little pair of scissors. From here, if we hover over the top of a wall and we click that wall, it's going to actually cut out that segment of the wall between the two neighboring segments of that wall. So let's do that again, just for this one here. We'll cut this wall. Next up, let's start drawing in some of our doors. So from here, just like we did with the wall tool, we'll go to the left-hand palette, and just under the wall tool, we'll go to the door tool. From here, if we now hover over the top of one of our walls, we'll notice a little opening starts to appear. If we now click our wall, we'll see that a door has been placed. Now, if we start moving our mouse around, is trying to figure out which direction we actually want the leaf to face on the door. So in this example, we'll shift our mouse to this left-hand side and we'll click once, and this will place our door inside of the wall. So let's place a few more doors in our project. We'll click on this wall just here and another one for our bathroom. Now we want a double door for this door. So what we can do, if we hit escape to exit out of this tool and then click on the door, if we now go up to the settings and click, we'll now notice that we've got a bunch of doors to choose from. Now, if you can't see the doors, just go to your object library, then click on basic library, go to doors, and then we're going to go to hinged doors. If we scroll down closer towards the bottom, we'll notice this double door just here. If we double click, this is going to change the type of door that we're using. So if we now click OK, we've now changed our single to a double door. Now that we've changed our door, it's not quite in the right position, but we can do the same thing that we do for walls. If we hold down Control and press D, we can now click and drag this door inside of that space. Now let's say I want this centered in the wall. If I select this node of the door, looks like we've got a measurement of 450. So if I now tap tab, I can now type in 225 and hit enter, and this has centered our door in the wall. Just like we did with the walls, we can absorb the attributes of, say, this door just here. We'll click once, which we can now place into this wall just up the top here. Now for these ones, we'll actually want some sliding doors. So I'll hit escape, select the door, and then we'll go into our settings. From here, let's go to one of our other door categories. So we'll go to sliding door and we'll scroll down until we get to sliding door. From here, we can hit OK. If we want to change the size and dimensions of our doors, all we need to do with that door selected is go up to this top panel just here, and we can see this little icon. So from here, if we want to change the width, which is this top one just here, to say 2400, we can expand the size of our door. Now on this really thick wall, let's say we want to inset that door a little bit. If we look over just a little bit to the right here, we'll see reveal to wall face. So what we can do here is if we type in, say, 85 and hit enter, it's going to change the position of that door inside of the wall. We can do this for both doors and for windows. Next up, let's draw in our window. So on the palette, let's go to our window tool. We'll move our cursor down to our wall. With that little sunny icon, we'll just click once and we'll click again out towards that exterior. Now, if we select the window and go up to its settings, just like the doors, we'll notice that we've got a bunch of windows to choose from here as well. So if we go to, say, the sliding windows, we'll go to a 2-sash window. We'll pan this one across and we'll go OK. From here, we'll do the same thing as we did with the door. We'll go 85 for the reveal to core and we'll hit enter, and that's spaced it nicely within the wall. If we now hit F3 or Command F3, we can now see all of our progress in the 3D view. Now, just like we did with the floor plan, we can change our pens here as well. If we go down to the pen set just here and we go to grayscale, oh, it looks way better. So if we pen around, we can see all of the different doors that we've placed into the project. Let's go back to our 2D. Now to take the text off of our doors, all we need to do is select our door, and then holding in Shift, we can select multiple elements at the same time. So holding in Shift and selecting each of these doors by left clicking, we can now go up to our settings. In the hinged door settings, if we click, we go all the way down to the bottom where it says tags and labeling. If we turn off custom text and turn off leaf width dimensions and then go OK, looks so much cleaner. Next up, we'll draw in our tiles and our timber floor. So next up, we'll select the fill tool on this left-hand panel. And just up the top, we'll make sure that we've selected drafting fills, which will give us the selection of fills that we're looking for. So if we type in wood and we go down to horizontal 10, from here with polygonal geometry selected, we can now draw in our fill. With a fill tool, essentially it's just clicking into the space and then connecting it at the end, and then clicking once more to show the area of the fill. So starting in our bottom left-hand corner, we'll start drawing around our room. Up to the top, back down and across. Now if we click, but it's not in the exact position that we want it, we can just tap the backspace key. This allows us to back up one step. So we'll click once again, we'll zoom out, and we'll keep on drawing around into all the spaces that we want the wood fill. When we get back to the place that we started, if we click once more, then click in the middle, we've got our fill. Now if we deselect the tool, then select the fill, we can turn off the area just in the top palette. Now if your fill is a little bit dark, we can actually change the color of the fill. Just next to where we selected the type of fill that we're using, we've got our pens just here. So for the fill pen, we'll change this one to a gray. Looks so much better. Let's use the eyedropper tool. We'll select the fill that we've already created. And from here, we'll change this one to a tile fill. We'll type in grid and we'll go 30x30. Now, instead of using polygonal, let's go to rectangular. So if we click once in the bottom left, we'll see that we can just stretch out a shape just up to that top right hand corner. Let's do the same thing for this bathroom just down through here. We'll click bottom left up to the top right. From here, let's start adding in some of our objects. So over on this left-hand panel, we'll go to the Object tool. We'll go up to our settings, and from here, let's type in WC. We'll pick this WC just here, and then we'll go OK. From here, let's just place it onto our wall. Now, it's facing downwards. To rotate this, we can just select our object, and using our shortcut, Control E to rotate, we can select this top point, then select this bottom point, and then rotate it around, then hold in Shift, and then click once, which gets us to the right orientation. Now we need to get access into this WC. I'm going to go for a bifold for this one. Got that one set as 4, we'll go OK. Chuck that one into here. It's just a little bit big, so I'll type in 1000, we'll go Enter, and we'll center it into the wall. Let's do our next object. We'll go to the Object tool, and then go to the settings. We'll type in Vanity. We'll select Basement Cabinet. We'll select the settings and go to the counter type. And for this one, we'll want a rectangular one, and we'll go OK. Again, we'll click on our wall, then rotate this one into place. We want to create a kitchen space just in through here. So we'll select the fill, and to represent a bench, we'll just pull this one back 600 mil and go Enter. Selecting our Object tool, we'll go into the object, type in sink, and for this one, we'll just use double kitchen sink and go OK. From here, we'll place it onto the wall and drag it into place. We'll also want a cooktop, so I'm going to go Control D. I'll drag this down. I'll tap Control once, which will create a copy. And I'll place that into place. And then I'm just going to go into the settings. We'll go Cooktop Electric, and we'll go OK. And we'll place this one just in here. Now, if we go into 3D, we'll notice that we're still missing the slab. So if we go back to 2D, so next up, let's go to the Slab tool. Slab tool is very similar to the Fill tool. We could draw it in polygonal or rectangular, but there is also a quicker way. If we hold in spacebar, our cursor will turn into a magic wand. Now, if we hover that magic wand over the edge of the building, you'll see the edge of the building highlight. If we click once, and now if we go into our 3D, we now have a floor on our model. Back in our 2D, let's also draw in a slab just for this front patio just here. And again, this will also show up in our 3D. We can adjust the surfaces of our model by clicking on the element, and in this top palette just here, if we go all the way across, we'll see Buy Building Materials. So if we click on this, we can override the surfaces by clicking on this icon on the left-hand side, and we can change what the material shows as. So if we select, say, a tile, let's say tan tile 30 by 30, we've now got tile showing for our exterior patio. Let's do the same thing for our interior floor. We'll turn on top surface, and we'll leave this one as a wood. All right, going back to our 2D, let's finish off the rest of our objects. Go up to the settings. Let's get a double bed. We'll go OK, pop that one in. Now we can also change the orientation of our objects just up in this top toolbar. So if we go 90 and go Enter, that'll flip that one around, which we then can put into place. We'll get a couple of coffee tables and we'll shrink them down. And we'll shrink these down to say 500 by 500. Shift them into place. We'll create a duplicate just down the bottom. We'll create a little TV cabinet just here, and we can also click and drag the node to stretch this one out, which we'll put a TV, flat panel TV, and we'll go OK. We'll place that one on top, and we'll rotate that one around. All right, now we've just added in a tub and a washing machine, all of which can be found in the objects. Now, some of our objects are different pen colors. If we go to the Object tool and then go Control A, we can select all the objects at once. This works with any tool. If we go to the Fill tool and go Control A, we can select all the fills at once. Now back to the objects, if we select all of them at once, if we want to change all of our pen colors at once, we can go up to Floor Plan and Section. We can override the object's pen set by clicking on this checkbox just here, and then we can turn this one into a black pen. If we now click out, all of our objects are set to black. Congratulations, you've drawn your first floor plan. This is a massive step forward in your drafting journey. Next up, we're going to cover how to draw an elevation of the plan that we just drew. Again, we're going to be taking it step by step throughout the entire process. You will be able to create this from the elevation to its annotation, as well as the presentation, all step by step. We'll start off in our floor plan view and we'll zoom out until we see these markers around the drawing. If we select one of these markers and right click and go open with current view settings, this is going to show a side-on view of our building. Now if we go back into our 2D, if you can't see these markers when you zoom out, they're most likely hidden. This is because we don't typically show our elevation markers on our drawing set. To turn on all of the layers so we can make sure we see everything, if we hold in Control and tap L, this is going to bring up our layers. This might look a little bit daunting, but we're just going to stick to this side just over here and make sure that everything's turned on. So if we select the ArchiCAD layer and then go Control A, this is going to select all of the layers. Now you'll notice a little eyeball just on this left-hand side. This tells us if a layer is turned on or if it is hidden. So to turn all of these on, we'll click the layer just underneath the ArchiCAD layer to turn all of the eyes off, and then we'll click it once more to turn them all on. This will make sure that everything is showing. If we go OK, then your markers should be showing up. Now, if we go back into the marker again and go open source view, at the moment, we've just got some walls, doors, and a table and chairs. For this building to work, we need to add a roof. And for a sneak peek, this is what we're going to create. So to start, we'll go back to our 2D view. We'll zoom in on our floor plan. From here, we'll hit escape just to make sure we don't have any tools selected. And we'll go to the roof tool. From here, we'll want to make sure the geometry method, multiplane, is selected. From here, we'll just click on this bottom left-hand corner and we'll drag our mouse all the way up to the top right-hand corner. And then we'll click once more. This will create our roof. At the moment, it's obscuring our floor plan. Now, the first setting we'll want to change is we'll want to go to floor plan and section. And we'll want to change this from outlines only to projected with overhead. And next up, we'll want to go to show on stories and we'll want to select all stories. From here, we'll click outside and then we'll go into home story, this one just here, and we'll click on roof. So much better. So basically what this has done is it's put the roof onto a higher level, but we changed some of the settings so that we can still see the outlines and modify the roof from the floor plan view. This is going to come in very handy. From here, we want to extend out our patio, this slab just here. So we'll extend this out 1.5 meters. To do this, we'll select on the edge of the slab. And when the pet palette opens up, we'll want to select this offset edge setting just here. With that selected, we'll pull our mouse up and we'll click tab once and type in 1500 and then hit enter. From here, we want to add to the slab just in this area here. So we'll select this corner node and then we'll go to add polygon, this one just here. With the geometry method rectangular selected, we'll go from this top left and drag it all the way to this bottom right and click once. And we've now extended that slab across the frontage. From here, we'll go to the column tool. We're going to make a real thick column just in this front portion. Now for the structure, we'll just set it to generic structural, and we'll have this at say 300 for the actual size of the post itself. Now a little trick, if we scroll across, we'll see this anchor point just here. If we click on the top left, and then if we click on the slab just here, it's going to drop our column in perfectly. Let's do the same thing. We'll do it on the right hand side for the anchor point and we'll click just here. Perfect. Now personally, I don't like to have these crosshairs on my columns. So I'll go to floor plan and setting and we're going to go from crosshair and we'll turn that to plane. We'll click off and that is so much cleaner. Now for the material, so it matches our walls, we'll go to aluminium and we'll hit enter. From here, let's deselect by hitting escape and then select the roof. From here, we want to change this blue line here. So what we're going to do is we're going to click on its edge and we're going to go to the pet palette once it's activated and go offset edge. By doing this, we're actually changing the shape and form of the roof. So if we push this up all the way until we get to this edge of the column just here, we've now extended our roof and it's actually changed the shape of that roof as well. If we flip to our 3D view, we'll now notice that we've got a roof over our structure, but it's way too high. Now to fix this is actually really easy. But first, there's something I want to share. This is a set of plans that I've drawn up for a real project that's been approved by council. You might have noticed that there's not a lot of labels actually being shown on these plans, but they still got approved by council. A massive time saver that I picked up from a studio up in Brisbane when I was working up there. Now, one of the most powerful tools is using your council's application tracker. So if we just click view, we can see the project and all the details that have been put into it. If we go down, it actually tells us what they actually want shown on the actual plans themselves. Say from your elevations to your sections, your floor plans, all this kind of thing. So after dealing with a bunch of different councils, I've put together a checklist that I use for every single job. So you can just go over there, download it, and adjust it to suit whatever you need. Now to fix this is actually really easy. All we need to do is go to this right-hand side. We'll see the pop-up navigator. We just need to click on this once, and from here, it's going to open up our project map. If you haven't seen this before, it might look a little bit daunting, but we only need to play with one little area of it for now. And on this left-hand side, making sure that we're inside of the project map, we'll go down to the stories just here. Now, if we right-click on any of these stories, it's going to give us the same options. But if we go to story settings, this is where we set the heights for the building, as well as how many stories there are going to be. Now for this one, it's just going to be one story. So we can actually just remove this first floor. So if we go delete story, this will get rid of that story. Now, if we click OK, it's going to give us a warning that we've removed one of the stories. This is all right. If we go delete anyway, this is going to bring everything down. Now there's another cool thing we can do. If we go back into the navigator and then right click and go to show story settings, we can actually change the height. Inside of here, if we change the height, say to 4,000 and go OK, this is actually going to change the height of the walls and the roof of the project, all with just a few clicks, which can be a really handy tool instead of going through and changing all of the individual wall heights. But for this project, we'll go 3,200 and we'll just change this one to 0 and we'll go OK. From here, we want to start changing the shape of the roof to more of a gable style roof like this. Again, this is actually really easy. If we just go back to our 2D view, now if you end up on the roof story, we can go down a story just by holding in Control and pressing down, which is going to bring us down to the ground floor. Or if we want to go to the roof story, we can go Control and press up. This is a really quick and easy way of navigating up and down stories. Now to change the roof, all we need to do is select the roof, and then we'll click on this ridge point just here. With this node selected, we'll just go to our pad palette and go stretch horizontal ridge. We'll click this one just here. Now we'll start dragging our mouse all the way up and we'll click on this blue line just here. If we go into our 3D view, this has changed our roof into a gable roof. If we go back to our 2D view, we can do the same thing for this rear portion of the roof as well. Bring it back all the way to the blue line. And we want to trim off all of the eaves. So in this top palette just here, we'll scroll across until we get to offset. And from here, we'll just go 0 and it'll pop up with a little warning. We'll say keep custom and we'll go OK. This is cropped in our side offsets. Now we'll just want to bring this top and bottom one in as well. So we'll click on this line and we'll drag this one in using the offset edge to bring it all the way down. We'll do the same thing for this bottom one just here and we'll bring it all the way up. Now if we go into our 3D view and we pan around, we'll see that we've got that gable roof all the way through. Now for this roof, we're going to be using a 35-degree roof pitch. So if we now click on our roof, we can do this in 2D or in 3D. If we go up to the top palette, we can change this to 35 and click enter. Again, it's going to come up with this warning. We'll just go OK. From here, we've increased our roof pitch, but our walls don't meet the underside of the roof. Now to do this, we can do this in 2D or in 3D, but I find 3D most intuitive. If we click on this back wall, and if we hold in Shift, and then click on this front wall, and this wall just here. Then if we click on one of the wall nodes, and then on the pet palette, just here, we'll notice stretch height. If we click on this, this is going to allow us to stretch the height of the walls vertically upward. So we'll do this all the way until we get to the underside of the ridge, just here, and we'll click. We'll do the same thing with the columns. We'll select both of them. And we'll select on the node just at the top of the blue line, just here. Clicking this one here, we'll be given an option to go stretch height. So we'll click on this one just here. Now for this one, we'll just type in, say, 3,500, and we'll go enter. If we hit escape, it looks pretty messy at the moment. So to clean this up, we'll just select our columns, holding in Shift to select multiple elements at once. We'll select our walls at the same time and our back wall just here. From here, we'll right click in an empty space within the view and we'll go to connect and then we'll go solid element operations. We'll click once. Solid element operations is going to allow us to crop to the top of that roof. With all of these selected, we'll add these as a target. We'll now hit escape to deselect everything. And then we'll click on the roof and we're going to select that as the operator. This is the thing that the walls are going to be trimmed to. And we're just going to choose the operation. We're going to go subtraction with upward extrusion. And you'll see a little visual example just here as well. If we now go execute, it's going to crop all the walls and the columns to that roof. And the cool thing is, because we've done it this way, if that roof changes its height, it's also going to crop those walls and the columns all at the same time. All right, let's go undo. From here, if we go to our 2D view, if we zoom on out, if we go to our marker for our elevation, right click, go open source view, we've pretty much got the bulk of the work done. Now to take it from this to this, there's just a few more steps. To get our elevation looking more like this, we'll need to change some of the surfaces of our materials. This is pretty easy. To do this, let's select our columns, these just here. And in our top palette, we'll scroll all the way across until we see Buy Building Materials. We'll click this bottom icon just here, and we'll click on this surface just here, and we'll search surface dark gray. We'll go dark gray, this one just here. Perfect. Gonna do the same thing with this slab just here. Going to go by building materials. We're going to select this middle edge surface just here. We're going to type in dark, paint dark gray, and same thing for this roof just here. We'll go override surface, this one just here. We'll change this to a, you guessed it, dark gray, and we'll click that one just there. All right, let's click outside. Because those surfaces are the same, they're all going to merge together. From here, we want our roof to match the thickness of the columns that we've got just here. So we'll select our roof and we'll scroll across. Now its thickness is locked because it's a composite. So all we need to do is just go to basic just here. This way we can change the thickness of the roof. Now the walls are 300, but we're going to bump this up to 350 to make it that little bit thicker, which looks more proportional. From here, we'll select this wall just here, and we'll do the same thing. This time we'll go to override outside face surface, and then we'll click on this one. And this time we'll go siding. We're going to go siding medium. Now we don't currently have any vertical weatherboards in this project, so we can very easily change this. If we click on the wall and we go to options, we go to element attributes and go to surfaces, and we type in siding, and we'll click on this highlighted one here, which is the one that we're using. So this surface here is using this fill just here. So with this in mind, we'll go okay. We'll go to our options, and from here, we're going to go to fills. Now, if we scroll on down until we find plank floor, this one just here. If we go new, we're going to call this one vertical. We'll go okay. With the vertical plank floor selected, we'll go over to rotation and we'll type in 90. Now from here, we also want a bit of a thicker profile. So we'll go into 200, and from there, we'll go okay. Now nothing has changed because we haven't changed the surface just yet. So we'll go to options, element attributes, and we'll go to surfaces. We'll type in siding, medium, this one just here, and we're going to change it from plank floor to plank floor vertical, and we'll go okay. And just like that, we've now got vertical cladding. Knowing how to change surfaces in your project is a massive step forward. Now, if you don't want to worry about your surfaces and you just want a black and white elevation, this is really easy to do. In the top, just up here, if we right click on our elevation and we go to elevation settings, inside of model appearance, if we click on uncut elements just here, and we go to uniform pen, color fill, non-shaded, and we go okay, this is going to turn all our pens to black and white. We can even turn off the surface fills if they're not critical at this point in the project. And if the shadow is distracting, we can turn that off too and go okay. And just like that, we've got a very basic, very simple elevation. Now, personally, I like mine with a little bit more color. So let's turn those back on. We'll go to surface color fill, not shaded. We'll turn on the cover fills as well as the shadows. Now for the shadows, we're going to go a little bit lighter. We'll go to 25% and we'll go okay. That way the shadows are a little bit more subtle in our image. Now if we right click and we go to elevation settings. Now one more thing. Now currently our shadows are cast at a 45-degree angle. If we go to 0 and then lower our sun altitude, say to like 15, and then go okay, I find this a lot less distracting on the actual image. And just like that, we're getting closer to our source image. Now for a proper set of plans, notation is critical. And it's actually really easy to add to our plans. So on the left-hand side, let's go to the label tool. And from here, let's just click on our wall. Select vertical cladding. In the offices I've worked in, for notation, we typically always use capitals. So from here, let's click outside, and that will finish our note. Now the note is massive on this elevation at the moment, even though the text size is 2, which is our typical text size that we use for projects. Down the bottom here, we're currently at a scale of 1 to 200. So what we're going to do, we're going to change this to 1 to 100, and that's going to change the size of the text. We'll go over scale in another video. For floor plans, elevations, and sections, we're typically looking at 1 to 100. So if for whatever reason our drawing changes, we just need to change that back. From here, we can modify our text by clicking on its nodes. Once we click on the node, we'll go to the pet palette and make sure we've got Move Node selected, and then we can drag our note down. Now from the actual main node itself, we'll click and we'll go to Stretch, and we'll drag this one across. From there, we can repeat the process for anything that we want noted. Next up is this roof pitch just here. To do this, we'll go to the polyline tool. We'll click on our roof once, and then we'll drag the line up, and we'll click once more along the line of the actual roof itself. And then we'll pull it out and across. We'll hold in Shift so it's locked in at that angle. We'll drag that back to this one just here, and then we'll click once more. So that'll finish our operation. Once we've clicked on that node, we'll drag that one just up. So this creates a little angle that we're going to dimension. So if we come to the left-hand side and we scroll down, all the way down till we get to Angle Dimension Tool. So this one just here. Now if we hover over the middle of the line just here and click once, you'll notice 2 dots pop up either side. We're going to do the same thing in this one just here. We'll click in the middle. And from here, we'll notice a little hammer. We'll bring our cursor across and to the right, and then we'll click once. And this is going to create our angle dimension, which just gives us how many degrees the roof pitch is. We can drag this one back in. And for the arrow marker, we typically go something like this. Now the next notation is our height markers for the actual building itself, from the ground, the ceiling height, as well as the ridge. In ArchiCAD, it actually has built-in markers. If we zoom out, we'll notice on the right and left-hand side, we zoom in, it's actually got the heights already shown. Now, if we want this closer to our drawing, if we click between the white and the gray, just here, this is going to pull in our elevation marker. So if we pull this all the way in to about here, this is going to pull in those height markers as well. Same thing for the left-hand side. If we just click, drag that one in, it's also going to pull that in. Now, when we do this on the elevation, it also changes the marker on our floor plan as well. So just something to be mindful of if there's more information we want shown on the left and right-hand side of the building. But back in the elevation, if we now zoom in, we've now got our height markers shown. If we go up to our elevation, right-click and go to Elevation Settings, down the bottom in Story Levels, we can actually choose what we want to show. So typically I just have these on one side of the elevation if I am showing these. So I'll turn off this left one, and I'll also turn off the storyline itself. This one just here. If I now go OK, it's just going to have the height markers on the right-hand side. Which now, if I go over to the left-hand side and use the Dimension tool, I can now click on this ground line, I can click on this roof line, and now if I double-click in this open space over here, double-click, we're now starting to form our dimension, and if we just click once more, we've now got our dimension between those height markers. From here, if I hit Escape to deselect the Dimension tool, if we select the dimension, go Control D, we can actually shift this dimension out a little bit further. Now, if we want the tails to go all the way to this roof line just here, let's go to our Dimension tool and we'll go to Custom Width. We'll go OK. And from here, if we click the middle, and then in the pet palette, if we go to Edit Length of Witness Line just here, we'll drag this one all the way across and click once more. The line now continues all the way to our height markers. Now the marker thickness is a bit thicker than our dimension just here. So if we go into our elevation marker and we click Elevation Settings, from here if we go to Story Settings, Symbol and Text, and we go all the way across until we get to the marker, we can change this one to say 6, which is 0.18 millimeters. Click, we'll go OK, and that's going to reduce the size back down. And for our dimension, we're going to match that up as well. We'll scroll on across, we'll change both these to 6 as well. So everything matches up and everything looks very nice. Now, if you can't see the thickness of your pens, if we right click in the open space and we go True Line Weight, this is going to show us what our drawing is actually going to look like once we've published it. The thickness of our pens helps us emphasize different parts of the drawing, as well as creating depth. If we want to change the name of the markers just here, we just need to go to the navigator, we'd right click and we'd go Rename Story. We can call this one, say, Ceiling, and go OK. Now we'd like to get a height for our ridge as well. Now the way I typically do this is by drawing a polyline, click on the ridge just here, and we'll drag this across, say about 3,500. We'll click Enter, and enter once more. That'll finish the operation. Let's hit escape and then click on the line. We'll go Control D so we can drag the line just over and across so it lines up with our other height markers. From here, we'll also make sure this one is 6 as well, just so we've got all the same thickness. And from here, we're going to do a custom height dimension. So on our left-hand side, if we go to the dimension tool, inside of the dimension tool, just up in this top left-hand side, if we go to construction method, elevation, and we click on this one just here, if we now click on this line just here, it'll create a little crosshair. Now we'll want to double click just above where we've clicked that original point. So double click, it's going to create that little hammer icon. And with one more click, if we click now, it's going to create that height marker. Cool thing about this, if we hit escape to deselect the tool, we now select the line as well as the dimension marker. If we now tap Control D and then click on our line, we can drag this up, say 100 mil, and you'll notice that the height marker automatically changes as well. We typically want as many elements to automatically update as possible. Now, if we did want this to be automatic, all we need to do is go to the label tool. If we clicked on our roof, if we hit escape, double clicked on our text, if we want to select all, Control A, and deleted the text, and then if we want to insert auto text, and we typed in pitch, and we clicked enter, and just like that, if we hit escape and click outside, we've now got the roof pitch mentioned in our note, which if we adjust the roof pitch, 32, keep custom, we'll go OK, it is also going to change as well. So this is the more BIM friendly way. It's going to automatically update, whereas this is the more traditional way, which I tend to still use on some projects. Now this one here can change automatically as well. If we alter the actual line itself, it's going to change that pitch dimension, but it does take a few extra clicks. And you also need to know to check it as well. From here, let's change the style of our entry door. So if we click our door and we go Control T, this is going to bring up the options. We'll drag this one across. From here, just a few small changes that we want to make it more visually appealing. We'll go to the door settings and opening. We'll go to the door leaf and we're going to change this one to no grid. So if we now go to our 3D, we'll notice we've got a nice glass panel just in the middle. From here, we also want to add a door handle in. So we'll go to door handle 8 and we want to change the materials as well. So if we now go all the way down until we get to model attributes, and then instead of a gloss white, let's go to metal steel, and we'll click this one just here. And we'll also do the same thing for the handle, metal steel, this one just here, and we'll go OK. Excellent. Let's give the same materials to this door just over here. We'll go to our door settings, model attributes, change it from the wood to metal steel. We'll go uniform door surfaces just here. And we also want the architrave to be uniform as well. So we'll go down to the model attributes and we'll change this to metal and we'll go OK. Let's jump into this door and we'll give it an outside casing as well, which we're going to change to, you guessed it, metal steel. So from here, we're going to go casing inside. We'll turn this one on and we're going to change this one to say 100. Then we'll go OK. Going to change the height of the doors up to 2.4 meters. Go OK. And we're also going to match the color that we've got just here. From here, we're just going to select this color just here. And now we've got our RGB. If you're curious about how to select colors like this, I've got a whole dedicated video. So just comment below and I'll send you a link. From here, let's select our wall. We'll go to options, element attributes, and then go to surfaces. We'll go to siding, siding medium, this one just here. And from here, we just want to go to surface color and we will match these colors just here. So we'll go 152. We'll tap tab just once, 126, we'll tap tab once more, and we'll go 98. From there, we'll go OK. We'll notice our color changes, and then we can go OK. Hey, there we go. We've got a much warmer and cozier brown. We'll also select these walls just here, holding in shift, selecting both of these walls. If we go to building materials, go to outside surface face, and we'll also go to edge surface. If we turn these to concrete, light 23, we'll go 23. Hey, look at that. And it's coming together. From here, we just want to add in a ground line as well as our people. So for the ground line, we'll go to the polyline tool and we'll just select this bottom portion of the slab just here. We'll bring this across all the way over to here. Let's go say 8,000 and go enter. We'll click enter once more. That'll finish the operation. We'll hit escape to exit out of our tool. Sometimes it doesn't exit, so we have to hit it twice. we'll select our line and we'll go Control D, and then we'll pull this one down 150 mil, and we'll go enter. 150 millimeters. Now we'll go Control D to drag this one across until it's just about there. Now to obscure this bottom portion of the slab just here, we're going to use a fill. We'll go to a drafting fill, and we're just going to go down to foreground. Going to change this one to say white, and then we're going to click over the top and click once more. Now we've got an outline on this one, so we're just going to turn that one off. From here, we'll also just note ground line. So if we go to the text tool, we double click this point just here, and we type in g.l. click outside. We've now got our text. Now if I bring this one down, then I'll also make sure it's 2 for the size of the text. Bring that one up. Now we'll typically also want to label our ridge height as well. So what we can do, we'll go to our text tool, and this time, instead of having to shift the text, we'll go to the anchor point just up here. So if we double click, we type in ridge height, go Control A to select all, and then we're going to put this to text size as 2. Oh, it's not going to let us, so we'll just click outside. Then if we hit escape, we select the text, so we don't have to do it all again. We'll just go 2, and we'll go enter. It's going to shrink all of that up in the direction that we've got the anchor point. All things that save us a bit of time. Now the height marker text doesn't match the rest of our text, so we'll just go in, go to elevation settings. Now just down the bottom, story level text style, we'll just set this one to 2, and we'll go OK. And that's going to bump all of that back up to 2. All our text is going to match. It's going to look very nice. From here, we want our chairs to match up with our table just here. So we're going to select our chairs, and we're going to turn those to general. And our last part of the equation are these people and the plants. So these are just a bunch of lines and fills that we place over the top of the drawing. Now we could draw up our own people, or we could use the ones inside of ArchiCAD, but drawing our own takes a bunch of time, and the ones in ArchiCAD look a little bit stiff. I found these ones on Instagram and I really liked their aesthetic, so I just bought them and imported them into my ArchiCAD file. They do have a lot of polys, but for the sake of presentation, I feel like it's worth the trade-off. So from here, it's literally just a matter of pasting these in and changing our colors to suit. Now that the elevation is pretty much complete, next up is cutting a section through the building. Now that we've got a floor plan and an elevation, it's now time to cut through our building and add in a section. You will be able to create a detailed section by the end of this video. From how to draw the section, the quickest way to add details, and a bunch of resources that we use as professionals. So a section is just a slice through a building. So it's a front-on view of that slice of the building, which we then detail the specific elements that make up the building. To create a section in ArchiCAD, over on this left-hand panel, we'll want to go to the section tool. We'll click it once, and we'll click on the left-hand side. We'll hold in Shift so that it's parallel. We'll drag it all the way across to this right-hand side, and we'll click once more. From there, a little icon will show up. It's a picture of an eye, so we just want to point that in the direction that we want to cut the section. So for this one, we'll point it down, so it cuts through this side of the building, and we'll click once more. From here, if we click Escape, and then click on the section, if we right-click the section and click Open with Current View Settings, this is going to show us that slice through the building. If we hit F2, and then Control D, we can actually drag where this section is. And if we open it up again, it's going to update to the point in the building that we're cutting through, just like with elevation markers. Now we're going to take the section from looking like this all the way to this. Just here, we've got a checklist of the things we want to include. The first thing is we want to make sure that the section marker is actually showing up on the floor plan. We've currently got our section marker, but the section heads are a mess and don't clearly define what the drawing is referencing to, which means we have a clear reference between our floor plan here and the section that we're referencing it to. All we have to do is change a few settings. So if we click on the section marker and hold in Control and tap T, or click up in this toolbar just here for the settings, we go down to marker symbol and text and we click once. We'll change the marker style to circle style 4, and we're going to turn off symmetrical text. We'll go to our next page. We'll turn off Show Drawing ID, and we're just going to turn on Show Reference ID. From here, if we click OK, this is now going to show the ID of the section that we're using. So with this section selected, if we go up to ID and type A and click Enter, this is also going to change it in our section's head. Now, if we go back into its settings with Control T, there's a few other little things we want to clean up. If we now go to Marker, we'll turn off this middle part and we'll change the length to 10, and we'll change the dotted line to a solid line so that the line is still long enough that we can draw where the section is cutting through. And for the pen, we'll want to use a lighter weight, so we'll use this number 1, which is 0.13, compared to, say, the really thick one it was on previously, 0.35. Now for the pen marker, we'll just click number 1, and from there, we'll go OK. And with that, we've got our first point checked off. From here, let's select our section, right-click, and go Open with Current View. Now, at the moment, the shadow is distracting a little bit, so let's right-click on the section and go to Section Settings. From here, let's stretch the palette down just a little bit. So we'll go Surface Color Fill, Not Shaded. Now, down the bottom, we'll open up the shadow toggle just here, and we'll change this to a light gray, say 101. And we've got that at 25%. And if we click OK, so that is going to lighten everything up. From here, we're also going to select all of the internal walls, just here. And we're going to go to the building materials, just up the top. If you can't see it, just scroll across until you get to Buy Building Materials. We're going to click the inside face surface, this one just here. And we'll go with Stucco White Rough. So we can go Stucco White Rough and click. And this gives us a nice clear palette to start with. From here, we'll start adding in some of our detail. But first, there's something I want to share. We're going through a real construction site for a job that I've drawn. We'll go through what it looks like here on the floor plan of the architecturals, as well as what it looks like on the floor plan of the engineering, and how they actually look in real life, as well as what they're called and why they are there. We're going to go through a couple of the feature details and break it down step by step. So starting with this corner window. We've got the window just here. This is our view out to the water, so we don't want this interrupted in through here. Now this is what it looks like when it's all finished up. So we've got no column coming down through that corner. Otherwise we'd take out a fair bit of the view. So to support the roof load that's coming down through here, from here we'll start adding in some of our detail. Say this concrete footing just down below. So this concrete footing is actually just a fill that we've created using the fill tool just over here. Now the exact concrete footings and the raft slab will be up to your engineer's specifications, but at the moment you want something indicative of the structure that we're going to be showing. Now to draw this footing, it's really quick and easy. So from here we'll go to the fill tool, we'll select it, and we'll go up to Geometry Method Rectangular. Now if we zoom into this bottom left hand corner of the slab, now if the lines are a bit distracting and thick, we'll right click and go True Line Weight. We'll turn that off. And from here where the wall meets the slab, we'll click just in that corner edge just there. We'll drag down to this bottom right hand side and we'll tap tab just once. We'll type in 300 for our first dimension. We'll tap tab and we'll type in 300 for our second dimension. From here we'll click enter and this will finish our first part of the slab detail. Now with the fill selected, we'll go up to the fill type. And we're going to type in concrete and we'll go to concrete lightweight. So we'll change the foreground color to number 1, which is just a black. We'll change the second one to a gray. From here we want to add to the footing. So we'll click on this corner node just here and we'll go to add to polygon. With it selected, we'll click this top left hand corner, making sure we've got Geometry Method Rectangular selected. We'll drag it out to this right hand side. We'll tap tab and we'll type in 900 just for now. And we're also going to go 100 and we'll hit enter. And this here is a pretty basic footing. Now to add strength to this internal corner, engineers sometimes add a chamfer. Now to add this chamfer, it's actually pretty easy. If we now click this node and we click on add to polygon, but this time instead of Geometry Method Rectangular, we'll go to Geometry Method Polygonal. We'll click on this first node and we'll drag our mouse down, then we'll hold in shift so it's locked to that vertical line. And now we'll tap tab just once. We're going to give this 100 mil. We'll hit enter. From here, we're going to drag our mouse up to the right. We're going to hold in shift so that it's at a 45-degree angle just here. And we're going to click this edge just here. When it has that little black pen, that means that it's locked onto that little edge just there. We'll click once. That's created the second point, and we just need to click that final time just back at that original node just here. And that's going to complete our fill for that chamfer. With this footing now created, we can easily duplicate this. If we now hold in Control and tap M just once, and now if we also tap Control after hitting that command just once, you'll notice a little plus icon just next to the mouse. If we now just click the top of the ridge, pull our mouse down, if we hold in Shift, it's going to make sure that it's at that 90 degrees and that it's been perfectly mirrored. We'll tap Tab and then we'll hit Enter. and that's going to finish that operation. Now, the cool thing is, with this selected, if we click this edge just here, then we go to the pet palette, and we go offset edge, and we drag this one all the way across, and click once more with these two overlapping. If we select this original one that we have just here, if we go up to edit, and then we go to reshape, and we go fill consolidation, and we click once, with these settings selected, we can go OK, and it's going to merge those two fills together. Using all of these techniques together, you can create a massive variety of shapes, which is critical to detailing. Now, while it is typically best practice to have as much modeled in 3D as possible, knowing how to create things in 2D, if you're on a tight deadline, or if you know that it's only going to be seen from that one perspective, can shave off a tremendous amount of time. Again, 3D is typically ideal, but knowing how to detail with 2D tools is also critical. As a professional, time is always a consideration when it comes to drafting. If it takes 3 hours to model versus 30 seconds to draw with a fill, it's a trade-off that we're constantly considering, but knowing how to do both is critical. Now that we've completed some 2D detailing, we're going to move into some BIM detailing. So if we go to our example file and we zoom in and we click on the installation, this is actually an object, and this object I've found is the quickest and easiest way of drawing insulation inside of ArchiCAD. So to draw this in our project, all we need to do is on the left-hand side, just here, go to the object tool. If we select this, then go up to its settings, just here, or Control T as the shortcut. If we now type in insulation, we'll have fiber insulation just here. From here, we can change its parameters. Say if we want it to be 90 mil thick, so we can go 90, and we can go OK. And then we can just click onto our drawing just here. From here, if we hit escape to deselect the tool, so we'll hit escape again. Sometimes you have to hit escape twice. We'll select the object. We'll tap Control E to rotate. We'll click the top and then the bottom and then rotate this one so it's 90 degrees. Let's zoom in. And from here, we can just drag this one over. And the cool thing about this object is if we just select one of the nodes, we go into the pet palette and we go move node, we can actually stretch the object. Now on this one here, it's just stretching that bottom end angle. So you can actually angle the insulation, which is actually really handy. So we're not going to use that node just for this one. So we're going to hit escape and we're going to select the top one and then we're going to drag it. So this is going to allow us to actually drag that insulation all the way across the space that we want to have insulation shown. So from here, we can actually duplicate this with it selected. If we use the shortcut Control D, to drag, when we drag this one up, we tap Control just once, you'll notice a little plus button next to the mouse cursor. And if we drag this one up and we'll click once more, we've now got a duplicate. So from here, we can go Control E to rotate, select on our insulation. We'll select a second point, holding in Shift just here, and we'll rotate this one up. And we're going to drag up and click on this bottom portion of the rafter just here, or to the bottom part of the rafter. From here, we can drag this one down, just meets up to there, and we can bump up the size just by going into the settings, and we can change this one to say 150 into place. So we're going to drag this one into position. We'll just go 90 mil, just so it accounts for the roof sheeting as well as the battens. From here, I'm just going to use a polyline, create a little reference line just here, and then I'm going to drag this one up till that reaches this point just here, and then I'm going to drag this one back in line with this point just here. And we can do the same thing with this bottom section just here. Just offset this one, say 90 mil, and drag this point down here. And this way, we can really quickly show our insulation in our project. I'm just going to mirror this one across, Control M, tap that top, then tap Control once, then pull my mouse down. You'll see that little thing flying around above at the moment. If we hold in Shift and click once more, we've now got our insulation pretty well complete. So from here, if we go back to our reference material once again, you'll notice for this one, we've detailed it so it's got block work just on each of the walls. So if we zoom in, now if I select this, you'll notice it's a line as well as some fills. I've actually got these grouped. So if I turn on grouping, this one just up here, which the shortcut is Alt G, this means that if I now go Alt G, it's going to select everything in that group that I've created. Grouping is a tremendous time saver instead of having to go through and select each of the individual elements. So we're going to quickly go over how to create groups so that you can save so much time when you're actually drafting, because we actually use grouping everywhere inside of ArchiCAD. Even this figure just here, all these lines have been grouped together. If we turn off grouping, so if we go up to here and we suspend groups, we hit escape and escape once more. So it just deselects everything. If I now select this, it's just going to select that one element. Now, if I turn grouping back on, so if I go to Alt G, it's going to select everything. So that's turned grouping back on. Turning on and off grouping allows us to select just one element that is part of that group. We're going to copy this block just here. We're going to take this into our project and paste it. And we're just going to use this as an example of turning on and off grouping and how we can massively speed up detailing in our project. So that you can follow along as well, we're going to redraw it. So if we now zoom in, we're going to bring our block work just out. So if we now use the fill tool, we're just going to have it set to a drafting fill with foreground as the fill type selected. And we're going to go to a gray pen. So from here, size-wise, we just want it to be 190 by 190, which is a typical block size. So if you're going to draw this yourself, we'll click once, we'll tap tab, we'll go 190, then we'll hit tab 190. We'll go enter. And this has drawn in our block. Now we want a little smaller segment, just like this here. And this one is going to be 160 by 130. So again, if we use the fill tool, this time we're going to go to a slightly lighter gray. So we'll just go to this one here. We'll click in the bottom left-hand corner to about there. Then we're going to type in 130 and then we'll hit tab and we'll go 160 and we'll go enter. From here, we'll hit escape. So we deselect the tool. We'll select the fill in the middle. We'll go Control D and then we'll shift this one across. So to half that distance, we're going to hit tab and enter in 30 and go enter. From here, we'll hit escape and escape again. We're going to select this one just at the back. We're going to create another node by selecting the edge. We're going to go insert new node, this one just here. Now we're going to drag this across this edge. I'm going to zoom in so it's a bit easier to do. And we're going to hold in shift just so that it's parallel with this line just here. And then we're going to line it up with this point just here. Just while we're holding in shift, when our cursor turns to that black pen, we'll know that it's lined up with this one just here. And we can click once and we've created that node. We can do the same thing. If we select this edge, we'll create another node. We'll drag this one across, line it up with this edge just here while holding in shift, and we'll click once. Then from there, we can click this top and we can drag this one down just by clicking offset edge, and we'll bring this one down. Cool. So we've got a basic bit of block work. Now, so that we can see the edges around it, let's select those fills and we're going to turn on outline. So we'll click this one just here and we'll just give this a black outline, just a nice, we'll have that as this one just here. So we've got some basic block work and we've got two fills. If we want to be able to select one fill and then have both fills select at the same time, instead of having to click through, holding in shift so it selects everything, this is really easy to do. So while we've got this fill here selected, if we now hold in shift and select this backfill just here, we've now got both of the fills selected. Cool little side trick, just up in this top left-hand corner, you can actually see how many elements that you've got selected. So this is really helpful to identify if you've accidentally selected anything else. Cool. Now we've got the things that we want to group selected. All we need to do is hold in Control and tap G. And you'll notice that the nodes around the fills themselves have changed to a slightly green tinge. And this is how we can identify if something has been grouped or not. So if we now select outside of our object and we just select this middle fill, it's just going to select that middle fill. But if we now hold in Alt and then tap G, it's going to automatically select everything else that's a part of that group, which means that backfill as well. This is a tremendously efficient way of drafting. Instead of having to select things a bunch of times, we can just select a group and move it all in just a few clicks. All right, now back to block work. Now, when it comes to our actual block work, for the exact size as well as the profile, I've used this resource just here. So as far as the blocks that I've actually used for this example, I've used this one just here. Channel notch block, this one just here. So you can actually download this for free. This is from National Masonry. This is their masonry design guide. So if we literally just go to Google, type in National Masonry Blockwork Design Guideline, it should be the first resource that pops up. From here, if we just click on it, then we'll have the Masonry Design Guideline, which we can then download their PDF. Now all their details are in isometric, so it's kind of hard to get the exact profile, but if we go back up until we get to page 10, and then we zoom in, you can actually see the profile of the blockwork just here. So this is for the hollow 190. So to get this exact profile, we can use the polyline tool, this one just here. We'll click this top left corner, we'll drag it down 16 mil, 16, enter, and then we'll drag our polyline across. We'll hold in shift and tap tab, type in 7, go enter, and then we'll drag it down until we meet this edge just here, and we'll double click once we get onto that one. If we now zoom in, and we select this node just here and drag this one down to just there, we've now got that splay just here. So what we can do, select our fill, we can turn off grouping, Alt-G, we'll hit escape to deselect the fill, we'll select just this one, and we'll select the edge and drag it up just so that it activates the pet palette, and we're going to go to add polygon. Now, cool shortcut, if we zoom in, hold in spacebar, and we hold it inside this little triangle just next to where our fill is, and we click, it's going to add that part of the fill into that point there. We'll hold in shift, which will allow us to cycle through the different elements as we hover our mouse over them. If we hit tab, it's going to select the different elements. So we want to make sure we've got the polyline selected, and we'll click once. We're going to hold in control after that. We'll tap M to mirror this. We'll zoom out, and we'll go to this bottom point just here, just so that it's equally mirroring it across. We'll click once, we'll drag our mouse up. This is going to create a duplicate of this line. So if we tap control, just so it's got the little plus button next to our mouse, we'll hold in shift and we'll click once. We've got that one just there. So now if we select the fill, we click the top edge, add polygon, hold in spacebar, and we repeat that. We can now delete those reference lines. Holding in shift, we'll select this one on the left, this one on the right, we'll hit delete. And this way, if we select everything, we've just got those two elements, which keeps things nice and streamlined. So we'll go ahead and we'll delete this one just here. We'll select this one. We'll make sure we've got grouping turned on. We'll zoom back out, and we've got the blockwork ready to duplicate up that wall. Now that you've got a firm understanding of how to group items, we're going to duplicate those items across our section so that we can really quickly and easily create these kind of details. You can do this with any wall profile. So let's go back to our example file, and we'll start duplicating this blockwork. If we now zoom in, so we're nice and close to this bottom left-hand corner, we'll select our blockwork and we'll go Control-D to drag it into place just here. Now our actual wall profile is 200 mil, so we're going to have this little space just to this right-hand side. So we're going to treat this as if it's the plasterboard that's being fixed to the blockwork. Now we want to duplicate this blockwork up this wall. Now, instead of going Control-D and duplicating by tapping Control and then doing this a bunch of times, there's a much quicker way and more accurate way as well. Now, we know the size of this blockwork is 190 mil. Typically, blockwork is put on top of a bed of mortar. So we'll want to bump this up 10 mil. So we'll hold shift, we'll tap tab, and we'll go 10 mil. So we'll bump this one up. From here, every time we have a piece of blockwork, it's going to be blockwork, mortar, and then another piece of blockwork. So what we can do, we can select our bit of blockwork, and in the pet palette, once we drag our selection and we activate our pet palette, you'll see multiply. Incredibly powerful tool. One that is going to serve you throughout your entire drafting career if you take the time to learn it. So once we select the multiply tool, there's a lot going on here, but it's easier than it looks. So if we now go to the spread option, this one just here, from here, all we need is the dimension that we're going to be duplicating the blockwork up. So for this one, we've got 190 blockwork, and we're going to plus in that 10 mil of mortar as well. If we quickly go to our example from the manufacturer just here, you'll notice that they've also put in this slight little gap just here as well. Now, just as a reference for mortar, on page 9, they actually mention it just here. It's usually specified as 10 mil thickness. They've actually got a bunch of information on mortar here if you want to nerd out on the actual properties of this very common system. Now, all we need to do, that 190 plus the 10, so we're going to type in 200 and we're going to go OK. So from here, all we need to do is select this bottom portion of the blockwork just here. We'll select it, this node just here. And if we drag our mouse up, you're going to notice we're duplicating blockwork really quickly up this portion of the building. Very cool and very powerful tool. So if we now zoom in, we don't want it to be on a stagger. So again, as always, we're going to hold in shift. This is going to keep it vertically locked in. So now that we've got it up towards the top, we're going to click just once, and this is going to duplicate all of our blockwork. So if we zoom out, just like that, we've got all of our blockwork drawn in. All of it perfectly spaced exactly to the dimension that we've specified. And each time we select the blockwork, it's going to select that whole piece of blockwork. Now, if we want to just select this whole entire portion just here, instead of the individual blockwork each time, if we just go undo, and now if we go redo, what we can do is we can actually hold in Control and Tab G, and we can group this entire wall over here. So anytime we click off of this and then we click it again, it's going to select all of that blockwork all at once. And if we just want to select one piece of block work, we can turn off grouping. We can select the block work. We can select both these parts of the element. Go Control D, we'll drag it out. We'll tap Control just once to create a duplicate. And then from here, we can just then duplicate that piece of block work. If we now go back to our example, just in here, you'll notice that I've got this as a light gray. So I'm basically symbolizing this as if it's had concrete poured inside of the block work. So it's core filled block work that we've got just here. So the way I've done this, I've just done this with literally just a gray fill that I've sent to the back. If we select the fill tool, we'll just select this bottom portion, select all the way up to the top. We'll click, it's going to hide everything. But if we hold in Shift and select this fill, then right click and go display order and then go send backward, it's going to send it back in the priority order of the lines and of the fills. Now, one slight difference you might have noticed in the detail just here is this block just here. So if we go back to our reference material just here and we zoom in, we'll notice this just here. So it's a bit more of a hollow block, and this serves like a beam that goes across an opening. So this opening just here. So they're going to put steel reinforcing and grout and across this. So it's going to serve, like with timber work, you'd have a timber beam that goes across the top with block work so that they can actually support over this opening just here. If it's not like an arch naturally kind of supports itself, but that's a topic for another day. This is typically what's implemented. So steel reinforcing and grout. Now, another great resource, which I'll share with you right now, is this just here. This is one of my favorite books. So this is Building Your Own Home by George Wilkie. So inside here, he's actually got a section on solid masonry construction. So if we look at this one just here, we've got bond beams, special hollow blocks for top course have reinforcing steel, concrete, and concrete fill to bond the wall, and it acts as a lintel. We've got conventional roof frames, as well as truss roof frames, as well as brick veneer construction, and much, much more. Now, engineers and manufacturers are going to be the ones who are actually specifying the exact dimensions as well as the exact sizing. But having a fundamental knowledge of the construction systems will put you so much further ahead and will save you so much stress when you're talking to clients, when you're talking to builders, when you're talking to consultants. So when they ask you a question, or if you just need to discuss something in the project, you'll have enough background knowledge and information to at least be able to talk through it with them and help make an informed decision. So for me, investing in my resource library has been a tremendous win for my career, and I'd highly recommend it for anyone else who's taking this stuff really seriously. I've slowly built up a library of a bunch of different books, each of them useful for different things. So if you'd like to see the stuff that I've got in my library, just leave a comment below. So I'll go short playlist. Each video is like a minute. I go through a short review of some of my favorite pages and what I find the books useful for. So if you're curious, just leave a comment below and I'll send you a link to the playlist. So if we go back to our drawing, I'm going to select our block work and zoom in. Also select the concrete fill we've done as well. We'll go Control D. We're going to drag this one just over to this other side just here. We'll zoom in and make sure it's just on that bottom right hand corner. And just like that, we've got our walls pretty much all drawn up. If we did want to go into the detail, we could draw up this block just here, but it'd just be following the same steps as we did for that previous block. So from here, we want to draw in some gutters. So we're going to go back into our 2D. So now that we're on the ground floor, what we'll want to do is we'll want to go up a story. So if we just hold in Control and press the up key, this is going to take us up a story. And this is where we're going to be drawing our gutters. So to create our gutters, just like this. So here in 2D, we'll just go to our object tool. From here, we'll go up to our settings. We'll type in gutter, G-U-T-T-E-R. Go to gutter 27, and we're going to turn off the hangers, and we're also going to turn off the downspout. We'll keep everything else as it is, and we're just going to go OK. Well, from here, we'll go down to the bottom left and we'll click once, and that has created our gutter. Now it's in the wrong orientation, so we're going to hit escape. We'll hit escape twice. We'll select our gutter. Now we just tried to select it then. We'll need to make sure that we select on the edge of the node. We now zoom in just so we're nice and close. We'll go Control E and we're going to rotate this one around until it faces the right way. Okay, we'll select this node just here, and we're going to drag it all the way up until it hits this top left-hand corner just here. All right, if we select outside and we hit F3 to go into our 3D, we've now got ourselves a gutter. So if we zoom on in, the cool thing is in ArchiCAD, we can change these elements in 2D or in 3D. So if we select this gutter, go Control D to drag, and we select this node just here, and we bring it up to this point just here, along that little yellow axis, so that we're making sure that the angle is still at 0, so we're not shifting it around in any other direction in 3D space. We click that top node because it's got that little tick, and we click. We've now shifted our gutter up. Now we want to shift this down a little bit so that the roof sheeting actually puts all this into the gutter just here. Now for a better idea on how this works, I'm going to give another free resource that I found very useful. If we just type in acceptable tolerances New South Wales, on this top link just here, if we click, we'll come up with this PDF just here. Now if we scroll down and through, we're going to find a bunch of information, and eventually we'll get to here. Now if we zoom in, this is going to tell us the amount that the roof sheeting can come out and over the gutter. So maximum 65 for both metal and tile roofing, and minimum 35 for tile roofing, and minimum 50 for sheet roofing. So if you're going to be detailing this kind of stuff for New South Wales, I've found this to be a handy resource. They've also got this for Queensland, and hopefully ideally wherever you are as well. They also cover some things like apron flashing and a few other details as well. But for roof sheeting and flashing, my typical go-to is the Lysart's guide. They've got so much information here, from ridge capping all the way to apron flashing, as well as information on gutters, as well as roof penetrations, say for like chimneys and skylights, or even small penetrations for things like your stink pipe from, say, your bathrooms, typical dimensions. This is a tremendous resource. So if we just type in Lysart detailing for architects, and we go down through to downloads. From here, once we're in the actual downloads themselves, if we hold in Control and tap F, we're going to go to Find, and we're going to go Flash. Then we can just click on this one here, the flashing guide. Highly recommend downloading this one and having it on hand for when you're detailing out stuff or anything related to steel roofing and flashing. I've found it to be a tremendous resource. Now, if we were to go back to our gutter itself, there's more nuance than I can go into here with the actual height, because you're actually going to typically be sloping your gutter as well, so that it's not just flat. But for this here, the level of detail that we need to show in the model for a typical detached dwelling, we're not going to go into that much detail. Unless it's specifically asked for, then that's a whole nother thing. So for now, basically we'll just grab it. We'll go Control D, we'll drag this one down, say 40 mil, and we'll go enter. From here, we'll select outside, going to go F2, we'll select our gutter. We're going to mirror this one across to our other side, tapping Control just before we finish the command, holding in Shift to make sure it's parallel, and we'll click once more, and we've got our second gutter. And if we go into our 3D and we zoom out, we'll notice that it's at that same height as well. So if we now go back to our section, now instead of having to go back to our floor plan, we can actually go to this top tab just here. We can select on that one, and we'll notice our gutters have automatically shown up, which is very cool and handy. Now we could add in some downpipes, but for the sake of this one, we're not going to stress it. We're going to jump into some of the other details. Now back into our checklist, we've drawn our gutter. In this one, we're not going to worry about the fascia, but as we've already seen, fascia is basically just what the gutter connects to. So it's not a critical one for us to show in this one just here for the level of detail that we're going into. So next up is our floor levels, ceiling and roof, which are mostly there already. So we've got the heights. It's just a matter of adding in this ridge height as well as the heights here on the side, similar to what we've done in the elevation. If you have watched the elevation video, feel free to skip ahead for this part and we'll jump into the next segment. But if you haven't, we go to the polyline, which is going to draw a line across the top here, say 2500, we'll go enter. And we're going to drag it in line with this one just here. From here, we're going to go to the dimension tool and we're going to go to a construction method elevation marker. So this one just here. So we click the line once and then we double click above the line. You'll notice a little hammer icon pop up. We click once and that is going to give us our height marker for the ridge. So we can now drag this text so it's in line just with everything else. Now, typically we'll label this with text like this here. So we just go into the text tool, double click, always making sure we're in capitals, ridge, height, click outside. This is currently set to 2.5. We're going to change this to 2. And then we're going to go Control D and drag this one just in line. We're just going to right click here and then go to section settings. With the story levels, we're going to open this up. We'll turn off this one on the right hand side. We'll also turn off the middle point as well. And we're going to go into text style and we're going to change this one to 2 so that everything is uniform. From here, we'll go OK. I'm going to bump up the size just here. We'll right click and we'll go to section settings again. And just after the text, we're going to go down to story level, symbol and text. We'll take this one to 0 and we're going to bump this one up to 1500. We're also going to take these numbers here down to 0 and we'll go OK. There we go. So now we just want to align this top one with these ones just here. And next up, we also want to add in this dimension just here and here. So we're actually showing the height of the ceiling as well, or the pitching point, as well as the level from the ground up to the ridge height. So to dimension these, we'll go back to the dimension tool, and we're going to go back to linear dimension. We're going to click on this first point just here. We'll notice a little tick. We'll tick that one. We'll notice a little black pen. We'll click on this one. We'll double click on this left-hand side, which is going to allow the tool to start doing the dimension. We're going to click once more just here. That's done our dimension there. We're going to do the same thing for this top one. I'm going to go into here. It's not giving me that black pen. It wants to do it to the text, so I'm going to do it to this point just here, because we want it to actually be to the height marker itself. So from here, we're going to double click on this left-hand side, click once more, and now we've got our overall heights. We want these to connect up to these height markers just here, so they look more like this, so we can easily tell which elements that they're showing. So we're going to select both the dimensions. We're going to go to the dimension settings, and we're going to change it to custom height, and we're going to go OK. So from here, it's added those little tails on. Now what we can do is we can grab the dimension from the middle and click and drag. Inside of the pet palette, we can now go to edit length of witness line. So that's these little tails we've got just here. So we can pull these all the way in. And then we're going to do the same thing for this one up top as well, and bring that one into there. One thing we want to check, if we right click and go true line weight, we want to make sure that these lines are the same thickness. Otherwise it's going to give us this weird kind of delineation just here. So we want to change the actual line weight of these markers here, these automatic markers. So if we right click on a section, go to section settings. From here, we just want to go to story levels, symbol and text, and we're going to change this from 25. So this is 0.35 millimeters. So this is a really thick kind of pen compared to, say, our number one, which is 0.13. So the larger the number, the larger the millimeters or the point, which you'll see just next to it up the top here, this little point number means the thicker the pen is going to be. So for this one, we're just going to have a number 1. And if we now go OK, it's going to shrink those back down. So when we actually print this or PDF this, they're all going to be uniform. We want to make sure it's the same thing for these little marker points just here as well for our dimensions. So we'll select these and then we'll go to the settings, Control T. It's the marker type just up here. So to change the thickness of these, we're just going to go up to here and change that to 1. We're going to go 1 for this as well, just so everything is uniform. And we can go OK. All right, and with that, we have got our height markers. So we can go to our checklist and we can go floor level, ceiling, and roof levels to AHD. Australian height data. Basically, there's a point which all the heights in Australia are referenced to, just so that we can accurately measure anything in reference to another thing. It's a little bit tricky to explain, but for the time being, a number that's being shown for that height. Next up is roof pitch, another easy one. Again, if you've already completed this on the elevation tutorial, just skip ahead. But if you haven't, we'll go to the polyline tool. We're going to zoom in on our roof. We're going to click one point. We're going to click another point, just parallel along that roof plane. And then we're going to drag our pen just out to this right-hand side. And we're going to double click. So that's going to complete this line just here. We've got a little Pac-Man type looking shape. We're going to drag that one up. And this time, instead of our dimension tool, we're going to scroll on down until we get to the angle dimension tool, this one just here. So we're going to click in the middle of this point just here and the middle of this line just here. And you'll see that it's got these little crosshairs on each of these points here. So now with that little hammer just ready to go, we can just click in this point just here and it's going to give us the pitch of the roof, which we've got in degrees. Again, we can select this and we can drag it in just so all these points meet up. And we can also change the pen weight of these elements as well, just in this top little section here. If you can't see it on your screen because your screen's a little bit smaller, you can just scroll across until you find it. So just like that, we've got another point on our checklist checked off. Now, a little bit earlier, we did our insulation, so we can check that one off. Now, roof and wall cladding materials noted. Basically what that means is that we're going to actually have a note pointing towards our roof as well as our wall, noting what the materials are. So we typically just use a custom label to note these elements. So if we're going to do this in our example just here, basically we're just going to go to the label tool. Again, if you've done the elevation tutorial, you can skip ahead, but if not, we'll scroll. We'll go on down until we get to the label tool, this one just here. So we can click on the element that we're looking to label and we're going to have a label pop up. Now, if we hit escape twice and then select the label, we can now edit it so that it suits. So we're going to mirror this one. So holding in Control, we'll tap M. We'll click this point just here. We'll pull our mouse down and then hold in Shift and click. That's going to mirror that one across. And then we're going to grab this node and bring this one in just like that. And then from there, we can just go into our note and enter in roof sheeting and enter in whatever custom label we need. And we'll click outside and that will complete the operation. So that you don't have to watch me doing a bunch of typing, I've pasted these ones in just from the example. But they're currently overlapping our dimensions. So we'll zoom in and we're going to grab these and we'll shift these out just so that they're not quite overlapping. There we go, that's better. Excellent. So we can now tick off number 7, roof structure noted, as well as the internal linings, because we've also shown plasterboard internal lining, just with a note. We've also got the wall structure noted. So if we go back out, we've got core field reinforced concrete block work to engineers details. So they'll typically be mentioning the type of reinforcement that's being put in there. Foundation structure noted. Yep. So from here, what I'll do in this little example, I've got it just down here. So what I can actually do, I can just copy this. I can go copy, and then I'm going to duplicate this label just here. So I'll select it, Control D to drag. I'll drag this one down. I'll drag it to here, and then I'm going to double click and I'll paste this in just there. Now, when you are pasting in text, I've noticed a funny little thing that ArchiCAD does. I've noticed that it tends to put it in at 2.06 for some reason when it's meant to be size 2. So we're just going to click outside of this to finish the operation, and then we're going to change the text size to 2, and we're going to hit enter. And that'll make it so that it's uniform. We're going to justify it to the right, and we'll also expand the text as well, just out until it's 2 lines. There we go, that looks a little bit better. And from there, we've got our foundation structure actually noted. Okay, so from here, there are a few last little details. So we've also got the roof truss just in here as well. Now for roof trusses, one of the best resources that I've went to is the MyTech guide. Again, if we just type in MyTech guide for roof truss and we click on this one just here, then it should come straight up. Inside of here, we're going to have a bunch of information with diagrams and basic concepts illustrated to help us better understand how roof trusses can be incorporated in practice, including all sorts of things, even tie downs for very windy areas like cyclonic areas. Now, although a lot of this is going to be specified by the manufacturer and your engineer, it's still a valuable thing to understand, so you can at least discuss things with the different consultants as well as the builder, if anything comes up. More than anything, it can just give you a bit of an idea of how these different parts go together. And for the sake of this exercise, at least what shape a W-truss typically takes form. So you've got the webs inside here going like this. So even if you just draw that up and then point roof structure to manufacturer specifications, this can help give an idea of what the roof structure is going to be. Now, these webs that I've done in here, these have just been done with fills. And the same thing for the nail plates just here, those are also fills, as well as the battens and the roof sheeting as well. So I've just done that at the thickness of a roof profile and that at the thickness of a roof batten. Again, you can go to the manufacturer specifications to find out depth of the roof profile that you're keen to use. So typically your roof profile is going to come down to one of a couple of different types of roof. If we go to the LightSarts website and go to profiles, this is going to show us a bunch of different profiles, but there are typically 3 that we're going to be using most often for pretty much every project, or that I use for pretty much every project. So it's going to be custom orb, this one just here. It's probably going to be a clip lock, like this just here. So, and clip lock's a little bit deeper, say 40 mil. So the reason why we typically go to a clip lock is because we can have it at a lower minimum pitch, say 1 to 2 degrees, and also trim deck, this one just here. So it's a bit of an in-between profile, and we can get down to 2 degrees roof pitch for this one, for this profile. But the depth of the profile is much lower, so it's almost 30 millimeters, so 29 millimeters. Now your typical custom orb, the 16 mil, this is going to have a minimum roof pitch of 5 degrees. So when we're designing, keeping these numbers in mind so that we make sure we use the correct profile for the situation. So if we have a really low pitched roof, we can't use the custom orb. So for this one here, I've got 45 mil, so that's more along the lines of a clip lock. And then for the battens, these just here, I've got these at a 45 by 90. Now that's more typical stud type sizes. But if we type in timber battens and Bunnings, we're going to see a variety of different profiles here too, and their sizing. Now, if we need to reference the Australian standards for timber framing, that is, typically this is going to fall under AS 1684.2. This also has a tremendous amount of information, so you can start learning key terminology. But we're not actually dimensioning these elements within our section, and they're going to be referenced back to the manufacturer's specifications anyways. So we're typically always referencing back to a tried and trusted method of construction, from either a manufacturer or from a standard. So to go back to the trusses, again, these are just fills. And for this stud wall just in here, again, just a fill. And for this plate just here and the top plate just here, again, just fills and some line work, as well as the battens and the ceiling here as well. All just line work and some fills as well. There's more detail I'd love to cover, but this goes into a granular level of detail that's going to be a bit of overkill for this video just here. Now, one of the remaining things we want to show is the ground and the ground line. In this case, we're going to do it with polyline. We're just going to go 500 mil, enter, and enter again. Then we're going to lower it down 150 mil from our ground level. We're going to drag this one over onto the other side as well. We're going to grab our fill tool. We're going to have this one at drafting fill, and we're going to go earth, going to go enter, going to click and drag this one over just to here. We're going to deselect the tool by hitting escape, select our fill, going to change this one to a white, just like that. Going to drag it up just so it meets the underside of the raft slab, and we're going to go display order, and we're going to go send backward. Just going to crop off these parts that are above the ground line just there. And just like that, we've created ourselves a little earth hatch type fill. This one, we're going to go a little bit darker. Go to say that. There we go. So it's a little bit more pronounced. We'll grab this television, drag this one up, paste those in as well. Now that we have a floor plan, elevation, and a section, this is the time that we now need to learn how to take our drawings and adjust them so that they're ready to publish. To do this, we'll want to go to Window, and then we'll want to make sure that the navigator is turned on. We're going to click and drag this all the way over to this right-hand side here. It's going to lock into this position here. Now that we've drawn a collection of plans, it's time to look at one of the most important parts of ArchiCAD, which is the navigator. It's where we go to organize our plans and put them onto a page, and much, much more. With a firm understanding, you'll feel so much more comfortable inside of ArchiCAD. This up here is the navigator. To make sure that it's turned on, we'll go to Window, we'll go down on through to Palettes, and then we'll click on Navigator. Now, the reason that we need the navigator is that it's going to be where we set up our project. From how many stories a building is going to be, to the actual height of those buildings, what layers are and aren't showing up on our plans, as well as the scale, what pens we're using. It's also where we go to place our drawings on a page, as well as actually publishing our files to PDFs, as well as DWGs, and any other file types that you can think of. To begin, I'll give a short overview going from the start all the way to publishing. To kick off, you'll want to start with the project map. This one just up here. Now, if you're not sure what each of these different symbols means, you'll want to go up into Help and turn on Tooltips, which means that when we hover over the top of the symbol, it's going to tell us what that tool or button is. It's going to be so handy throughout this entire tutorial. So if I just hover over this one, this is the project map. If I hover over this one, it's the view map. This one, it's the layout book. And finally, our publisher sets. But we were starting with a project map. The project map is where we set up our actual stories. So just here, you'll notice it says stories. And just underneath that, if we right click and go story settings, this is where we're going to actually set up our different stories as well as the heights for those stories. The project map is the origin of all of our drawings, from the plans themselves all the way to the sections and the elevations. Not to mention all of our schedules, as well as details, as well as interior elevations. What we'll do then is we'll take those drawings and we'll bring them over onto the view map, which is this one just here. Now, it looks like there's a fair bit going on here at the moment. There's so many different icons and so many different things being labeled. So if we just minimize this, it'll become a little bit more manageable. To take our drawings from the project map to the view map, what we want to do is just go over to this icon just over here. So if we click on here and go show organizer, or if for whatever reason you can't find that, if you go to Window, Palettes, and then go to Organizer, you'll then have this palette here show up. So basically what this does, it looks a bit daunting, but trust me, it's not. Don't worry about it. So with this one here, we can select the project map on the left-hand side, and then we can select the view map on the right-hand side. What this allows us to do is grab the original drawing, say the ground floor plan, and we'll drag it over onto the view map just here. Once it's in our view map, we can right-click and go to the view settings. We can start editing, say, the scale of the actual drawing, how big or small it shows up on a page, as well as the pens, what colors are being shown on the actual page, and what layers are being shown up as well. This is why it's so critical to make sure that you're always working in the view map when you're actually drawing your plans, and organizing your project in the project map with all the initial setup and tweaks to heights and stories along the way. So project map is our heights as well as the stories and the original drawings, and the view map is where we can adjust how things are shown. Now, once you're happy with your actual drawing in your view map, what we can do in the organizer, so we can actually select the view map on the left-hand side and the layout book on this right-hand side. And this is where we can start to see the power of the organizer. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a new layout. I'll call this one 3D Perspective View, And for the master layer, I'm just going to select this one to A3 blank, which I set up a little bit earlier. But any of these will do when we're getting first set up. And we'll go create. Hey, there we go. So we've got a blank page that we can now put our drawings onto. So now in our view map, I'm just going to go down to this ground floor that we just created earlier. I'm going to select this one. I'm going to click and drag it over onto our page. And now we've got a drawing on our page. Now I can also do this for other drawings, say like 3Ds. So if I grab this 3D isometric I created earlier and drag and drop it on over, I've now got my drawing on that page as well. This one's a bit big, so what I'm going to do, Control K to rescale. I'm just going to go OK, select the bottom and the top, and then pull that one on down till it's around about the size that I want it. There we go. Drag this one on over here and drag my floor plan just over here. So we've got 3 of them ticked off with 1 left to go, which is our publisher set. This one just here. So to publish these drawings to an actual PDF, what I want to do, I want to click this little plus button just down here, new publisher set. This little prompt will pop up just here. I'll call final page layout. We'll go create. Now that one will pop up amongst my other publisher sets. If I double click this one here, there'll be nothing in there, which is perfect because what we want to do is we want to drag that page that we just created into that publisher set. So I'll click and drag this one just into here. Excellent. There we go. Now, if I double click this one here, just to double check, make sure, yep, this is the page that's being brought up. I can now move on to what format this is going to be exported as or published as. If I go down here to where it says format, yours might be minimized, but if you click on this little arrow just here, what I want to do, I want to publish this one as a PDF. So amongst the options, I'll go PDF. I'll pop back out so that I'm back into my publisher sets. If I right click and go publisher properties, this gives me the settings to be able to publish my drawings. I've got a dedicated video on this if you do want to check out a step-by-step process, but for now, we'll move back into the navigator and show some practical examples. So we'll go cancel and close out of this one just here. So that was a brief overview. Now for the deep dive. To give a practical example, we'll go into the project map and we'll right click on any of these stories. We'll go to story settings. Now you'll see this is where I've got my height set up. If I want to say change this to say 4 meters, say 4,000 and go okay, it'll pop up this little warning here at the moment just because I've got a set of stairs, but we'll ignore that one for the second. We'll go okay. You'll notice that it's brought up the height of all of my walls on the project, all automatically. Now this is because we've got our walls here. So if I go into my settings, set so that they're linked to that first floor. But this is a great way of automatically having our drawings sync up with the different settings that we set up. So we'll go okay. Now if I want to reverse that, I can't go control undo. What I have to do, I'll go back to story settings. I'll just go to 750 and go okay. And everything's going to pop back down. Same thing if I want to add an extra story, I'll just go to story settings. Then if I want to add a story above, I can go insert above and say second floor. And I could go okay. And all of a sudden it's going to add an extra story or an extra floor that I can then detail above it. Likewise, I'll go back in story settings and I can delete that story and we'll go okay. It'll give me a little warning, but I'm going to delete it anyways. Everything will sync back up. So that's the project map. Let's jump into the view map. So we'll go to our floor plan if we can find it amongst this file structure. One thing I'd recommend if you've got one of the ArchiCAD templates that's really bulky, just go through and delete the stuff that's not necessary. Make sure it's a copy of that file and not the original. Otherwise, you might get yourself into a little bit of trouble. But let's go through, say this empty batch render folder just here. I can right click and I can delete it. And it's less stuff to have to navigate through each time I go through the view map. But that's just me. I try and keep my drawings minimal as possible. Our next practical example, let's go to ground floor. And within here, we can change what is actually showing up on the plans. So each of our different elements in ArchiCAD is set to a layer, which are these just here. So if we go Control L, we'll find all the layers just on this right-hand side here, and the layer combinations on the left-hand side. So it might seem a little bit complicated, but it's not too tricky. Layer combinations basically just mean what layers are turned on and off on each individual plan. So we might want a ground floor plan where it's just showing the walls and we don't want to see the furniture. So to do this, what I could do is I'll create a new layer combination. I'll say no objects, and then I'll go okay. I'll make it a little bit easy to find. Floor plan, no objects, and I'll go okay. Now nothing's changed. So this is where we can do this in our view map. So if I go right click on my view map and go view settings, and once I've got the view settings open, I'll go to layer combination, this one just up here, which is where we'll find the layer combination that we just set up a second ago. We'll go down to floor plan, no objects, and we'll go okay. But still, nothing's changed. We've still got all the furniture there. Now on this project, a lot of the furniture has been set up onto objects landscape. So if I want to turn this off, I'll just go Control L to go back into my layers. I'll type in landscape and I'll click on this little eye just here. Now this eye will make it visible or make it hidden. So if I turn this eye off and we look over to this plan just here, it's still showing it the eye is open, which is kind of confusing. But if I go update down the bottom here, all of a sudden it's going to be closed. So that's locked in our preference and locked in what we've just set our layer to. So now if I go OK, all of a sudden, all those objects disappear. I can even take this rug just here. I'll go landscape and I'll set this one to that same layer. So all of that interior has disappeared and we're just showing our walls. Now, the really cool thing about the view map is that we can now take this and we can duplicate. If we click and drag and then hold in Control, we can duplicate this plan just down below. You'll see a little plus button just underneath my cursor. And I'll have a new little plan just here. I'll lift this one up just underneath this drawing here. So if I now right click and I go rename just for clarity, ground plan with nature objects, I'll go OK. Now if I right click and I go to view settings and I change my layer combination back to that original plan architectural that we had just before, and I go OK, nothing's going to happen. But if I now double click, all of a sudden everything comes back. And that's because the layer combination for plans architectural, this one just here, if I go to Objects Landscape, the eye is open. So this is where we can quickly and easily navigate between two sets of plans. So if I go this one here or this one here, it's going to turn those layers on and off. And that's the power of the view map, is that we can have a bunch of different plans that we can then put onto pages so we can show different information. Not to mention at different scales as well. So if I say go to this plan with objects and I want this to be a larger scale, if I go into view settings, then I go to scale, I can change this so it's a bigger scale. So if I say go 1 to 50, 1 to 50 is going to be much bigger. It seems a bit counterintuitive that the smaller number means that it's bigger on the page. Anyway, let's forge ahead. We'll go OK. Now it doesn't look like much has happened, but we will see that the text has gotten smaller. So if I double click on this one, then I double click on the previous one, we can see that little bit of a difference. Where this is going to be the most obvious is when we actually bring it onto a page though. So I'm going to open up my organizer, go show organizer, and I'm going to go to my 3D view page. I'll drag this one down to the bottom just so it's easy to find. Now I'm going to drag this 1 to 50 page and let's see what happens. We're going to drag this one onto the page, much bigger. It's going to be double the size of the 1 to 100. Now the curious thing is, the 1 to 100 one is also showing its furniture. Now this is because we set it to this view just down here. But if we relink this drawing to the one just above where we set it so that it doesn't have the object showing, let's click on this one, right click, and we'll go link drawing to. If I now go to the ground, this one just here, and I go to link, all those objects disappear. So the view map, we can toggle what shows and what doesn't, as well as how big or small the actual plans are. This is just a few of the parts. If I go back into my plan with the actual object showing, I can right click on here. Within the view settings, I can actually change what pens are showing. I can actually change a bunch more in here. But you can see this is where we can make further tweaks to what's actually showing up on a page and how it is being shown. And the cool thing is we can create duplicates of one drawing and have them easily accessible so we can toggle between those different drawings and what is showing and what isn't showing. Now, with all that covered, we can jump back into the layout book. So if I double click this one just here, we now know this is where we set up pages and where we put our drawings. Now, for one other little practical example, within the layout book, if we right click on the page that we've set up, we can go to layout settings. Now you'll notice a recurring pattern with each of the different things we've just shown. If we right click on this right hand side on the organizer or on the navigator, we can find a lot more settings within these dialogues. If I go to layout settings, just here, I can change the actual page that I'm using that I originally set up. So if I go to blank page, then say go to blank page vertical, I'll go OK. Then all of a sudden I've got my page and it's in a vertical orientation. I can rearrange my drawings onto the page as I need them. But to actually set up these pages, we've got our drawings just here. Underneath this is where those master pages are. So if I go to the blank A3 vertical that I've just set for this page just here, I double click on this one, it's going to be a blank page, which I can now adjust so that that's the way that this page shows up for every layout that's been set up. So if I take this polyline and I say create a little title block just down the bottom, so this one just here, and then I go back to my 3D view, we'll now see that it's automatically shown up on this page. Now let's say I go to another page, this one just say here, we'll see that it's updated for this page as well. So we can make one change in one place and save the effort of having to change it in multiple other areas. Next up is another plan that we typically use for almost every project, which is a site plan. It shows where we're going to place the proposed structure onto the block of land. A site plan lets us show everything on the site from a top-down view, and today we're creating one. But just keep in mind, it's always best to get a survey before you lodge your set of plans. Before we get started, I wanted to show you what a typical survey looks like. Getting a survey makes sure that you've got accurate boundaries, as well as accurate offsets, as well as topography and other critical site features. But for this example, we're going to be using Google Maps because you can get mapping information for pretty much everywhere. But if you are in Australia and New South Wales, I highly recommend the planning portal. It's got all sorts of mapping information, which we can turn on and off, from flooding to bushfire, as well as a bunch of other mapping for local environmental planning. Or if you're up in Queensland, Brisbane way, I highly recommend the Brisbane City Plan. If your state or country has a local mapping system, I'd love to hear about it down in the comments below. To kick off, I'll just use the snip tool. We'll go new. So we'll start from the bottom right hand corner and take it all the way up to the bottom left hand. And that's created a capture. From here in our ArchiCAD file, we'll just want to go over to the view map, this one just here, and we'll go to our site plan. If you don't have one set up, we can just go to the project map. We can right click, create new story, and we'll go site plan new, and we'll insert this one below. And for the height, we'll just go 0 and we'll go create. We'll start this one from scratch. So we'll just go Control V to paste it in, or the Mac equivalent, and we've got a map. So I'll click outside of this, then I'll select it and go Control K or Command K to resize it. We're going to do this graphically, so we'll just go OK. We'll scroll on down to this bottom right hand corner again, and we'll click just within inside of the scale just down here. We'll click Tab just once, and we'll type in 10,000. 10 meters is 10,000 millimeters, and millimeters is what we work with. So we'll just go enter. That's adjusted our plan, so it's to the right scale, or pretty close to it. This is a draft after all, and like I said in the beginning, survey is always critical to get those correct boundary lengths, but this will get us kicked off. So we'll be working on this site 109. What I'd like to do is I'll go Control E to rotate. I'll go down to this bottom part here, and I'm just going to swing the site around just until we get it parallel, say there. Now, within this site plan, I'm going to place a cabin on the back end of the site. So this cabin's already been drafted up. I'm just going to position it on the site. So what I'll do, I'll just go to floor plan, I'll right click, and then I'll go show as trace reference. Now, at the moment, nothing might be showing. So if I right click and then go trace, and then go reference on top, it's going to bring our cabin and its trace to the forefront. If you can't find it still, if we double click the middle mouse button, that's going to fit the drawing to the scene. So right now mine's just up here. I'll want to position it so it's roughly in line with these other dwellings along the back end. Before I go relocating it, what I want to do is I'm just going to draw in some boundaries. I'm going to go to the polyline. I'll go to the rectangular geometry method because this is a pretty simple site. I'll click on down this bottom left hand corner here and scroll in just till we get to the top right hand here. I'm going to hit tab. We'll round this number off to 0. We'll hit tab again. We'll round this one off to a 0 as well. Enter. There we go. And we've got some roughed in boundaries. From here, I'm just going to draw in some guides. So I'm going to change the geometry method just to a single line. And I'm going to hold in shift and click that one until it gets to the top. I'm going to drag this to the right hand side, Control D, and then I'm going to drag it. So we're roughly in line with this building here. Let's go 8850, enter. Excellent. So we've got our rear offset. So let's bring it in some side offsets from either side as well. I'm just going to click on the polyline again. I'll select from the top right to the top left, double click. Then I'm going to drag this one down. Let's say a 3 meter offset will suit just nicely. Maybe another extra 500 just so that we get a little bit extra space if we do want to say have the driveway down that end. From here, we're going to position the cabin. So it's just in this corner here. We're going to do this in a little bit of a counterintuitive way, but it's going to make things so much easier. Instead of going to the floor plan and grabbing and dragging everything to that part of the site, because we don't have a great deal of site information, we can just drag the site to where the floor plan is. Can't tell you how many times this has saved a dramatic amount of faff on various projects. Control D and drag this one over just from that point in the corner, and we'll click it just onto that deck point just there. Excellent. There we are. From here, I can delete my guidelines and we've got our cabin on the site. But if we turn off trace reference, it's just going to disappear. So we're going to use some fills to clearly demonstrate where the cabin is going to sit on the site. So let's go to fill type. For this one, I'm just going to use a masonry block. I'm going to click from top left down to bottom right. I'm going to click the fill. I'm going to use eyedropper tool to select the fill while I've got the fill selected. And then I'm going to click the bottom left up to the top right, and that's going to cut out of that fill. Just a quick way of drawing fills instead of having to click point to point to point to point. Always looking for shortcuts just so we can get a bit more efficient. So let's do that again for this bottom one down here. There we go. Now you can't really see it very well there at the moment, and that's because we've still got the trace on and we've got reference on top. Let's turn on transparent fills and zones. That hasn't really done anything for us. So let's just turn that one back off again. Once we do turn off trace, it's going to show up much clearer. So For the time being, let's just leave it on and just finish up the rest of the fills. Let's select the fill again, and we're going to click and drag over the deck and this rear back one as well. That should be pretty much everything we need for now. So we can turn off the trace reference, right click, and we'll turn the trace off. From here, we're going to want a dimension from our cabin to our boundary. So let's go to our dimension tool. Let's click on our cabin and click on a boundary, then double click in this empty space just here, and that's going to create a dimension. From here, we'll just want to click one more time. There we go, 3.5, that dimension we just set up earlier. Let's do the same thing for the rear. We'll use our eyedropper to select the dimension, which is holding an Alt. Then we'll select the back of the cabin and we'll select the back of the boundary and we'll double click, and just make sure you don't click it while it's set at a slight angle. This will give variation to the dimension and it's not going to be accurate. So always making sure that's straight up and down. So we'll click and there we go. Now just as a little side tangent, if you do happen to have a slightly sloping block, say like this, you might be wondering how you might get your offsets to a boundary line like this. So what we'll do, we'll use the hotspot. We'll click on this corner of the cabin and we'll select it, and we're going to go Control D and we're going to drag it to the boundary until we see this little bit of an eye looking tool come up. We're going to go Control D and we're going to drag it over to the boundary until we see this symbol pop up. It almost looks like a little bit of an eye. This is going to mean it's parallel to the boundary, and this is exactly what we want for accurate boundary offsets. So we'll click this one in and we'll do the same, say, for this offset just here, just to give another example. We'll select our dimension. We'll click on our cabin. We've got true line weight turned on here at the moment. So to turn true line weight off, let's just deselect our dimension tool for a second. We'll right click and we'll turn off true line weight. There we go. Now, as we zoom in, it's much clearer to see all the different elements there at the moment. So let's select our dimension tool again. We'll click onto this corner of the cabin. We'll click onto our hotspot. We'll double click and we'll notice from here we can do a parallel to the boundary. If it's not letting you do that, it's most likely the geometry method here has been selected to this one here. It's only going to let you go up or down or left. So just make sure you've got this method just here selected, and that's going to let us click that dimension. There we go. Let's do the same thing for this corner just down through here. We'll double click and click again, and there we are. Little side tangent, but I think you'll find it super valuable for those tricky sites. So let's select all that, and then we're going to delete that and get back to our example. Now, it's not particularly clear what we're showing on the side here. So what we're going to do, we're going to start labeling things. Let's go to the text tool. We're going to go proposed, always in capitals, proposed. That's the way I was taught anyways. Guess it's a bit of a preference thing. Let's bring this one over. I'm going to go text fill background, and I'm going to turn this one to a white. And then I'm going to duplicate it and bring it down below. And I'm going to go cabin. I'll drag this one and I'll center it to the proposed. There we go. Now the cabin isn't particularly clear with the fill that we had selected. So let's select those fills again. We'll turn those to a light gray. Let's go a little bit more subtle. There we go. Now for those other fills, let's just turn those into something a bit more indicative that it's actually a deck / patio. Let's go to these wood plank horizontal. They're a bit small. Let's go to a plank floor. Hey, there we are. That's a bit better. We'll reorientate it, just going to construction method, and then we'll rotate this one on up. There we go. Let's just go to our example for a second. So we've got a few other things that we will want to show on our site plan that we can see in this example here. We'll want dimensions to all offsets. We'll want to show access onto the site, as well as the approximate boundary lengths. We've got TBC, to be confirmed, written on here, just so that people know that these aren't boundaries that have been measured from a surveyor. We'll create all of this, as well as a little automatic title block just down here in the next few steps, so that I make sure that I get all the different elements when I'm creating a site plan. I've typically got a little checklist that I check off all the different points. So I'll just deselect these two and I'll delete this. Usually I'll just go through with, say, a little fill, or I'll actually have a separate document that I'll just check through on there. But for the sake of this, so you can see it too, we'll want to show existing site features. Now on this one here, because we're keeping a simple example, we're not showing trees and all other bits and pieces, or even different services like, say, power or other easements like sewers. And it's all important information to make sure you've got shown, so that you're not putting the building in a place where it might cause issues down the track. Anyway, let's get back to the more interesting stuff. Let's go back to our new site plan, and let's take this one and actually place it on a page. So to do this, I'm just going to go to our panel and we're going to turn on our organizer. With our organizer popped up, we'll go through to the view map and we'll go to the project map on the left hand side. We'll drag and drop this story that we just created earlier in through to here on our view map. Then from here, if we go to our view map and then go to our layout book, we'll create a new layout, call this one site plan proposed, and we'll go create. From here, let's change our title block to an A3. Let's go down to this one just here and we'll go okay. You can change the title block however you'd like. I've just created a simple blank A3 with no borders, just so we can illustrate things really super clean. From here, we'll go to our view map and we'll click and drag the view that we just created earlier. We'll drag this one over into the middle. There we go. From here, we'll drag and drop it roughly to the center of the page, and we'll resize some of these edges. Bring this one just in through to here, and we'll bring that water in just a little bit there too. We'll recenter it just to here. All right, now for this title just down through here, what you want to do is go down to title type. Yours might be up the top here, and you'll just have to scroll across with your middle mouse until you get to this point down through here. If yours has no title, we'll just go to linear drawing title. It's going to create this one here, just like this, but we're going to want to refine that. So let's go through to our title block. We're going to go from linked width to width for position, and we're going to change this one to say 80. And I have a preference for a circle for my shape as well. Looks like it's still a bit big up there in the example. So let's bring this back down a little bit further, down to say like a 70. We'll go okay. Hey, there we go. Let's bring this one to the center of the view. Now, again, we want these to be capitalized. So let's just go back in through and we'll rename our view because this is all done automatically, which is my preferred way. We'll delete the ID for now and we'll go site plan. Let's call it draft proposed site plan. And we'll just click OK. There we go. So from here, we've got our title as well as our scale shown up, and we can further tweak things from there if we'd like as well. But let's add in those few last little details just to tidy things up. We'll open the source view. Let's select our dimension. We'll dimension that other side. And then what I like to do, I like to keep the dimensions in line as well, just for aesthetics. Let's select this line just here. We'll click on the edge and we'll click on the boundary. That's another one done. We'll drag that one down and we'll keep that one in line too. Now let's create a driveway. So we'll go to the polyline and we'll select the geometry method for a rectangle. We'll click on the edge and we'll drag this one down to roughly where we want the car to stop. Let's round this one up to 27,500. And for the width, let's go say 2,500. Let's evenly space this in between. You'll want at least say 500 off the side boundary just for landscaping. Typically, ideally, would be better say 900 to a meter. So let's just go 500 for this example though. Now we'll want to mention that we've got a proposed driveway. So we'll take our text, we'll duplicate it, tapping Control while we've got the text selected and we're dragging it. We're going to go proposed driveway. There we go. Now the reason why I've got these as two separate pieces of text is if I just typed in cabin underneath proposed, we've got these wide parts of white that are taking out the fill, and aesthetically just not my preference. So let's undo that. Let's drag the driveway just out on through to the road, and from here we just want to create some boundary laying. So let's select and drag our boundary and we'll go tab so we can get into our dimension. We'll go Control C to copy or Command C. We'll deselect, we'll select our boundary and we'll paste that one in. Now for boundaries, it's always done in meters. So it's 37.290. So 37 meters, 290 millimeters. And we're going to call this one TBC, to be confirmed. And let's turn off the text background fill, just so it's not taking out the boundary. And let's drag that one on down. Let's do the same thing for these boundaries just here. We'll click and rotate. Typically like to have these centered within the boundary as well, where possible. Again, just a little aesthetic thing. We'll delete this one and we'll duplicate this one on up. There we go. So let's click and drag this one up to here. We'll hit tab, Control C, and we'll paste this one in, reformat it, go dot, and then go TBC, to be confirmed. Let's offset that one 50 mil as well. Let's offset these as well, 50 mil, just so it gives a bit of space for the boundary. Again, just small things, but as you go, you'll develop a nice fine OCD. So let's, just like me. Let's go 50 for this one as well. And we're starting to get there, looking pretty good. Let's go back to our page, refresh it. Let's check our reference. That's getting pretty close. But let's cut and paste on our little checklist that we mentioned earlier. We'll start going through just a couple of these little points that you mightn't have on this site plan, but you should typically always show on your plans. So site features, number one, you should always be showing trees because depending on where you're building, they might not let you cut down the trees. Lot DP, this gives you a further refinement of the actual location of the site. Street names, yep, we've got that. So what I typically do, just grab the fill, click it over the top. Let's create this one to say it's solid foreground fill, and we'll just go to a dark black. There we go. That makes it nice and easy. Contours on site. So contours are the slope of the land. So these little dashed lines that we've got here going down the land with these numbers, these RLs, that'll help us create a 3D site mesh. That'll accurately show the topography of the site. The slopes and the ups and downs and the dips and everything else in between. Let's go back. So contours on site, boundary lengths and bearings. Yep, we've got those shown, temporary ones. Location of any easements. This might mean sewers. Sewers, typically you need to be 1.5 meters offset, depending on where you live and what the circumstances are. Can be a big impact on a build if you don't pick it up early enough. Site datum. We haven't got AHD, like for a FFL, finished floor level. So the actual height of the building. We haven't got this shown on this one just because it's pretty basic, but it's just essentially what the levels are that you're going to be putting all the different proposed things at. Existing buildings. Yep, we've got this existing building just down through here. On a survey, this would also be shown. Access provision on site. So how are we actually going to get onto the site? So we've got our proposed driveway here. So yep, that one's ticked off. So that's for the existing stuff. Now we're moving on to the proposed. Proposed stuff, we'll want a roof line. So we've missed this one. And this is where the checklists come in so handy because it's hard to always get things perfect on the first go through. So if we have the checklist, we can make sure that we get everything ticked off. So let's go back in through to our plan. We'll open source view. Now I know that I've got my roof set up so that I can just turn it on with a layer. So let's go to our layers and we'll go down through to roof and we'll make sure that one's turned on. We'll go okay. Hey, and that one's showing up. I've got this set up so it's an automatic roof. Special little thing. I'll make a separate video for that. Very cool little trick. So keep an eye out for that one. Let's go back to our site plan. Excellent. So we got that one checked off. We'll be going through, checking these off. Location of any trees noted to be retained or removed. So we'll dash in any trees that we would be removing, but on this one, we don't need to worry about it. Full levels, AHD, FFL. Again, we're not worrying about those on this one. Building setbacks to boundaries. Yep, we got those checked off. Extent and depth of any cut and fill. So how high are you retaining or cutting into the site? Don't need to worry about on this one. Proposed driveway. Yep, we got that one shown. Sediment control. Basically, if there's a big storm and we've got dirt dug out onto the site, to make sure that it doesn't wash away, we've got a geotextile fabric that's been pegged into the ground to make sure it's not going to get shifted onto, say, like a neighboring site. And last but not least, 1.8 by 1.8 construction waste containment area. So these are shade cloth bins, basically 1.8 meter by 1.8 meter, where they're going to chuck all the rubble and trash while construction is underway. We're now developing a strong set of plans. And now is the perfect time to master one of the most critical skills inside of ArchiCAD, which is layers. Knowing how to control what is shown and isn't shown on a plan unlocks your ability to create a bunch of different plans, like landscape plans, electrical plans, and much, much more, which we'll also be covering in some of the upcoming chapters. Layers are how we show and hide things in ArchiCAD. When we select something in ArchiCAD, we can see up in this top panel just here which layer it's been put on. If we then click it, we can easily change which layer this thing is on. You'll notice these eyeballs just next to the layers themselves. This tells us which layers we can see and which ones are hidden. If we put this lady onto the hidden layer, the one with the eye crossed out, we'll notice that she disappears. Now to turn on the layers, we can go up to Document and then go to Layers and then click Layers Model Views just here. Or better yet, as a shortcut, we can go Control L, which brings up the layers. Now this might look a little bit complicated, but if you watch to the end, it'll all make sense and be so much easier to use. Now we want to find that lady. So we'll turn on the hidden layer just by clicking this little eyeball with a slash through it. And now if we go OK, she now shows back up on the elevation. In this next example, we'll go through a typical plan, which is the site plan. And we'll compare the site plan to a landscape plan. Both of these plans are a top-down view of the site, but they're showing different information. So that we can select which layers are showing on one plan and are off on another plan, we use a thing called combinations, which we'll get into in just a minute. First, I'll show you exactly which layers we show on each of these different plans. So starting off from our blank slate, the first layer is our boundary. This is all the information that I put onto the boundary line layer. Next up, we've got the north point just down here. After that, we've got the survey, which has all of our survey information that's been brought in from the surveyor, like the contour lines and any existing site information. I typically also put my proposed lines on here as well, just to keep things minimal. We've got our site plan labels, which are showing information like waste bins, as well as sediment control lines, and any other notation pointing towards stuff that's happening on the site. Next up is the roof, and after that, the dimensions, which are going to note our offsets from our side boundaries. For a simple development like this is pretty much all the layers that we need to separate out the different items. Now, you'll notice when we go to the landscape plan, we aren't showing some of these items. So we're not currently showing the site plan labels, and we're also not showing the dimensions, because they're not the priority in what we're showing in this plan. For the landscape plan, we've got the boundary line, we've got the north point, we're showing the survey. This time we're showing all of the landscaping and landscaping labels if we had them. And last but not least, the roof. The way that we turn on and off these switches when we go between the different plans is by using layer combinations. It might seem a little bit daunting, but we'll take this step by step. So now let's go Control L to open up our layers. And if we click on our site plan layer combination on this left-hand side, this site plan layer combination decides which layers are turned on and off on the site plan. So just like we've got shown over here, we've got all of these eyeballs turned on so that these are showing on the site plan. So if we select on the boundary line, we'll see that this eyeball is open on this layer combination on the left-hand side. We're going to show the boundary line, but when we go to landscaping, it closes that eyeball. It gives us a visual indication that these layers over here, this layer, isn't going to show when we've got our site plan open. Don't worry, it'll make sense in a second. Now, if we go to our landscape plan, we'll see that these layers here match up with what we're showing over here as well. This is how we choose which layers are showing and which layers aren't showing. Now, as a little exercise, just so that everything can sink in. So we want the roof to show on the site plan, but we don't want it to show on the landscape plan. The way that we turn this off is by going to this roof layer just here and turning that eyeball off. Just like we did with the lady at the beginning, where we turned the eyeball back on. What we need to do is we need to go update. So we need to click this one just down here, update. Now, you'll notice that the eyeball now shows it as closed. Basically, this is updating the settings for the landscape plan so that it no longer shows the roof. So from here, if we go OK, and if we go to our site plan, and then we go back to our landscape plan, it's not going to show that roof anymore. So if we were to unpack what we just learned, so on this right-hand side, we've got the layers. This is where the different elements are being placed, so we can turn them on and off. Over here on the layer combinations, this is where we choose which of the layers are turned on and which are turned off. So we can make different things show up on a site plan compared to, say, a landscape plan. This is key to understanding layers. The reason why this view, this top-down view, is showing the landscape layer combinations is because with the view settings, we've got this set as landscape plan. Just as a quick 30-second recap, this over on the right-hand side is the navigator. We've got the project map, this one just here. This one next to it is the view map. If we right-click and we go to the settings, this is where we set up what scale the drawings are, what pens are used, and which layer combination is used, just up here. The reason why this view, this top-down view, is showing the landscape layer combinations is because with the view settings, we've got this set as landscape plan. If I set this to site, to the site layer combination, and go OK, it's going to show all the site plan information. So now if I double click the landscape plan, it's going to show the site information because we've applied that layer combination. So let's turn this back to landscape plan and go OK. This is why it's crucial to understand the layers and layer combinations to know when different things are showing up in your file. Now, it's not only just the site plan that we use layers and layer combinations for, we also use it for floor plans. Now, as we go through more and more examples, this concept will start to sink in more and more. You're more than welcome to copy my approach and the layers that I use. I try and keep it as minimalist as possible so that I don't have a whole bunch of layers that I have to navigate through every time I want to apply something to a layer. All right, so let's start from scratch. First up, we've got our walls, but I'll typically also put slabs as well as posts on the wall layer as well. The purpose of layers and layer combinations is to turn things on and off with different plans. It's not to separate every element. If we want to select everything of one element, we can just go Control F, and we can use Find and Select, which would just use the eyedropper tool, holding Alt and clicking on the element. It'll select the element type, and then we can go to plus. It'll select everything of that element. And if we really need to, we could create a new layer and do it from there. After this, we've got our section marker. We've got all of our objects. From there, we've got our text and our text labels. We've got our north point, as well as dimensions, and our roof. These are the typical layers for the floor plan. Now, when we go to the electrical plan, things are going to change a little bit. Our focus on the electrical plan is the electrical layout, and in some cases, the reflected ceiling plan. I typically combine the two when possible, just so that I don't have a ton of sheets. So starting from scratch, we're showing the walls, the reflected ceiling plan, all of the objects, because it gives a little extra context to the room, and where we might want to put outlets, and as always, the north point. By turning off some elements on the reflected ceiling plan, it makes it much easier to navigate what's important on the plan, which in this case is where we're putting light switches, where we're putting fans, power points, the lights and everything related to this plan specifically. For our next example, we'll cover an elevation. So we'll start off with our walls and our roof. Next up is the text, which I've also placed my dimensions on as well. After that, I'd have text labels, which sometimes can be consolidated just to the text layer. And lastly, objects, which I've got a few finishing touches, say like the downpipes, as well as these external lights, and things like the rainwater tank. This is pretty much the same for elevations and for sections. With most of the 2D elements, I typically just chuck them onto the text layer, because we're not typically making multiple versions of the elevation like we would with a floor plan or with a site plan. Now, the final layer combination I want to cover is the show all layer combination. So if we can't find an element, or if something's disappeared, we can just turn on all of the layers at once with just a click. Now, a shortcut so that we can turn this on, if we go down to the bottom, we'll notice just here, we can select between our layer combinations. So if I say go to floor plan, it's just going to show up with the typical floor plan. But now if I go to show all, it's going to show everything. We're showing the elevation markers, we're showing all the furniture and plants that typically only show up in the 3D. This will show us everything. Now, if for some reason your show all isn't showing all the layers, if we double check by clicking on the show all layer combination and we see that a couple of them are turned off, what we can do is if we select the eyeball, then if we go Control A, which is select all, so it's going to select all of our layers, If we now hit another one of the eyeballs that isn't open, it's going to open all of the eyeballs. And same thing, if we click it again, it's going to close all the eyeballs, so we can hide everything. This is the quickest way to turn on all of the layers. Now, to make sure that it sticks, we'll go Update. And from here, this will make sure that all of our layers are showing when we click on that layer combination. Now, with a firmer understanding of layers, we can more confidently create a variety of different plan types. Next up, we'll be drawing a set of landscaping plans. From creating clear symbols to a plant schedule that's easy to adjust on the go, as well as finding quality sources for plant selection. Today, we're creating a landscape plan. Now, to draw our first plant, we'll want to go to the Fill tool. So on our left-hand side, we'll just go to Document, and we'll go down to the Fill tool. Once I've got it selected, I'm going to go up and select a green. I'll also make sure this is set to, say, a 50% fill. And from here, I'll click once, and I'll drag my mouse down, and I'm going to type in the following dimensions. I'll go 1000, and then I'll hit Tab, and then I'll type in 800 for our second dimension. And I'll hit Enter, and now we've got our first plant. But to give it that rounded corner aesthetic, let's click on this corner node. We'll click once more, and drag. This is going to bring up our pet palette. On the pet palette itself, I'm going to click on this second little option just here. This is going to ask to fillet or chamfer the corner. I'm going to go fillet, and then I'm also going to put a radius of 100. Now we want this for all the corners, so we'll go apply to all corners, and we'll go OK. And just like that, we've got our first plant. Now to give it that extra little bit of depth, what I typically do is I go Control D to activate the drag tool. And then I'll tap Control once, so it creates a duplicate. And holding in Shift at a 45-degree angle, I'm going to type in a distance of 100 mil. This is going to give me a second fill. From here, I'll want to select this second fill. I'll turn off the solid edge, and this time I'm going to select a gray. Now this is currently covering our other fill, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to hold in Alt, which activates the eyedropper. I'll select the fill while it's active. Now, what I can do is a very cool little shortcut. I can hold in spacebar. It's going to activate the magic wand tool. I'm going to hover over this edge until you see that little blue outline around the actual plant. Then I'm going to click. This is going to crop off that shadow, so it's just showing on that one side. And just like that, we can create a little bit of extra depth to our plant. Now that we've got our plant drawn up, all we need to do is just label it. So we'll go to our text tool, and I'm going to give this a name. Now for the letters inside the actual plant itself, we can use either the common name or the botanical name, but we'll use the first letter of each of the words. So say for the lily-pilly, we could go L, capital for the L, and then lowercase for the next letter, which is the P in this case. So we just go back to our plant, text tool, capital L, lowercase p. From there, I'll select over everything, clicking from bottom left to top right, and I'll go Control G to group these so it's easy to select later. For trees and larger plants, it's a similar type thing. What I'll typically do is use an arc/circle. We'll click once and we'll tap tab, let's say 1000, and hit enter and enter again. Then from the center point, we'll click once, and this will be the trunk of our tree, which we'll just go say 90 and hit enter. And we can select the fill that we just created before, holding in spacebar, and then we can fill in this area just here. Same thing, just creating that shadow, and then also giving it its label as well. Now, so that we can keep track of all the different plants, a plant schedule comes in really handy. For small scale projects, instead of using a formal schedule, I typically just use fills. So it's a lot more flexible. If I need to change anything, I can just drag and drop things, and I can customize it to exactly how I want it. Now, when it comes to actually placing our plants on our plan, typically this starts at the site plan. We say paste in one of our plants. We start dragging and dropping them into place. Now we can go Control D and tap Control, creating a duplicate, and then repeating the process. However, there's a much better way of doing this. Let's say we want to fill out this bottom corner just here with the lily-pillies. If we click on our object and the pet palette pops up, if we go all the way to the right-hand side, we'll see the multiply tool. So if we tap on this, this will give us the option to be able to spread that plant throughout that space. We can do this in a bunch of different ways. What I find to be quite efficacious is if we go to distribute. Well, let's say I've got 5 plants that I want distributed across evenly in that bottom corner. I'll just go copies, I'll tap 5, and then I'll go OK. I'll click on the edge of the plant again. You'll notice that when we're dragging it, we've got a bunch of copies at the same time. So I can just simply click and drag this all the way across. I'll hold in Shift so that I'm making sure that they're all in a straight line. And then I'm going to click just on this edge of the retaining wall, just here. And just like that, we can create a bunch of plants in just a couple of seconds. Let's say we've got an even larger stretch that we want to fill up with lily-pillies. We can click and drag this down to this section just here, creating a duplicate. What we can do, let's go to distribute again. And this time, instead of distribute, let's go to spread. This time, let's go spacing 1250. This is in millimeters, so 1.2 meters with that extra little 50 mil. So from here, we can go OK. And if we do the same thing, we click on that right-hand side, we click and drag. This time, every time I pull my cursor across 1.2 meters, it's going to add in another plant. So again, another really quick and easy way of creating a bunch of plants in just a few clicks. Now, if you do like these colors and want to save on the setup time, I've made this file along with every other tutorial file available over on the Patreon. There are limited spots. Link will be in the description. So that we can show the different information from our landscape plan to, say, our site plan, we just need to set up a few layers. This is actually pretty straightforward once you've done it a few times. So what we want to do is hit Control L to turn on our layers, or Option L if you're on a Mac. And what we'll want to do is go New. This is going to create a new layer. We're going to call this Landscaping. And because I've already got this, it's giving me a little warning. Name already exists. So I'm just going to call this 2 for the sake of this example. And we're going to go OK. From here, we'll go OK. And we can put the grass that we just drew onto this layer just by going up to this top portion here, clicking Layers and going to Landscaping 2. This way, if we don't want the grass to show up on our site plan, all we need to do is turn off that little eyeball next to the word Landscaping 2 that we just created. We can go OK, and it's not going to show up on that site plan. Now, let's say we've got a site plan, but we want to create a landscaping plan now. All we need to do is go to our site plan. We'll click and hold the mouse, then hold in Control at the same time. This is going to allow us to duplicate this view. We'll click and drag it down just below that site plan, and we'll release the mouse. We're going to rename this by right-clicking and then going Rename. We're going to call this Landscape, and we'll go OK. From here, if we click on our landscape plan and then click back to our site plan, nothing's happening. And this is because we haven't told this landscape plan that we want that grass turned on. So if we now go to this landscaping plan, the way that we tell it to turn on that layer when we have the landscaping plan turned on is by creating a layer combination. Stick with me, it's all going to make sense in just a second. So if we go Control L, we want this to have its eyeball on, but we don't want it to show on the site plan. So all we need to do is create a layer combination. So instead of this section, we'll go over to this left-hand side now and we'll click on New. We'll call this Landscaping Plan. We'll go OK. And now, if I click in this column, I double click on the landscaping plan. This will make sure that this layer combination is active. And all I need to do now is click on the Landscaping 2 to make sure its eyeball opens up. And now the final step, it's still showing the eyeball closed on the landscaping layer combination. All we need to do is click Update. This is going to make sure that every time that we've got the landscaping plan layer combination active, it's going to show what we told it to. So if we go OK, it's going to show up that grass that we put to that layer just before. Now, to make sure that these settings stick to what we just set up, all we need to do is right click on that landscape plan and go to View Settings. Now, at the moment, because we just duplicated it from that site plan, it's going to have all the site plan settings. This is very easy to change. All we need to do is go to Layer Combination. We'll change this to Landscaping Plan 2. We'll go OK. And this means that each time now, when we go between the site plan, we go between the landscape plan, it's going to change and turn on and off those layers. This is how we keep our site plan clean and our landscape plan full of the good stuff. So we know how to draw plants, how to then organize them into a schedule just by using fills and text. And we even know how to go between, say, a site plan and a landscape plan, showing different things. But to actually know what to put on the site or what might actually suit your site, we need to do a little bit more research. One of my go-to places for finding information is your local council's landscape technical specification. So if I scroll on all the way down to the bottom, we've got a list of plants and shrubs. They mention local native species that are suitable, as well as other advice, say to try and reduce turfed areas and replace these with mulched garden beds. So say in this example just here, we've got some wood chips just underneath this coastal rosemary, as well as what information they typically expect to see on a landscape plan. This is going to be different for each individual council. So if we say do this for Newcastle and check out their landscape technical manual, in this case, instead of desirable trees and local trees, it's giving us undesirable trees. Worst case, if you can't find information on plants that might be suitable for your site, you might consider reaching out to a local garden center. local botanical gardens, or even a phone call with a local council. Now that we've got our drawings, it's time to place them onto a page and publish them. Typically, we publish to a PDF to share it with clients, with councils, with builders. But when we need to share our plans with engineers or other external consultants so that they can accurately engineer using the plans, we typically send them through a set of DWGs, which they can then use to accurately overlay the drawings. This is a standard industry format, so it's critical to know if you're going to be communicating with other professionals in the field. Today, we're going to cover how to create PDFs as well as DWGs inside of ArchiCAD. It's actually pretty quick and easy once you get the hang of it. There's just a few steps and they're surprisingly similar. So let's get started. Let's say you've already got your drawing set already set up in your layout book. You've got your site plan, your floor plan, as well as all of your elevations. All we need to do is go to this little toggle just here and go show organizer. From here, the organizer/publisher will show up. Now, what we'll need to do is create a new publisher set. We'll call this one plans for publish. We'll go create. We'll double click on this folder. And from here, holding in shift, we'll select from the top to the bottom. Then we'll click and drag these into the publisher set. From here, we can set what these files are exported as. So if we click from the top to the bottom and click format, you'll see that we can select between PDF as well as DWGs and all sorts of other formats. Now, if we hit publish, it's going to give us this warning that we haven't set up publisher set properties, which basically means we haven't set up a file path for it to publish to. This is pretty simple. So if we just click publisher set properties, from here, because we're creating a PDF, we just want to go to single file and we want to select the format as PDF. We'll call this one my plans. Now we've got the path. Now what you could do is you could go to browse your local file system, and from there you could gradually work your way through and find the file location. That's a terribly inefficient way of doing it. So instead what we'll do is we'll go to our file location and we'll select up in this top bar here. We'll go copy, we'll minimize, and we'll go back to the path and we'll go paste. And from here we can just go OK, and that's set our file location. And in Mac, just do the Mac equivalent. Now all we need to do is make sure that we're in the publisher set that we just created, and in here we'll go publish. Now you'll notice that it's only published the one plan. So what we could do is select from the top to the bottom, then go publish, and that's going to publish all of our different plans. But what we can do so this is automatically set up for us and we don't have to go through that every single time, because we want to set up as many things as possible on automatic because it's the efficient and best way to do it. We'll go to selected items and we'll go to entire set. So from here, even if we've only got one plan selected, we can hit publish and it's going to publish that entire set. Excellent. So we'll hit close. Let's double check. Yep. And we've got our export. We'll double click and we've got our plans. Now, if you make a couple of modifications and hit publish again, it's going to overwrite that file. So if you want to create another iteration of this publisher set, right click on the set that we just created, go publisher properties, then just give it a different name. We'll just go -1. We'll go OK. Let's go into the publisher and we'll hit publish. It's going to go through, tick off all our drawings. We'll go close. And from here, we'll see that we've got our plan exported as a separate and new file. All right, but what about DWGs? Similar type of process. Let's go back out and we're going to create a new publisher set. So we'll call this one DWGs. We'll go create. We'll double click into the publisher set. And from here, we'll select from top down to bottom and we'll drag these across. And this time, instead of PDF, what we'll want to do, select from top to bottom and select DWG. Now, we'll just want to change a couple of things. We'll go back out. We'll right click on this DWGs and go to publisher properties. From here, what we'll actually want to do is create a flat file structure. So what this is going to do is when you give it a destination for publishing, it's going to publish all those DWGs to that specific place. I'll just show an example within our folder. Let's create a new one called DWGs. Go into that one. We'll copy its file path. Let's minimize, go back to path, paste that one in, and we'll click OK. Go into here, make sure all our files are set to DWG and we've got entire set. And from there, let's just hit publish. Now it's just come up with a little warning that the model space is different to the source view. So this is just meaning that a drawing might need to be updated to make sure that's the most relevant one. For the sake of this example, let's just skip past this. We'll just go continue with publishing because it's not a factor. Go continue publish. It's going to go through and save each one of these plans. Now it's not only just going to save the site plan, but it's going to save everything within this page. So that means the title block as well as the legends, everything. If you have logos down the bottom, it'll also save those as well. All right, so that's finished up. Let's go close. Let's go into our folder and there we go. We've got all of our DWG files as well as the images that were on the pages. So if let's say double click this one, which is the render that we created earlier, that's been exported as well. If I was sending these to an engineer, I'd just delete these images and you've got your XREFs too, which is important for lining up the DWG within the space. So make sure you also send those through to the engineer. If I was to send these through as an email, what I would do, I'd click from top to bottom, holding in shift, I'd right click and I'd send to compressed zip folder. From here, I'd write in DWGs and then the project name, arc. And then from there, it's just one folder that we're sending across in an email, not just like 30 different files, which is just a mess. We've got our files all set and saved, and we can just send that through. Now that we've published our plans, we need to make sure that it's got the key critical information shown on the page alongside the drawings. This is information like the site address, the drawing reference, is this a site plan, a floor plan, or an elevation? What is the page number of the actual drawing set? And much, much more. So in this next chapter, we'll be covering how to create a custom title block with all of this kind of information. Today we're going to cover how to create a custom title block with automatic text elements that update with relevant information from things like the date as well as your sheet number. So to kick off, we'll jump into our masters, which will be in our layout book. In the layout book, right at the very bottom, we'll find these. If you don't have any, just right click and go new master layout. From here, we'll come up with a bunch of different options. We can kick off with a typical A3, this one just here. Then let's set our margins to say 5, hitting tab to cycle through each of the different measurements. From here, we're just going to select landscape and we'll go create. So we've got our master layout. So this is what we're going to apply to each of our different pages so that we don't have to retype in the information repetitively. Whatever we put here is going to be applied to each one of these pages. So let's go back to our master layout. What I'm going to do, I'm going to copy one I created earlier and show you each of the individual elements and how we can create them from scratch. So let's go copy, paste this one in, and we'll kick off from bottom left-hand corner. So from here, this just here is automatic text, which is set up so that when you're in your project information, once you fill it out here, it's going to automatically fill out wherever that automatic text is set. So if I say have a proposed alterations and additions at, say, Smith Street, we'll go okay. That's going to automatically update in where we've mentioned it in project. So to create this automatic text, all we need to do is go to insert auto text just here. Then we'll go to project description. We'll double click that and we'll notice that it's brought up the text that we've put in there previously. So if I delete them both, I'll go back in and I'll go project description, double click, and that's going to bring in that text. Whatever we type into the project information is going to show up here. So this is the first example of automatic text, and it's going to be a very useful tool for our title blocks. So now that we've got that set up, it's the same story with client, with the client name. If we go into the title block, just in through here, I've got client name. Now I've got it filled out in here so that I know which one is relevant to the automatic text in the field itself. So I know that project name is going to be the client name. So if I cancel out of this, it'll make sense in a second. If I double click, and this one just here, I delete that, then I go to project name and double click, it's going to come up with a client name. So from here, if I go in and I change, say, the client name to John, then go okay, then it's going to update in that box and that field there. And as we go through, say, to each of our individual pages, it's going to make sure that each one of these automatic texts is going to show up on those pages. So let's go back to our master that we've just created. Same story with the file number, go through, repeat the process. Now for the date, this is a little bit different. So let's pop in and delete this one that we've got here, and we'll go back to automatic text. And for this one, we'll type in date, D-A-T-E, and we'll go short. We'll double click on this one, and that will give us the current date. So we'll click out of that one, and that's got that ticked off. Now for the layouts, as we go through each of the individual pages, it'll tell us what the page is called on the layout. So for the drawing title, this one just here, this is going to bring in the information from the relevant page. So to do this, we'll just delete out of that. We'll go in and we'll go layout, then we'll scroll on down till it goes to layout name. That one just there. So we'll double click on that one and we've got a layout name. So as we cycle through our drawings, once we click out of there, it'll automatically fill in with the information that we've got on this right hand side here. So proposed ground floor plan, double click, proposed ground floor plan, it'll match. It will also match if it's capitalized or not. So that's one thing to watch out for. I tend to make sure all of my drawing titles are either capitalized or lowercase, just to make sure it's uniform. So that's got us ticked off for the drawing title. For each of these texts inside of here, I've just got these set up as standard text because we're not typically going to be changing what our actual email address or our studio name and the phone number is going to be. So don't need to worry about those. Next up, we'll jump into, say, the pages. So to make sure that as we go through, it automatically updates what page is in the bottom right hand corner. So page this of then total number. Let's go back into our master layout. We'll just set the auto text. So it's layer number in subset. So if we say go to the auto text, layout number in subset. So this one just here, there we go. You might be curious what subset means. If I'm in the layout book, just at the top here, if I right click just below where it says tree and subset, if I right click and go create new subset, I can type in new subset and go create. From here, it's going to count the page within the set. So if I double click and I just go through this again, and I go to automatic text, LAY, you'll see that we've got two subsets to choose from now. So this list will adjust as the different elements in ArchiCAD update. So for this one, we want DA drawing set, which is this one just here. and we'll double click layout number in subset. So that takes that one off. Now, just so you can see the other text, I'll just shift this one down 10 mil and I'll double click on this one here. Then for this auto text, we'll just type in LAY, then at the bottom, number of layouts in subset, and we'll just double click this DA drawing set. So there we go. And it's given us our number 13, which is the total number of drawings in this set just here. All right, so I'll just undo that one. From here, we'll want to add in general notes, as well as revision numbers and description, which comes in handy to differentiate between different published sets. Now that we've created our master layout, we'll want to apply it to our pages. To do this, we'll just right click on our page and go to layout settings. And from here, we can select our master layout. So the one that we've just created was master layout 7. We'll click and we'll go OK. So from here, we'll double click on this title page here. And now this will have everything that we've just created. If you want to do it to multiple pages, we can click up top and all the way down to the bottom, right click and go layout settings. Then we can go into the master layout and then click the relevant layout and then go OK. And it's going to update all the drawings. So each of them have the master that we just set up.
Now, if we're designing a large house or building, we'll need to show how the development is casting shadows onto the neighboring blocks. It's pretty much required for every single 2-story development. So we're going to cover how to create shadow diagrams in just a few steps in this next chapter.
I've used these techniques as a professional to help get plans approved by councils. They're typically done to make sure that there isn't any overshadowing caused by a development that's going to severely reduce the amount of light that a neighboring property gets. We're going to take it step by step. First, we'll want to go to our site plan and make sure our north point is set correctly. We'll do this by going to Options, Project Settings, Set North Point. You'll get a little visual north point here. Mine appears to be set up correctly. If it's pointing in a different direction, just click once, then click again in the right direction, and it's going to set the north point. And OK. With our north point set up, let's start off in our 3D. From here, we'll want to go into View, 3D View Options, 3D Projection Setting. We'll go to Parallel Projections. We'll want to hit Top View and change our azimuth to 270. We'll want to set the time and date to the 21st of June, then set in our year. Our first time that we'll want is 9 AM. Typically 9 AM, 12 noon, and 3 PM. Sometimes you'll be asked for hourly shadows, and that's easy enough to do too. We'll click OK. Double click our middle mouse button. That's going to fit the view to the window. And we've got our view set up. From here, we'll right click, save as view. We're going to give it a custom name, 9 AM shadow diagram. We'll create, it'll pop up just over here. In the 3D view, we'll want to right click in an open space, new 3D document from 3D. We'll call this 9 AM shadow diagram. We'll click create. From here, we'll want to go into our project map. We'll right click on the 3D document we just created, 3D document setting. Match these settings I've got open in this window, click OK, and it's starting to take form. From here, we'll want to right click, place view on layout, click once, excellent. Let's bring this to a fresh page, new layout, and we'll paste it in. For the moment, we're just going to shift this over to the right. We'll want to pick up our site plan, put it onto the layout. The reason we want our site plan is that we want accurate information shown from the neighboring property to see where our shadow is going to land exactly at what time, and if it's going to impact the neighboring property's private open space, like their backyard, or windows within the dwelling. So at the moment, we've got this at a scale of 1 to 250. We'll want to change our 3D document to match that. In the view map, we'll right click and go to view settings. In scale, we'll go to custom and we'll go 250. We'll click OK and we'll notice our 3D document has changed accordingly. To get this to overlay exactly, I'm going to select the site plan, create a duplicate, say 400. I'm going to right click, link drawing to, and I'll just link it to our 3D document. Go link, I'll click it, I'll bring it back over. Let's click transparent background, zoom in, and we're looking good. Now, if it wasn't quite lined up, we'd want to check that the roof lines matched up with the roof lines on the site plan. Just a handy way to check. We've got 2 drawing titles here at the moment, so I'm just going to remove the site plans one. I've got these drawing titles set up so that they're automatic, which helps from having to constantly rename. This is what it looks like if it's going to be done on a full page. But if we want to recreate, say, this page, where we've got them all on one page, we'll do this just after we create our other 2 shadows. Now, creating the next 2 shadows is remarkably easy once we've got the first one set up. We'll just go back into our project map, right click on our 3D document that we set up originally, duplicate the 3D view, create, rename it to 12 noon, create, excellent. Right click, 3D document settings. We'll go to our 3D projections. We'll change our time to 12 noon. We'll click OK. One thing to watch out for, depending on the requirements of the council that you're lodging with, you may or may not need to click daylight savings. But for the sake of this exercise, we'll leave it off. We'll go OK. We'll click OK again. And perfect. We don't have to set up all our settings again. That's already done. So let's right click, save view and place on layout, and we'll place it. Now that will have also created a view map in the view map, which is in the center. Let's delete these 2. Let's grab our layout and duplicate it. double click on our new layout. From here, it's as simple as linking our shadow. So we go to 12 noon shadow diagram and we'll go link. Now, nothing's shown up. This is because the scale is wrong. So we'll go back in through, right click, view settings. We'll select custom 250, which matches our site plan. We'll go OK and click OK again. We'll right click and update to frame. There we go. So we've got our 9 AM and our 12 noon. It's clipping just a bit there at the moment. So I'll just bring the extent of what the view is including out a little bit further. And if your site mesh is too small to include the shadow, a quick way that we can remedy this, say if your shadow is casting further than say the parameter here, we can just click on the topo and just drag it out. I'll undo this in my case. Now to create our third and final shadow diagram, we'll go to project map, we'll right click and duplicate, following the same steps as we did before. We'll go to 3 PM and go create, right click, 3D document settings, and we'll just want to change the time to 3 PM. We'll click OK again, we'll right click, place view on layout, then we can just delete this. We'll go back to our view map, right click on the 3 PM, and we'll set its scale so that it's 250. We'll go OK and OK again. We'll take our layout and duplicate it, just give it a quick rename. We'll select our shadow, link drawing our 3 PM, go link. There we are, perfect. We've got a thick line here from where the two meshes meet up. So what I can do, so it doesn't distract from our shadow, just pull this down and there we go. Likewise for any other views, I could do this for this one too. Now for the 9 AM, it just cuts through where the shadow is, so I'm not going to bother. Now, to create it so that we've got all three on one page, let's create a new layout. Let's call it all shadows. We'll go OK. And from here, I'm just going to rescale my drawing. I'll bring my title underneath. The scale is no longer accurate. So be sure to go into your drawing selection settings and we'll go through and turn off both scales. We'll go OK. I'll set this one to the right since this is already 3 PM. And I'll create two more. We're a bit too large here, so I can easily select all three, Control K to rescale. I'll bring in that edge just until we're inside of the borders. I'll bring that up about center. We'll select our shadow, link drawing 2. We'll go to 9 AM and go link. There we are. We'll do the same with the 12 noon. We'll click our shadow, link drawing 2, 12 noon, and go link. Excellent. Now, within this view here, I've put a fill in between the site plan and the 3D shadows. This is so that the shadows stand out that little bit extra. I'll put that back in. Let's go to our views that we've set up. We'll select the fill. I want this set 50% with a white for the fill pen and transparent for the background. Click once, click to the other side. I'll select the shadows, display order, and bring to front. There we are. They really pop then. Just going to relabel these drawings so that they don't have these numbers inside. We'll go OK. This one here, it's not quite long enough. So to widen it up, I'll go into the drawing selection settings. I'll bump this up to 120 for the dimension. We'll go OK. Bring this across just a little bit, center it. Now, to get colors, let's start off with our titles. Oh, and if you want to get this ArchiCAD project or any of my other ArchiCAD files, make sure to check out my Patreon page, which I'm going to link down below in the description. It's where I put all my ArchiCAD files, adding new ones with each tutorial. Having access to project files saves a massive amount of setup time and stress. I can't recommend it highly enough. For the color, we're going to go to the settings dialog. We'll go to 2D representation. In here, we'll want to set it as a 50% fill. Then we'll select, in this case, a blue and the background pen to a transparent. And we'll go OK. And we've got our blue. Now, to get our shadow to match, let's go into our 3D document. We'll start with the 9 AM. We'll right click, 3D document settings, and we'll change the shadow that we've set up down here earlier to the blue. On both of these pens, we'll go OK. And then we'll go back to our layout. Our drawing's a little bit cropped here, so let's bring that up. There we are. We'll follow the same process for 12 noon. Clicking 12 noon, 3D document settings. We'll change this one to a beigey orange. We'll go OK. We'll double click on our noon shadow. This basically just updates it. And into our shadows, let's change our drawing title as well. 2D representation to our beige. Our beige, we'll change 2% and change transparent. We'll go OK. And last but not least, our 3 PM. Let's change the drawing title first. We'll go through to the representation. We'll go, say, a bit of a darker green, dark green. We'll go to 50% and transparent. We'll go OK. We'll go in through to our 3D document, double click, make sure that we're on the right one. 3D document settings. From here, select the same green and the green for this, and we'll go OK. Go back in through to our layout, and there we go.
Some projects are going to be alterations and additions to an existing structure, so that we can easily switch between the existing elements, the demolished, as well as the proposed building elements. There is a dedicated tool inside of ArchiCAD, which is called the renovation tool. In this next chapter, we'll cover how to find the tool and how to use this tool inside of a project.
The renovation tool has to be one of the most powerful tools that's strangely hidden away in ArchiCAD. I'll show you what it can do. I've got my existing plan here. Now, if you want to follow along, existing, demolished, proposed. So, demolition plan, proposed plan. We can do all this super easy, super intuitively, all with renovation tool. I'll kick off and show you where you can actually find it because it's not typically actually in the basic ArchiCAD template. We'll want to go to palettes and click on renovation. You'll find it pop up most likely down the bottom right here. Now I'll show you exactly what it can do. So we've got 3 states that an element could be in: existing, demolished, and proposed. If I click this wall here, hit demolished, all of a sudden that wall demolished. But if we go to the existing, it's still there. But on the proposed, it's gone. So you can see the power of the tool already and how quickly we can change various elements to suit what we need on an alterations and additions project, and then quickly change them back if we need to, just by going, say, existing. There is a bit of setup that needs to be done. Let's go into the tool, down the bottom, we'll click here, then go renovation filter options. There are 3 that we're going to focus on today. The existing, which is going to show existing elements, show demolished elements, but hide new. Demolished is going to have these settings, showing existing, overriding demolished elements, and still hiding new. Now, this override part, very important. To change this, to change what the pens actually look like, we'll go to graphic override rules. Then just up the top here, elements to be demolished. This section here, we can tweak how it looks. So for example, if I say go blue, I go okay. All the demolished elements are going to show up as blue. I'm going to go okay. So we can see there, all the demolished shows up as blue. Now I don't particularly want that, so let's go back to the graphic override. I'll change that to red, making sure that I'm in the demolished. We'll go okay. And it's pretty much simple as that. Let's go to the new part. So new shows existing because that's still going to remain. It hides the demolished because we're going to take that out, but it also shows the new stuff. So let's just go okay. Let's go to our proposed ground floor and we'll click on our elements here that I set up earlier. And you'll notice all of those are on the new, but they're not going to be showing up on the existing. Now to set this up in the view map, you'll want to right click on your plan and go view settings. Within the view settings, this is where you can assign the renovation filter. I've got this one as existing, and you just go through after you set things up. So demolished, view settings, and I'll make sure I have demolition plan, and you already know it for the proposed, same thing, go through that as well. If you want to save the legwork of setting all this up yourself, I'll have a link in the description to this project. Now, on the actual layout itself, you'll want to make sure that pen set is set to defined by pen set, so that when you have demolished, those red pens are going to show through. I also like to have a wall legend up the top, just to easily identify which walls are which. So if you're doing a renovation, I can't recommend this tool highly enough.
Now, if we actually want our building to get built, it's critical to accurately show the actual sizes of the elements, as well as the heights relative to other areas. We do this by showing dimensions as well as floor heights. In this next video, we'll cover 3 of the most critical dimensions that we typically show on every single project. Today, we're going to cover the 3 most important dimensions that you'll come across on every project. We're going to kick off with one of the most common, being the standard dimension. Pretty much all of your walls in a project are going to be dimensioned with a standard dimension. To give an example of how we can create these type of dimensions, let's take this 3rd bedroom just here. I'll click on this wall, and then I'll click on this wall just here. And if I double click above and click one more time, it's going to show us the measurement between one wall and the other, as well as the width of the actual wall, which in this case is a 90 stud wall. Now, if your dimensions aren't set up, it might come out looking a little bit something like this, which just means we need to change a few little settings, which is actually quite simple. If we click on the dimension, within the settings palette, we can change the color as well as the towel length so it suits just perfectly. So in this example, I'll just change the color back to black and I'll change the towel width to 450. 450, we'll go okay. What I like about this is that, let's say we take another dimension, say this exterior wall, we'll just pick up these points just through here and we'll click on the outside point just there. If we bring this dimension down over our original dimension that we just did, then if we drag it up, we type in 600 and we'll give this one a little dimension too. We can see that there's just a little width between each of those dimensions. Now, if your dimensions are colliding like this, it's quite easy to change them all in one move. If we hold in Alt using the eyedropper tool, select and go Control A, this will select all of our dimensions. If we go to the settings dialog, we can just type in our dimension, 450, go OK. And that should set all of our towel dimensions to 450 millimeters. But it looks like these ones aren't separated quite far enough. So let's just drag the dimension down. So it was 503. If we bring it back up, that's 600, perfect. It's showing that little bit of distance in between. So I've got the towel width as well as the pen color. My size is about 2, and these little diagonal parts, I've got these set to 1 millimeter. Let's say I set them to 3 just for example. they're getting a bit big, so let's turn that back. So that's how we get those dimensions set up. But if we have a bunch in a row that have the same dimension, we can use quotation marks. So we're not just looking at a big block of numbers. So say here for the patio, where we've got multiple dimensions overlapping this same area, we can go into a dimension, click into the settings, and we can give it a custom text. So to get that quotation mark, we'll just type it in here, that little quotation mark, and we'll click OK, and that's going to change it, which will simplify dimensions dramatically. You'll want to make sure that your dimensions are offset from all the areas of the plans so that it's not colliding. In this case, let's set it back another 600. There we go. And if we want to add in an extra little portion of dimension, what we can do is just hold in Control, and with Control held in, we can click one more time, and this is going to add to that dimension that we've already set. So that's enough with our standard dimension. Next up is our level dimension. Level dimension can be found just near our standard dimension. If we give it a click and then say click on a slab, it's automatically going to show the height that that slab has been set to. So let's say we adjust the slab so it's a meter higher. Let's go 1000, enter. It's going to automatically change those heights. This is an incredibly powerful tool for showing accurate level dimensions. If we go to settings, we can change our marker type if you have a preference just by selecting here and clicking on any of the alternatives. It'll have the same function, just a different aesthetic. Oh, and if you want this ArchiCAD file with all of its assets or any of my other tutorial files, make sure to check out the Patreon page. There'll be a link down below in the description. It's where I put all of my ArchiCAD files, as well as new ones with each tutorial. Having access to quality base files can save years of time and stress. I can't recommend them highly enough, especially if you're a beginner. With that said, let's move on to our third and final type of dimension, which is going to be the pitch dimension, or also known as a roof angle. Let's go into our source view, and it's this one just here. To create one of these, we just need to go to one of the line tools, say polyline. We'll click along the line of our roof, we'll drag a line out and just line it up with that bottom starting point. We'll double click, we'll drag it out from the roof. Now from here, we'll just want to go for the angle dimensions. So we'll click here. To get this so it's set up correctly, we'll just want to make sure this setting just over here is set correctly, which is going to show the inner dimension. So if we click on the top in the middle of the line, and then we click on the bottom in the middle of the line, and then if we click outside, just adjacent, it's going to create our angled dimension. From here, we can click on the dimension and bring it just in, and that way it just becomes a clean, uniform item. Now, just as a bonus, because you stayed to the end, I'm going to show you the fourth type of dimension, which are going to be these level dimensions over here for elevation. So let's say we want to get the height of the top of this parapet. What we can do is, using the standard dimension tool, we can click over on construction method, elevation, just here. If we click on top of the line, then double click above, then click one more time, it's going to create a dimension that accurately shows the height of that element. We can adjust this to suit, so we can grab our text, bring it over, as well as bringing this dimension just in line with these others. Let's bring the text in over just so it matches up. Hey, there we go. And from there, we could just create some text, say call this parapet. Now, what's really cool about these dimensions is once they're set up, if we select it and then say drag it up, let's say 2 meters, which will take it up to about 18, we'll see that it automatically changes as we've adjusted the element. The more things that we can set on automatic is going to save us a lot of time in the long run. So we've got a little typo, actually parapet. There we go. That's one thing, ArchiCAD, please, one day, please give us autocorrect. To keep track of our doors and our windows inside of our project, automatic schedules make this so much quicker and easier, which is what we're covering in this next chapter.
Today, we're going to take all of our windows and put them into a schedule the easy and automatic way. We can make these schedules into any configuration we like, so stick around and I'll share some of the tricks I've picked up. To kick off, to get all of our windows into the schedule, we're best off starting off in the floor plan. You'll notice that all of my windows have labels as well as numbers associated with them. So that we can do this automatically, quick, and take out all the manual legwork, let's just select the first window, just up the top just here. Now, just in this bottom left-hand corner here, we've got ID and properties. If we change this ID at the moment and we say go to 5, we'll see that it automatically updates the label that I've got associated with it. This is because the label has been set up to automatically pick up the ID and show it within the center of the circle. So for this label, I'll show you the settings I've got set up so that you can copy them and use them in your own project. If we just scroll on down until we get to property label, I've used this label with these settings just here. And if we go to symbol label custom settings, I'll scroll through so that you're able to copy the different settings that you see within each of the different panels. Now, to find the label tool, it'll typically be just next to your text tool. So if we just select the label tool and then we just click on top of the window, it's going to automatically show the ID within that circle. Handy quick way to set it up. So from here, let's say I didn't have any of these labeled correctly just yet. If I select all my windows, I'll just call them X. And you'll notice that all the labels have automatically updated as well. I find having labels on the windows helps me see which ones I've labeled before, and this helps me make sure that I've kept in sequence as I go around. Typically for me, I start at the top of the page, top left-hand corner, and work my way around in a clockwise fashion on a small project like this. For multi-res or bigger projects, things start to get a little bit more complicated, but that's for another video. So what I'll just do, I'll start with my top left hand on the top of the page, and I'll just go W1, enter. Now, I'll just want to make sure that's a capital, W1, and then from here, I'll just just go around the page, typing in each of the numbers associated with the window. I won't bore you by doing the whole thing all over again, so let's just undo that and get to the good bit. So to have all this automatically go through to a schedule, it's actually pretty straightforward. If we just go into our project map, just up the top right hand here, and then we scroll on down until we get to schedules, if we right click on schedules and go to scheme settings, this is going to bring up all the schedules that we've already had preset. Now I've already got a bunch that I've got done in here. So if you're familiar and just want to copy them, please just go ahead and you can use them yourself. But if you haven't made one yourself before, let's just go ahead and set this up. So what we'll do, we'll just go to new, and then we're going to have scheme. We'll call this one window schedule example. We'll have this one on elements, and we'll just go okay. So from here, we'll notice on this right hand side, the criteria and the fields are all blank. To set these up so that they're actually showing windows and the different criteria, we'll just have to follow a couple little steps. First up, we'll just go to add criteria. We'll type in element ID, and we'll click on this one here and go add. Now our element ID that we set up just before started with a W. So what we can do, we can just go across to this little section here and go starts with W. That way, any other things that we've set up, say like doors that start with D, they're not going to be picked up in the schedule. So we can separate our doors from our windows. Now, before we get too far, we'll want to make sure we have the right element selected. We'll change this from all types just down until we get to this window just here. Next up, we'll just go down to fields and we'll go add field. And for this one, we're just going to type in hotlink and element ID. We'll double click this one just here. And while we're at it, let's just get a side view of the window as well. So we'll type in view, and I'll just double click this view from opening side one here. So let's see how it's progressing along. We'll just go okay, and let's double click on our schedule. Hey, there we go. So it looks like it's got all of our windows, but it's a mess. So to quickly resize some of these different elements, what we can do, if we just double click on these points here, this will automatically resize that portion of the window so it fits what's inside of it. Let's just go through and double click for the rest of these elements. Double click here. Now we could go through, double click and manually do it for all of these, or we can change the row heights just on this left hand side here as well. So if we go 10 for our row heights, it'll change all of the row heights to that 10 size. Let's change it to say 20, and there we go. We can also change it from vertical to horizontal. Just up the top left here, if we go to columns, we'll click just on here, and that's going to spread it out horizontally. Let's just double click this one here so it fits it all to the window. There we are, that's looking better. Now to say go from this to one of the other schedules that I was just showing before, all you really need to do is in the settings is add in new fields and criteria for it to pick up. Or if you'd like to match the schedule here, just fill in the fields like this below. I forgot to change this one back just to number 1. There we go. Now you'll notice as I've changed it, it'll automatically change in the schedule as well. So having automatic schedules is such a massive time and stress saver as you're developing a set of plans. Within the schedule, it'll automatically fill out information like the height and width, but we can also have custom fields as well. So for this one here, we've got a custom label in the schedule settings. We've called that one level. Now if I go to add field and I go custom, double click on text 6, we'll just go okay. Let's just change this one to say notes. I'll turn it to bold. Now if I go back into my scheme settings, I'll notice that it's turned to the field mentioning notes. Now if I go back to the field, you'll see that it mentions notes. So the labels are a little bit dynamic in this way. So we'll just go okay. But within here, I could add specific notes about this window. Say fly screen to be added, or something along those lines. Inside of here, we can just go copy, and we can paste this into the rest of our fields if we need to. But where possible, it's always ideal to try and have these set up so that as much of the criteria is automatic as possible, just to save any manual work down the track. So our drawing's updated on our page. We'll just set this one to fit to frame. There we go. Now we've got that new information just down the bottom. Now just a cool little extra tip, just because you stuck around till the end. Let's go to our elevations. If we go into our elevations, using that same label that we crafted just before, we can go onto our elevation, and it not only works on the floor plan, but it also works on the windows in the elevation view. So if I just zoom in and click on the window, this is going to automatically label our windows on the elevation as well. Cool little trick, just depending on the information you need to show on your plans.
For construction drawings, we often require internal elevations for our wet areas, from bathrooms and laundries, and often areas like kitchens. Next up, we're going to cover how to use the internal elevation tool to add those internal views, and note the rooms with more detail.
Today, we're going to be creating these internal elevations. We'll take it step by step. It's actually pretty easy. Okay, let's start off with our floor plan. Next thing, we'll want to click the interior elevation tool. We'll do this for the bathroom. We'll click one wall and down to the other. And after we click, it's going to show all these little arrows. Each of these arrows are an elevation that's pointing towards the inside walls of the room. Kind of like exterior elevations, but reversed. Pull these in. We can adjust these after. I'll click. Perfect. I'll adjust this marker. It's a bit big here at the moment. I'll go over to the toolbar
I'll just type in, say, 5. It's going to pull it down a bit. Now we've got this text showing what the orientation is on the room, but it's a bit big and it's taking up space on the floor plan, making it a bit messy. To adjust this, I'm just going to click here and go orientation short and delete that other one. Go enter. Now I'll want to take these markers and bring them to the areas that I want them to cut through. I'll bring this one here, this one about here, back a little bit. Okay, we're going to take all these drawings and we want to put them onto a page. To do this, we need to go show organizer. We'll open the project map and the view map. I'll scroll on down until we get to interior elevations. This is the one we've just created here, just so that we keep things organized. I'm going to create a new folder, interior elevations, okay, bathroom. From here, I'm going to drag from project map into the view map. And here, we're going to have all of our internal elevations. Just to give you a look, let's double click one. Hey, there we go. Nice. Let's put all of these onto a page. So I'll go to the layout book. I'll create a new layer and I'll elevation bar create. Okay. And we've got a page. From here, I'll open up the view map. I'll hold in shift. I'll select all of these and I'll drag and drop them in. Cool. I'm going to double click middle mouse button, Control A to select them all. At the moment, it's not showing us. So we're just going to click on the crop and hit fit to drawing. Cool. We've got all our drawings. Again, Control A. I'm going to turn off the title block. Oh no. Middle mouse button, click. Now we can see where everything is. Just going to draw a line across the top here. Now all of them are a little bit small. So I'm going to want to right click, view settings. I'm going to go 1 to 50. I'll go okay. All these should automatically update. Beauty. And I'm going to start lining these up along this line. Extend this across, I'll bring it down, and I'll center this in our page. And already we've got our internal elevations, but we want to take them to the next level like this. We're going to change the views so they have surfaces. This is really easy. All we need to do, go to the view map, right click, and go interior elevation settings. From here, we'll just want to make sure we have surface and surface textured fill applied. I've got transparency on, and I've got surface ticked off, so we don't have the pattern over the top of it at the same time as well. I don't mind having shadows as well, so I'll put those on, and we'll click OK. I'll update our drawings. Beautiful. All right, so we're almost actually there. The finishing little touches I've added in this one here are some towels, a person, and some bubbles at the end of the lines. The person I've actually just done on the page, so I'll copy this one across. This person is just a silhouette that I've got from the objects. Just type in woman and she popped up there. So I'll just shift her up to our mirror. I'm going to take the ends of the bubbles here. I'll bring those in as well. These are just circles and arcs there. Nice. Now the rest we just need to do on the floor plan. For the towels, I've again just went to the objects. I'll go up to the top here. I'll type in towel. And this one here is actually an object that I just downloaded that popped up. You'll see, there we are. So I just downloaded this one and then that embedded it into the ArchiCAD file. So just click on that one, download it, and we'll go okay. I've put one just here on the towel rail and here. And the other little touch was just a pot plant, which again, it's just an object. Just type in plant and it'll come up. So we'll go okay. In an actual set of working drawings, you're going to have the plan typically scaled up a bit. I've got this one at 1 to 50 and a legend of the different materials, usually in black and white as well, just for clarity. The one we've created, more for aesthetics and presentation. Whereas here, we could hand this to a builder. They can easily communicate what's going on. Next up, we'll be drawing a roof plan, which is another drawing that we typically include in our construction set.
We can take our roof and turn it into a detailed plan. From a very basic roof like this. We'll also cover some favorite resources to get quality information and a firm understanding, doing it with as many automatic elements as possible. So when we make one change, like changing the pitch of the roof, it automatically updates across all of our notes at once. So to create this, let's go ahead and start from this. When we're labeling the roof, we can use the text label just here. If we go up to label type, then go to text/auto text, and then we click on the roof itself, we'll likely get some generic text. But if we select the text and zoom in, then double click between the text. If we go Control A to select all the text, then hit delete, we can now go up to insert auto text. So if we click this, we type in PITCH, pitch, and we double click, it should now give us the pitch of our roof. If we click outside and then click once more, it will finalize that operation. Typically, we'll then want to rotate the text to the orientation of the roof. So if we go Control E, click once in the middle, once at the right, and then spin it around just so it's vertical, holding in Shift to make sure it's 90 degrees. We've now got our pitch noted. Once we've done this once, we can just hold in the Alt key to use the eyedropper, select that label, and then from there, we can just click on our roof and it's going to automatically put that label in the other areas. We can do this with the remaining roofs really quick and easy. We'll typically also use an arrow. So if we go to, say, the polyline tool, and just at the top where it says arrowhead, we'll click on one of the arrowheads. For the size, I've got number 2. Then if I click from this point, just down past the text here, and click once, double click, I've now got my arrow. It's currently set to the wrong orientation, so I'll click the other arrowhead end because we want it to point down away from the ridge. This is also a dashed line, so we're just going to change this to a solid line. So we can now use this one that we've set up and we can duplicate it around the rest of the drawing. And I typically like to line these up with our ridge line. From here, we'll be taking a deep dive into some more of the terminology. 2 of my favorite guides when it comes to roofs that are published from manufacturers include this one from Borrell, which walks through a lot of the key terminology. So just here, we've got the ridge board at the top and all the typical timber framing. Further on into the manual, we've got architectural details, which goes from areas like a change of pitch all the way to a typical eave or even a ridge, with a variety of different examples. This one is mostly focused on tile roofs and how they're implemented in different design situations from a bunch of different angles. This is one of my go-tos for tile type installation. Now on the other side, when it comes to metal roofs, I really like the Lysart flashing guide. They cover a bunch of different areas, like when you've got a roof up against a wall, and when we're using things like apron flashing, all the way to when we've got penetrations coming up through the roof, as well as typical roof dimensions for the individual roof elements. If you're not familiar with flashing,
So we know this is roof shooting, but what's this stuff in between? This is flashing, and it's used to prevent leaks. An easier way to think about it, flashing is capping, and capping is to put a lid or cover on. There's a bunch of different types. This is barge capping, ridge capping, apron flashing, and valley flashing. Quick side note, this is called a barge board. This is barge capping because it covers the barge board. A lot of building terms are contextual to each other. Alright, back to flashing. It's also used for roof perforations like whirlybirds, vents, and skylights. It's not just used for roofs though. This is an external corner trim, used for corrugated metal sheet cladding. Well, that's cool, but what about tile and terracotta roofs? Similar concept, but you use lapping ridge, hip, apex, and barge tiles.
Right, and with that, we should have a bit of a firmer idea of what we're looking at when we've got diagrams like this open. Basically, we're trying to stop water getting into the house at where the roof sheeting meets up, which is what we're going to do next. So to create all the flashing that we see on top of the roof just here, what I typically do is I select the roof, I go Control D to drag it, and then I'll tap Control once to create a duplicate. From here, I'll type in a dimension, say 20,000, and hit enter. Just a dimension, I'll be able to easily bring it back up. So if I now scroll down till I've got that in place, if I select the roof, right click, and I go split into single plane roofs, it'll give us a warning and we can go OK. From here, if we select the roof and we go Alt G or Command G if we're on a Mac, hit escape, then select the roof again, we've got all of those roof planes cut into separate roofs. To create the appearance of flashing on top of our roof, what we're going to do, we'll select the edge of one of the roofs and we'll go offset all edges. We'll tap Control just once, which will create a duplicate of the roof. Going to type in 150, a rough dimension for the flashing, and we'll go enter. From here, we'll select the bottom of the roof that we just created, the inset one. We'll select the bottom edge and we'll drag it just out to the bottom just here. Basically, we're creating a template to cut out of the roof. So we'll now deselect that roof by hitting escape. We'll hold in Shift and tap Tab until we select the primary roof that we had just before. So from here with the roof selected, if we select the edge of the roof, and then if we go to subtract from polygon and select this one here, if we now hold in the spacebar, it's going to activate the magic wand tool. If we now click on the inside of this roof, you'll notice a little blue line pop up. If we click, it's going to cut out that portion of the roof just down below it. So if I now select this roof just here and delete it because there was essentially a template, if we go into our 3D, we'll notice that a big chunk of the roof is missing, which is perfect. This is exactly what we want because this right here is what we're going to be using as the flashing. Don't worry, it'll all make sense in a second. We'll want to repeat this process for the remaining roofs. All right, now that we've repeated that process for each of the roof planes, we'll now select all of our flashing. We'll go Control D and we'll raise it back that 20 meters that we set just before and go enter. If we pan back up, that set all the flashing over the top of the roof that we had before. Now if we select everything, right click, and we go into our 3D, hey, there we go. We'll now have our flashing over the top of our roof, but it doesn't quite look like flashing just yet. If we now select the flashing, and in this top panel just here, if we scroll across until we get to surface, I'm going to go to paint, and I'm going to go a dark gray for this one. There we go. Now at the moment, it's currently intersecting with our existing roof. So what I typically do is set this to say 10 millimeters thick, and then I raise it up until it meets the roof, and then I bump it up another say 10 millimeters and go enter. This way the two elements aren't clashing. If we go back into our floor plan view, things are starting to take shape. Now to get the roof plan to actually match the material that we've got shown here, if we select our roof and we go to floor plan and section, and we can turn on cover fills. At the moment we've got a fill, a custom orb fill that's being used, but if we select use fill from surface just below, it will use the fill that we've got associated with that surface material. For the materials, if we go to element attributes and we go to surfaces, for this custom orb just here, we can set the fill in this setting just here, as well as the associated texture. This fill is a key piece of information because it delineates the different types of roof materials we're using. If this roof was a clip lock roof, it might look a little bit more like this, which if we go to options and we go back to the surfaces again, we've got this wide tray profile selected. As far as the textures, I've used the Lysarts library, which should be available for free over on the Lysarts website. I've got them loaded into pretty much every template that I use. It gives us a much wider variety of textures to use for our roof types, which means we can more accurately represent the different roofs that we're trying to show. This panel here that I've just opened up is where we can go in and select the texture that we want for the roof from the library. And as far as importing those libraries, we just go to File, Library and Objects, Library Manager, we click Add, select our textures file, go Choose, and then we should have all those textures to choose from. Now that we've got our roof material shown, typically I'll label this with some text. There we go. And like that, we've got our roof material noted. Typically I'd show most of my notation in a material legend, like this just up in the top right hand corner, so that when I change it in one place, I only have to change it in one other place, instead of going back to individual notes themselves. But that's a whole different topic, and this will check the box for now. A key element to any roof is a set of gutters. For this one, I'm going to draw them up using the wall tool. You can just go to a basic wall. If we go to the structure, make sure it's set to basic. We'll set this to say a solid fill white, set a thickness at 150, so that's how deep the gutter is going to be, and we'll set a height of around about 80 mil. We'll go enter. From here, we'll hold in spacebar to activate the magic wand tool, and we'll click once. If we now go to our 3D, we can see that we've now got a representation of that gutter. Now it mightn't be to the right height, so if we select it with grouping turned on, so if I bump this one down a little bit, it's going to look much more accurate. So anywhere where you've got a gable, you might need to go around and just make sure that's deleted. If we go back into our 2D, we've now got all of our gutters drawn in. To make it a little bit more realistic, we could use a custom profile set to something, say like a quad gutter. That way, if you get really close, you can see that it matches more accurately what the profile would actually look like. But unless we're detailing the eaves, it doesn't really matter that much. We'd also then note the gutter. Now, quad gutter is actually 125, but because of the way that we've set this up, if we just select the walls, the gutters that we set up before, and we're using that basic structure, we can then change the wall thickness back to say 125 and go enter. So it's really quick and easy to change the width and depth of that gutter. Speaking of labeling, typically for the sake of clarity, I'll use the text tool here and we'll call out the different elements of the roof. So like the ridge capping, over this side where we've got the gable, we've got the barge capping. On these corners here, we've got some hips. And lastly, we've got some valleys just over here. Now to give us context on where the roof is placed above the actual dwelling itself, at this point I typically grab a polyline, go over to my view map, and then right click on my ground floor and show it as a trace reference. With reference, we can then see the floor below, which we'll then zoom in and we'll start tracing around the external wall point. We'll take it wall by wall, all the way around the dwelling, making sure to zoom in to make sure we're picking up the right points as well. And with that, we'll finish it up. We'll also want to draw in our patios as well. So using that same dashed line, we'll draw in our patio at the front as well as at the rear. So now if we turn off the trace reference, we'll have a clear indication of where the roof sits over the floor. Now to give extra utility to the lines that we've just drawn in, what I typically then do is I dimension from that line to the edge of the roof. So if we zoom in, click once on our line, click once on our roof edge, it's going to pick it up because we've got that wall just next to it. We'll double click just here and we'll click one more time. We've now got that eave dimension. From here, I'll just delete the gutter dimension and then I'll grab the text and recenter it in that space just there. We then repeat that process for the remaining eaves. Next up, we'll want to draw in the gutters. So for the gutters, I typically use an object. If we go to the settings, in this case, I've used downspout complex 26. Now, what we want to try and achieve is being able to show our downpipe at its correct location on the roof plan, so lined up with the gutter, but we also want to show it in its correct location on the floor plan as well. So if we go down, we'll see that it's up against the wall in this case. So this all comes down to how we're actually showing the downpipes on our plans. So within the settings, I've currently got this shown on all stories. This means that on my site plan, these will also be showing up, which will be handy for a drainage plan if we need to do one. If we go to our settings and we go to representation and surfaces, in the 2D presentation section, I set mine to projected and we'll go OK. This might take a little experimentation, and you might even need to play with the floor plan cut plane, so it's showing the projection at the correct location. With the skylights that I've used here, I've used the skylight tool. So if we go to the settings, I've used the skylight flat panel 26. This should be the same in ArchiCAD 27, 28, and all the previous versions of ArchiCAD with their relevant ArchiCAD number. For mine, I've got no horizontal or vertical frame points shown, just a clean skylight. So if you've got the skylight selected, then you can just literally click on the roof and it's going to place one into the roof space, which we can then select and reorientate to wherever we need it. Now, as far as the labeling goes, typically once we've placed it in, if we go up to the top and we scroll all the way across to the right, we have ID and properties, which I've labeled this one Sky01, so that we can automatically label these. We can go to the label tool, and instead of going to text, auto text, we go to property label 26. So this way, when we go to click on the actual skylight itself, it's just going to use this parameter from the ID and properties. Now this process is the same for the downpipes as well. So I'll use that label and I can just click on the downpipe and it's going to show DP, which if I select the downpipe, you'll notice that over in the ID and properties, it shows D.P. For the solar system just over here, this is an object. So if we go to its settings and we type in solar, this one here will pop up, which we can then adjust the height, the size, and whether it's showing supports or not, as well as the angle. And again, we typically label this for clarity. Now, a special little extra detail that I've shown just for the sake of presentation for the video are these fills, which are just linear gradient fills, which I've got set as blue fading out to a background pen. As always, this file, along with every single tutorial file, is now available over on the Patreon.
Now, to get an accurate 3D model of the site that we're putting the building onto, we use the heights that are given to us by the surveyor and we recreate them. We do this with the site mesh tool, which is what we're covering in this next chapter. Today, we're going to go from this to this and even this in just a few steps. So let's kick off with a practical example. We'll be using the mesh tool, this one just up here. We can use this in either 2D or in 3D. To show a 3D example, let's click once. And for the geometry method, let's select rectangular. And we'll just click again. Now we'll notice it's just disappeared, but this is because we haven't typed in any dimensions yet. So if we click and select over that area, we'll find that it's still here. And to show how we can quickly manipulate the mesh in 3D, I'll give us a little example. Let's select a point on our pet palette. We'll go to elevate mesh point and we'll bring that one up and we'll click again. Let's do that with the other back point and just lift it. So we'll drag that out of the way. It's just in line with the other point. And like that, we've already got a simple little wedge. So with these tools, we can quickly and intuitively create rough topography within the 3D space. Let's say we've brought in a survey that we want to do our topography with. This blue line is going to be the boundary of the property. And these lines across are going to be our contours. Contours are the different heights across a site, starting with our low points down here up to a high point up here. Let's use the site mesh tool in 2D, just the same as we did in 3D. We can click and drag from one side of the boundary to the other, or as a little shortcut, we can just hold in spacebar, click on the outside of the boundary. And with that, if we hit escape and click, we've got our site mesh in 2D. Now, let's say we want to type in some of the heights for some of these contours. We'll select our site mesh and holding in Alt, the eyedropper tool will come up. We'll select the mesh again. We'll hold in spacebar, just like we did for the exterior. And this time we'll hover over the top of the contour. We'll click once and a prompt will come up. From here, it'll ask us to add new points, which we'll just go OK. And from here, it's essentially traced down across our contour, which will give us nodes to be able to manipulate the height at those points on the mesh. So let's just do a quick example. Let's go into this point here, in the pet palette, elevate mesh point. Let's type in 1500. Now we want all those heights along that contour to be the same. So we'll go apply to all. We'll go OK. Now from here, let's go into 3D and check it out. Cool. So we've got our 1.5 that's been typed in. So What I'll do, I'll go through, type in the rest of these measurements. I'll give one more example. Holding in spacebar, I'll click on this contour here. We'll go OK. We'll click on one of the nodes. We'll type in 2000 and go apply all. We'll go into 3D and we've got that contour there. I'll finish off these last ones and share the results. So I've just typed in all of our measurements. Let's go into the 3D and there we go. We've got a sloping block. Now for those little exterior points just here, here and here, let's go back in. I'll set these as 1 meter at the low point, 1 meter, 1 meter. And for this back point, I'll set them as 6,000. Just as an estimate, on a real topography, we'd have heights at those points as well. That we'd reference from the survey. Now, when you're setting a point on the edge of a contour, you don't want to hit apply all. Otherwise, it'll set all of the boundary contours to that height and it's going to mess things up. So we'll just go OK. We'll look at our 3D and we've got our contoured wedge. I'll give an example of what it might look like if we actually apply all on one of those side boundaries. Let's go say 3000, apply all, we'll go OK. We'll go into our 3D and we'll notice how around the perimeter, it's all set it to that 3 meters. So just something to watch out for. I'll hit undo. Let's go back into our 3D. Much better. So the wedges are nice and simple, and using these techniques, we should be able to take a survey and type in accurate information that can represent the site and all the various heights in 3D using the mesh. Let's say we've got something that's not just a wedge shape, but more mountainous contours like this. Let's do our final example. You may have seen contours like this on a map, maybe at a national park, and here we're going to be able to accurately create what it would look like in 3D. So to kick off, I'll select the site mesh tool. I'll click and drag over this area, and just using the same technique as before, let's click, holding Alt, clicking space, and we'll create points. We'll do this for each of the contours as we go up and through. We can pretty quickly do this by just holding in spacebar and pressing enter. And with that, we're pretty much finished. So if we go into our 3D, we still won't have anything because we don't have any heights typed in. So let's go back in. Let's go to our first contour, number 1, type in 1000, apply all. I'll just type in the rest of these contours and I'll come back in a sec when I'm finished. And final one, 9000, we'll go OK. I'll type in a number for our perimeter here as well. We'll just go 1000 as well. We'll go OK. Let's go into our 3D. Hey, there we go. And we've got our cool topography.
When it comes to the construction phase, we also typically draw up reflected ceiling plans and electrical layout plans. This will show where the ceiling lights and fans are located, as well as how many electrical power points are to be installed, and more.
Today I'm going to be sharing my typical workflow for setting up an electrical and reflected ceiling plan in ArchiCAD. This is a pretty basic residential project. We're going to combine the two into one plan. Oh, and if you want access to this ArchiCAD file, I'll have a link down in the description below. So let's kick off from the beginning, starting off with our floor plan. To get this to our electrical/reflected ceiling plan, there's just a little bit of boring setup stuff that we need to do, but it won't take too long. So let's get started. All we need to do is set up a layer combination. We'll go Control L, which will bring up our layers. From here, we'll just go new on the layer combination side. We'll type in electrical plan, we'll go OK, and we're going to create a new layer, which we're going to have all of our electrical and our switches and our legend, all of that on. So let's call that electrical legend example. We'll go OK. Now we'll want to make sure that this layer shows up on our electrical plan. So all we need to do is just make sure the eye icon is turned on and we've got the electrical plan selected and we go update. So we'll go OK. From here, you'll want to bring in a legend, which is going to show all the key components of our electrical and reflected ceiling plan, from fans to lights to electrical power points. If you don't have your own legend, I highly recommend Eurofits Architect data. If we go to page 16 and 17, you'll see a lot of different examples of typical symbols that are used within the industry, as well as a bunch of other interesting information. But if you don't have to start from scratch, I'll have a link to this file down below in my Patreon. So in this case, once I've got it copied, I'll want to turn it to the correct layer. So I'm going to turn it to electrical legend example. That's going to hide those. We'll keep on doing this until all of our elements disappear. They're disappearing from our example because on the electrical plan I had set up before, we haven't got the electrical legend example layer turned on in the layer combination. Anyway, we're almost through the boring setup stuff. So from here, we'll go back to our floor plan. We're going to create a duplicate, clicking and holding, then tapping and holding in control. We'll drag that to our electrical plan. Set up a folder. You just click on this little icon just down here, click on that, and you can give it a file name. We'll go OK. So we've got a duplicate of the plan set up in the view map. From here, we're going to want to right click, go to view settings. In your layer combinations, we'll go to the one we set up just before, which is our electrical plan. plan. We'll go okay. And there we go. So our legend has just popped up, but there's information that we don't want to show because it's going to be conflicting and drawing attention away from the primary drawing, which is just going to be those electrical and reflective ceiling plan details. So let's get rid of the dimensions and the north point. We don't want to delete these because we still want them to show up on the floor plan. So we just need to hold in Alt for the eyedropper tool, select Control A, which is going to select all of our dimensions. Yep, all of them are on the dimension layer. So I'll just deselect. Let's go to Control L, which is going to bring up our layers, and we're just going to turn off dimensions and we're going to go update. So that's going to change our layer combination. We'll go okay. Excellent. That's turned off all of our dimensions. Our north point is on text. So in this case, that's going to work out for us as well because we're going to be turning off the text as well. So what we'll just do, go back into it. We'll go back into our layers, turn off text, and we'll go update and we'll go okay. Now from here, whenever we go to our floor plan, we've still got all of our dimensions, all of our text labels. And if we go back to our ground floor plan proposed, it's all taken off, so it's nice and clean. We start with a clean slate. So that it's even more subtle, what we can do is we can take a fill, let's make it 50%. We'll turn it so that the pen is white and we've got transparent set. We're going to click over the top, and from here, we're going to select it and bring the display all the way to the front. And we're just going to send it back just a couple of orders. We'll turn off the perimeter line just so that it kind of grays out our floor plan just a little bit, which is going to make our legend elements stick out that little bit more. So from here, let's cover a couple of different rooms. Let's grab the polyline, and we're going to be using this as a reference line. I'm just going to turn this to the ArchiCAD layer for now. Let's draw just on this edge of the wall just here. I'm going to click and I'm going to go to the multiply tool on the pet palette just down here. Then I'm going to go to distribute, and then I'm going to go 3, and I'm going to make sure that -1 is clicked on. It's going to make more sense in a second. Just watch the example. It's going to be cool. So we're going to click and drag all the way until we get to the wall. Let's do the same thing with this one here. Essentially what I'm doing, I'm just dividing the room into 4 quadrants. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. From here, we're going to have lights evenly spaced. So what we can do is we can just grab these from our legend, just make sure that they're grouped, Control G. I'm going to select it from the middle, tap Control, just so that we create a duplicate, and select it just into the middle of our grid line. Let's select that one, duplicate across just to here. Let's select this one and duplicate both of those down to here. And there we go. So we've got our lights set up for this master bedroom just here. Let's chuck in a ceiling fan as well. So we'll grab this, duplicate it on over. And from here, let's get some light switches so that we can turn on our lights. So let's duplicate this, flip it around. I want to have 2 switches, one for the lights and one for the fan. So let's duplicate this as well. Now, a very handy tool for actually creating paths from our switches to our elements is the spline tool. So this one just up here, we'll select this. I want to click on our switch, then click on our lights. And then from here, I'm just going to click at each of the center points, and the spline tool is going to create a nice curve. Let's select. Let's finish the line by double clicking. And from here, I'm just going to want to turn this line into a thin dash. There we go. All right, let's clean this up a bit. Let's grab our grid that we just created before. All of our lines just here. And we'll go cut, and we'll bring this down a layer. I like to keep them just below, just so that if I do want to bring the grid back up, it's not too much of a hassle. I don't have to redo the whole thing again. So let's go back up a story by clicking Control up, and there we go. So we've got essentially the reflected ceiling portion almost done. Now, what I might do to make it a little bit easier to get this second line so it's not colliding with too many elements, I'll just mirror these switches just here. And then that way, if I select this spline, I click off this light switch just here, I can have it curve into this fan just there. These switches are just for indicative purposes, and they'll represent a typical light switch which you're clicking on and off. You'll see some with 1, 2, 3, and even 4 and more. So we're not limited with how many switches that we can just have on one panel. From here, let's do the next easy one. Let's grab our double PowerPoint. I've got these grouped, so I'm just going to bring these over, clicking Control to duplicate, and I'll just rotate this around. Let's create one either side on the bed, just so that you've got electrical PowerPoints to be able to charge your phones and other accessories with. I also like to create a couple more around the room, just in case we've got other features like standing lamps or other stuff that we need charging. All right, let's see what else we've got in our legend. From here, we've got fluorescent lights, which if we grab those, we can put these into the garage. We're going to have these just above where the cars are. You'd want these evenly spaced. I'd do this in thirds. Doing a similar trick to what we did just before. What I'll just grab this line here. I'll create a guide, then I'll go in through to the multiply tool. Let's go to 2. It's going to create 3 segments for us. There we go. Clicking and dragging across. From here to get a midway point, I'm just going to create another guide reference. Just going to click in the middle and drag that across there. Excellent. So I'm going to hover over the middle of our light
and just bring that to the center, and half of that, 25. There we go. Do a similar type thing with this light just here, going up and 25 down. Excellent. I'll take my grid lines just here, and this last little one here, I'll cut it, go control down and paste it on the story just below. And with that, I've pretty much got my garage set up. I'll just need to get the light switch. I'll duplicate it over just here. Typically I try and have the switches within hands reach from the door, just so you're not fumbling around in the dark. All right, let's grab our spline from before, holding in the eyedropper tool, and then we'll just select on through to represent our line just through there. Oh, now before we get too much further, all of our lines appeared to be underneath that 50% fill. So let's use the selection tool. We'll just drag it over the section here, just up here. I'm going to select this by holding in Alt, which gives us our eyedropper tool. I'll select the spline, and from here, I'll also add a criteria that it's going to be a certain pen type. So I'll just type in pen, double click pen and go plus. That's going to select all those lines. Let's use the eyedropper tool, select it for circles, which is going to select all of our circles. And last but not least, let's do it again using the eyedropper tool to hover over our fill. We'll select it and then we'll go click, and that's going to select all of our fills. Last but not least, the lines. There we go. Let's go outside of here, right click and go display order and bring to front. There we go. They're a bit clearer there now. Let's turn that back off. So if we go undo, we'll see that they're slightly faded. And if we go redo, we'll see they're much clearer, being above that 50% fill. One little trick I was taught when I was first learning how to do electrical plans was always to avoid having a light over the top of a fan. If you have it over the top of a fan, when the fan blades go past, it's going to create a strobing effect. Strobing, which is like a light turning on and off really quickly. So we try and make sure that we've got lights adequately distanced from fans in any of the different rooms. All right, let's just go back through to our example. All right, if we just go back to our floor plan, we'll notice that we haven't set our fill to the correct layer. So it's going to be showing over the top. So let's select all the things that we didn't set up correctly to begin with, and we'll select those to the electrical legend example, which is going to make those disappear. Handy thing is we can do this after. So not everything has to be perfect straight off the bat. Takes a bit of the pressure off. Each house is unique, so from here you'll just need to go through applying each of the different elements to the rooms accordingly. One other little thing to watch out for is cavity sliders. You'll want to make sure that your lights are set on a wall where the cavity isn't behind. This is so that the cabling can go down through the back of the stud and the cavity isn't jamming up against the cords.
When we have a sloping site, we typically need to hold back the earth in some places and retain it in others, so that we can create a flat space where we can then put the building. So up next, we'll be covering the fundamentals of retaining walls, and after that, how to actually draw them inside of ArchiCAD.
Today we'll be covering what it means to cut a site and what it means to fill a site. We'll cover a practical example of a typical site and how we can take this 3D concept and represent it on a 2D plan. It might look a little bit complicated, but it's actually pretty easy once we take it step by step, which we'll do breaking down each term, what they mean, and how we can use them. So when we're talking about cut, this is when we're removing the materials from the actual site. So it's cutting into the earth and removing the materials. Now, when it comes to fill, this is where we're actually filling up the space with the material to the desired height, which is typically retained using things like retaining walls, which hold the material like the earth in place. Retaining walls are also used for the cut as well, to hold the earth back from the desired level. Now, typically on a site, we want to try and minimize cut and fill where possible. It's one of the key factors that influences where we set the height of our building. The way that we represent how much earth is being scooped out or how much fill is being put into a place is by measuring the height. If we measure from the top here and we grab this and we drag it all the way down, this is a cut of 1,437 millimeters, or about 4.7 feet. So we now know the height of the cut at this rear portion of the area. So let's say we want to represent this in a 2D plan. So from here, we'll take our perspective into a top-down view, which is going to look like this on a plan type view. So we've got our stairs just here, and we now know that the cut at this rear section of the site is going to be 1,437. Now, so that we know what that height represents, we're going to give it the label cut. So it's going to be a cut of 1437. So we now know how much we're going to cut from this corner just here. Now, for this measurement to actually mean anything, we want it to reference to the number of this flat area here. For the sake of this example, we're just going to call it 0. But to make it clear what this 0 is actually referencing, we'll call this FSL, which stands for Finished Surface Level. Now, so that we know the exact point that we're referencing, typically we draw in a symbol something, say, like this. So we know the exact point that this cut is being referenced to. Now, the next most critical thing that we need to understand are these lines that are going across. So these lines, if we go into our 3D, are contours. So a contour are these lines that we're seeing here on the 3D that are cutting across the land. Each one of these lines represents a height. The purpose that contours serve is that they give us an incremental difference in height over the surface of the terrain at regular increments of height difference. Don't worry, it'll make sense in just a second. This is critical to understanding heights and measurements for a site, as well as cut and fill. If we take this contour just here and we measure its height from here to the next contour, it's 500 millimeters. Now, if we take the measurement from this contour to the next contour, we're going to notice it's also 500 millimeters. So we now know what contours represent. The actual height of the actual land itself in increments across the slope. So these contours here that we're seeing on this floor plan that are coming across our site, they would typically have a number associated with the height of that point of the land. So if we now apply the heights to those contours, it's going to look a little bit more like this. So each one of these contours represents a difference in height. So this line here is 500 millimeters higher than this point here. So what if the platform was actually really, really high, like really high up in a mountain somewhere? What if this platform was actually 23.5 meters high? Well, things would look a little bit different. So if we went to our floor plan, so 23,500 millimeters or 23.5 meters. Realistically, this is what a site is more likely going to look like. You're typically not going to get that nice and easy 0. But these numbers are easy once we understand that they're just representing the difference in height along the actual slope itself. Then we get to choose the actual height of the building or surface. We typically choose this height to try and avoid cutting and filling where possible because of labor cost as well as material cost. Now that we've got our cut, we want to show 2 more pieces of information. So as a refresher, FSL is finished surface level. So what is the finished surface level going to be after we've made the cut? NGL stands for natural ground line. This is where we'll point out what the height of the ground was before we made the cut into the earth and removed the material. To find the natural ground height, within our software, we can typically use a specialized dimension tool to click on the point of the mesh. This height measurement will change depending on where we move it on that mesh itself. So where we're moving it on the slope. So if I move it closer to the 25 contour, you'll notice that the number gets higher. This is where we can accurately find out the heights that we're working with. Before CAD software, you'd essentially measure between these 2 points and figure out what the height was from there. But with CAD software, it cuts out a lot of that in-between work. For this point just here is 24937. Now, if we're using software like ArchiCAD, we can take this note and we can add in the extra dimensions just underneath it. For the finished surface level, we're going to go 23500. And then for the cut, CUT 1437. So for any point that we're trying to measure, we're typically showing these 3 things: finished surface level, natural ground level, and also the cut/fill. Now to take everything that we've learned here, we can now practically apply this information to a site. We've got our contours, we've got our measurements, our retaining walls, and an extra little feature. You'll notice these different colors emanating from the different corners of the site. So the red starting from this corner here and fading out, and the blue starting from here and fading out this way. This is showing the intensity of the cut and fill. So if we now look at this in 3D, we can see that the site is being cut at this point here, and it's being filled in this lower point down here. And we can visually see this in a colored representation using these gradients. In ArchiCAD, typically I just use a linear gradient fill, and I start its origin point from near where the heaviest point of the cut is, which in this case is going to be in this corner. As an overview of this sequencing, typically we draw up and design access to the building itself, especially on a steep block. If you can't put your car in the garage, then it's not really much use. We then typically rough in the position and size of the dwelling itself, based on the offset requirements of the local council, as well as the site constraints. We choose an optimal height of the slab, based on the driveway access, and minimizing cut and fill. Then we're drawing the retaining walls accordingly. The height of the retaining walls is essentially around the difference between the natural ground level and the proposed finished surface level. With retaining walls, we typically try and stagger these where possible to avoid excessive material use and cost. So from a floor plan view, we get access in the driveway based on the offsets and the optimal height. The building position is based on the local offset requirements. The retaining walls are drawn in, and we add in the relevant notation that shows us the existing height of the ground, what the proposed height of the ground is. Then we show what the difference is, which is either cut or fill. Personally, I find it much easier to understand a concept when there are visuals to go along with it, as well as practical examples of those concepts. Today we'll cover how to draw retaining walls inside of ArchiCAD from a sloping site like this, which will then cut out the earth or add fill to the site And after that, we'll put in the retaining walls accordingly. If you don't know how to draw a site mesh yet, I'll have a video down below in the description. Using these contours, we've modeled up a site mesh just here. Next up, let's say we're going to have a flat space in the middle of this area. We're going to make this finished surface level here, so 23.5 meters, and we'll go OK. From here, if we go into our 3D, we'll notice we've got our surface area just here. Now, in this first example, we'll do it for the fill, so this front retaining wall. So if we go back into our 2D, from here, if I select the site mesh tool again, I'll click and drag all the way down to the bottom, and then I'm going to enter in 200. That's going to be the depth of our retaining wall. I'm going to put this on the outside. I'll bring this down another 200. I'll select the mesh once again, and then I'll go to add polygon. I'll click on this corner and go up to this corner just here. Here we've created the shape of our retaining wall. All we need to do now is to type in the height. So if we again go to the height of the retaining wall, type in 23500 and go OK, making sure that we've got apply to all selected and we go OK. If we now go into our 3D, it doesn't look like much has happened, but that's because the site mesh is the same material. So from here, if we select this mesh that we just created before, and if we go up to the top and go to various overrides, and we can change this to, and we'll go concrete to, we'll make sure that all of these are turned on, and then we'll link the surfaces so that they're all the concrete too. And from there, we've now got our concrete retaining wall for the fill portion of the site. Now, if we wanted to cut this back section just here, this platform that we created earlier is currently being obscured by that back portion of the site mesh. So if we right click in the open space and we go to connect and go to solid element operations, if we now select this mesh, this platform here as the operator, and then we select the mesh, this here as the target, and then go to subtraction with upward extrusion and go execute, it's going to cut that mesh using the platform. From here, we now want to put a retaining wall in that back section. So if we go back to our full plan, again, we'll do the same thing. We'll go to our mesh tool. We'll click bottom left up to this right corner just here, and we'll tap tab to be able to enter in our dimension 200, and we'll go enter. And I'm going to extend this another 200 mil. So I'm just going to go add polygon, select this one all the way down to here. Using the contours, we want this here, this point here, to be higher than the rest of these points here. So for this retaining wall, I'd set this to say 25. So 25 meters. So 25000. Apply to all and we go OK. If we now go into our 3D view, we can see that we've now got our retaining wall holding back the cut of the site. Now we've got this line cutting through our retaining wall here at the moment. So all we need to do, if we want to clean this up, we'll just select the retaining wall. We'll turn it as the operator, just like we did for the platform. We'll select the mesh. We'll put it as the target, subtraction with upward extrusion again, and we'll go execute. And this will clean up all of those lines. Now, if we pan around, we'll see that there's a lot of space at these lower portions of the retaining walls that aren't really doing much. So in this case, what we could do is we could stagger that retaining wall. To stagger the retaining wall, what we can do, if we go back into our 2D plan, and from here, if we select our retaining wall, and we go up to the split tool just here. Let's say we want to cut along this contour line just here. So if we select the retaining wall, and if we go up to the split tool, if we cut from this top point here, then aim where we're cutting all the way down, then hold in shift so it's parallel, then click once. It's going to open up an eye, which is then, if we click to that right hand side, going to make sure that all this point here is selected once we finish that operation. You can select either way. It's just going to select either side at the end of that operation. Don't get too caught up in that one. We're just basically cutting that retaining wall. Now to change the height of this retaining wall, we want to select this node just here, and we'll go 24,500 and we'll go OK, which is the same height as this mesh point just along through here. So if I now go into the 3D, we'll see that we've stepped down this point of the retaining wall just here, which will mean less material use. So if we pan around to that backside, it's retaining all this portion to here, then it steps that down. As soon as we cut the mesh, it's going to undo those operations that we did just before. So if we want to clean up this line just here again, we just go this as our operator, the mesh as our target, and we'd go execute, which is going to clean up all of those lines. If we repeat this process for the stagger across the contours of the site, we'll finish up with a result that looks a lot more like this.
The presentation of our plans can be the difference between looking like a beginner versus a pro. One of the key factors to creating aesthetic plans is the thickness of the lines that we use on our plans and how we use them to emphasize different things inside of our drawings. In this next part, we'll be covering how to adjust your line thicknesses and what I commonly use.
Our line thickness has a massive impact on the presentation and readability of our plans. It's actually really easy to set and to change. Now, if all of your lines look like they're the same thickness, all we need to do is right-click in the open space and then click True Line Weight. Now, as we zoom in and out from our lines, they're going to show how thick they're actually going to show up when we export them to a PDF. Typically, I work with True Line Weight turned off, so it's easiest to select the individual nodes, but this is just a preference. Before I do publish though, I typically turn it back on. One thing we need to clear up though is the term pen weight. Pen weight essentially means line thickness. So whenever you hear the pen weights of the plan, just think, what are the thicknesses of the lines on the plans? Now, to actually set the size of the thickness of the pens, all we need to do is go to Options, Element Attributes, and then go to Pen and Color. Within your individual pen set, say this one just here, when you click on a color, over on this right-hand side, we're going to see a pen weight. So this one is 0.05. So this is a really thin line. If we want to change this line to be a bit thicker, all we need to do is go 0.1. So that's going to double the thickness of the line. And it's then going to create a custom pen set. Now, if we want this to override the pen set we already have and just make that adjustment, all we need to do is go Store As. And then instead of saving it as a copy, we're going to go Override Following Pen Set. Once we're confident and sure that we're happy with the changes, we'll then go Override. And now, whenever we go back to that pen set, it's always going to be set to that 1. So if I now go OK, we're going to notice that this line just got thicker. This is going to apply it to all of the plans that have that pen associated with the line. Now, just down the bottom here, we'll be able to change and get a preview of our pen sets. So I'm going to change this to the colored pen set that I have. So within this colored pen set, I've got a line selected. I'm going up to the setting. We can see that we've got different colors associated with those different line types. This is typically the reason why we'll see a lot of plans with a bunch of different colors. The plans with all the different colors, this isn't what it's going to look like when it's finally published. This is just to give us a quick visual representation of what those pen weights are going to be when we turn on True Line Weight. So at the moment, when I zoom into this plan, we'll see the individual lines have different thicknesses. So the fill is a very light pen weight, whereas the external wall has a thicker pen weight. To my knowledge, there isn't any particular industry standard. The most important thing is that your plans are easily readable.
Now that we have a firmer knowledge of how to control the thickness of our pens, we can now move into how we change the colors inside of our project. Color is one of the most powerful tools to communicate and present our plans, which we'll be covering in this next chapter.
We can capture the colors from our screen, save them into ArchiCAD, and apply them to our plans, all in just a few steps. We'll do this for Windows and for Mac. Timestamps will be down below. On Windows, to capture our first color, we'll want to take a snapshot. To activate the snapshot tool, we'll want to go Windows key, Shift and S. The screen will gray out, and from here, we'll want to click on the bottom left-hand corner and drag all the way up to the top right. When we release, it's going to capture that snapshot. This will automatically copy it to our clipboard. So now when we go Alt Space and we go Paint and hit Enter, it's going to open up Paint, and we can go Control V to paste this into Paint. Now to capture our color, we'll want to go to the eyedropper tool just here, Color Picker, and then we'll hover our mouse over the color we want to select. So let's say the screen just here, I'll click once, and we'll notice it changes just up here. And from here, if we go to Edit Colors, we've now got the information we need to capture this to put it into ArchiCAD, which is the RGB, red, green, blue. So using these numbers, we can type this into ArchiCAD. From here, I typically snapshot again. So we'll capture this area just here. So we've got our information as well as our color. I'll open up ArchiCAD and I'll go Control V to paste it into our view. I'll just shift this one over here. I'll click once out. And now that we've got it into ArchiCAD, I can just go up to our options, then go to Element Attributes and go to Pens and Color. I'll click this once. This is where we're going to enter in our information for the captured color. I'll drag this one across just so I can see the numbers. I'll put this next to my other greens just here. I'll double click this pale blue just here, and it's going to open up this Edit Color option just here. Now, instead of using the color palettes, I'm going to go to RGB. I'm going to type in these exact numbers, 152. Then if I hit Tab, it's going to take me to the next number, 177. Again, Tab. Then with the last number, I'll go 89. And we'll see we're matching that exact color. From here, if we go OK, I've now got the color captured in my pen set. Now, before we exit, we'll want to make sure we store this pen. So we want to go store as, and within the pen sets, I can create a new pen set, but because I'm adding to my existing pen set, I'll want to override this. So I'll go override. I make sure I've got the right pen set that it's overriding, and I'll go override. And now if I go OK, let's select the fill tool. I'll go to my pen color just here, and I'll select the one that we just created. And now if I click into our space, now there is a quicker way to do this. If I go Windows key, Shift and C, when I move my mouse over something, it's going to show that color. So let's say I select this color just here and I click once. It's now going to give me the RGB for that color. To enable this shortcut, I've installed PowerToys, which is Microsoft software that enables some extra features in Windows. But if you don't want to install anything extra, Paint is the easy way to go. But I do find this much, much quicker. On Mac, it's a similar process. We'll go Command Shift 4, and then bottom left up to top right. We'll click this little icon just down the bottom right here. We'll right click and we'll go Copy Image, and we'll go Paste into ArchiCAD. Now, if we go to Options, we go to Element Attributes and go to Pens and Color. The handy thing about Mac is that if we double click our color, we've actually got the eyedropper just here. So if we click the eyedropper, we can hover over our color and we can just pick it up inside of ArchiCAD. So we've captured our color from our screen, and we now know how to save it into ArchiCAD and use it on our plans. Occasionally, even more information is required to be shown in specific areas, like at a footing or an eave. This next chapter covers the specific tool that we typically use to go into this level of detail. It's a bit easier to understand in 3D, so I'll just go through a couple of the different elements. We've got our joists just on top here, just along through here, and then underneath we've got our bearers and our brick piers just underneath that. From here we've also got our stud wall, as well as our slab and our footings, our strip footings just underneath. So from here, if we just pan across until we're on the side view just like this, now if we go into our section that we've cut, you'll see how it kind of corresponds with the two. So if you're not familiar with how things look in 2D when they're cut through in 3D, that's just a bit of a broad overview of a couple of different elements that we'll be looking at. The main purpose of this video is to show you how to create a detail in ArchiCAD. So at the moment here, we've got a 1 to 100 section that's been cut through the plan. So I'll just go into Plan View. There's a section that's been cut through this point here. So this point here is just that slab that we were talking about outside here before. So that's this portion just here. I'll go into 3D just so I can explain it. So it's this slab just here. Let's go back into our floor plan. And this just here is going to be our joists. So this section lines up with this portion just here. Now we've cut a section through this point just in here. If we go to the section, right click, and we'll go to Open with Current Window View. Now the current window view has been set up so some of the different surfaces have overrides. So we'll just double click in the view map just here where I've got it set up. So it's just been set with the correct view settings, which are just these ones here. Just so broad overview, so it all makes sense. All right, now we want to create this detail that we've got right here, which is just this detail just here. So this detail here is this detail just here, just zoomed in. So this here is at like a 1 to 100. It's not actually drawn necessarily to scale. This is from a book called Building Your Own Home. Very, very handy book. I highly recommend picking it up, especially if you live in Australia. So if we check out these pages just here, this is what this detail is being drawn from. So we've cut through this section. Let's go into the section. Longest preamble for how to use a particular tool in ArchiCAD, but hopefully we pick up a couple of little things along the way that I think will come handy in your tool set of using ArchiCAD. But let's go into the actual tool itself. So just up this top corner here, just in the toolbar, we're just going to click on the detail tool. It's kind of like a section and kind of like an elevation. We're going to be creating another view. So we'll click top left hand and we'll click down. Oh, that's not quite far enough. So we want to capture essentially a similar slice as this just here. So I'll go through from the bottom and about till halfway there. Yep, that looks good. And I'm going to press just up to the top here, and that's going to bring out my reference point just to here. Now, if I want to minimize that reference point, I can just like the size of the circle. I'll just go Control T, which will bring up the settings. And from there, I can change the actual marker size. Let's bring that down to say 5. So that's much smaller there now. So we can click and drag this and just until we want it how we'd like it. And we can do this after we've actually created the detail as well. So we'll reduce down the size of this one just by grabbing the edge. We'll bring this one on down And we'll bring this one up a little bit too. There we go. So we now have our detail created, but you won't be able to find it in your view map. What you'll need to do is you'll need to go into your project map. Then in underneath details, just in here, we'll go to detailing and we'll go detail drawing. This one just here. So this is a detail of what we've just drawn over before. And because this is a detail, all of these elements in here are all lines and fills. So it's much easier to be able to edit these things without having to recreate everything in 3D. It's very cool to have like a 3D like this, which you can go around, you can see all the different elements. But realistically, when you're doing an actual project, if you were to try and detail everything in 3D, this is where our lines and fills come in really handy because they're really quick and easy to edit and create. So if we go back into our detail, this one just here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring this into a view map so we can control what pens as well as the graphic overrides that are within this detail here. It'll make more sense in just a sec. So what we just need to do, we need to go to Window and then go to Palettes, and then we'll go through to Organizer. And from here, this is going to bring up our publisher just here, and we'll be able to go to our project map just on this left-hand side, and we'll go to our view map just on this side, and we'll be able to drag our detail in. So I've got a little details box just here with all sorts of other details. I'm going to create a new one just for these 3Ds because it's getting a bit messy. 3D views. This is from a previous project, one that we did some cool old rustic buildings. That was a bit of fun. So I'll just organize those in there at the moment. So I'm going to minimize this. Oh, we've got other 3D views. This needs a little bit of sort, but that's all right. Details just in through here. So we're going to click and drag this one in until it's at the top of the list. And if we double click on that one, then yep, it's going to be to this here. So if I go to the floor plan and then I say double click on this detail just over here, we'll always know where this one's going to be, and we'll be able to adjust which pens and which graphic overrides if we go to the view settings and change them from here. Now with details, actually you don't have graphic overrides, but we've still got, say, things like our pen set that we can manipulate. So we'll just go, as well as the scale. Scale is very, very important because that's one of the primary reasons why we want to be able to do a detail. So we can blow the drawing up to a larger size. So we'll just go okay. And what we'll even do is we'll create a new page on our layout. We're going to call this detail page. We'll just go create. There we go. I'm just going to change this one to an A3 and we'll go A3 minimal. Okay. Yeah, that's nice and clean for us. All right, cool. So from here, we want to drag in our section as well as our detail, which will reference back to the section. So how do we do that? For the time being, we could do it with the organizer. So let's just go into our view map. We'll go into our section, this one here. Let's organize our folders just a little bit. There we go. We've got our section. If we double click on here, then it's going to bring us to our section. And we'll drag our reference material just off here for the time being. Come back on over. So this is our section. Let's go back to our layout and we'll click on our view map, this one just here. Now, this might get all a little bit confusing. Don't worry. I'll go over a few things just to kind of break it down just really quick. So here at the moment, we've got the layout editor and then we've got the view map. Now this is all the same, just over on the section here. So we've got publisher, layout editor, and then we've got the view map just here. But we've got the project map over here on this side as well. So all these ones up here and all these ones here, they're all the same. It's just so we can drag and drop them from one section to the other. So we can organize our drawings and just set different pens for different drawings. Nothing to worry about too much at the moment. Let's just get back into actually chucking these things onto the page. So let's grab the building section. We'll drag and drop it on. Hey, there we go. Now this one's at 1 to 100. It's quite small on our page here at the moment. So let's just fit this to the rest of the drawing. There we go. And next up, let's drag and drop our detail. So just in our detail, we'll click and drag this one on over. There we go. So let's zoom on in. So this drawing here is 1 to 100, which is typical for like a floor plan as well as elevations and a section. Because we haven't got a huge amount of the building cut through, it's quite small on our page here at the moment, which is okay. It just means we've got more space to play with. Now our detail, this one is currently 1 to 50. If we want to change the scale of this, we'll always want to do this within the view map. So if we right click on the detail and we go view settings, inside of here, we can change the scale here. So if we want it to say 1 to 20, so it's much larger on the page, we'll go to scale and we'll go 1 to 20. We can also do custom scales just so it can fit onto your page exactly how you want it. But 1 to 20 is pretty typical as well. So we'll go okay. Now our drawing's disappeared. So what we need to do, we'll go to fit frame to drawing. we'll double click our middle mouse button and they'll show us where it's popped up. So we'll grab this one, we'll drag it on down. Now this little marker just underneath here is the name of the drawing. So what we can do, we can drag this one on up, and this is an automatic drawing title. So we'll bring this one up to here, and this will mention the name of the detail. So this one here, if we changed the name within here, so we renamed this from detail to concrete slab and subfloor detail, we can click OK. And from here, it'll change our drawing title just underneath here. Now, if it's too big, what we could do, we could either rename it, or we'll go into our settings and we'll go to our drawing title, and just down the bottom here, we'll go all the way to the left-hand side, or we could just go in here and go positioning, and we'll make this one just a little bit larger. So we'll go say 30. We'll go OK. Oh, no, we need a little bit bigger. Let's go 150. 150. Ooh, still just a little bit too small. 170. Hey, plenty. There we go. Now, if we want one of these automatic drawing titles, we just click on our drawing, and then if we scroll on down in this section just here, we'll go from title type, and we'll just go to linear drawing title 26. And you just want to have your settings set so that they are similar to what I've got set here and just up through here, and just to what I've got set here as well. But anyway, this is a side tangent. We'll just go OK. Now, if we click this and click it onto our drawing, then if we double click our middle mouse button, click off our organize for the moment, here we are. So this one's drawing titles ended up over on this section just here. So let's bring this back on over to there. And now that one's huge. So let's quickly change that. Control T, change that to 100. We'll go OK. All right, that'll do for now. So we've got our drawing and we've got it referenced back to our section. So from here, if we go back into our detail, we can start drawing in various details on top of this. So if we had, say, ant capping in through here, so we've got ant capping then set at least a 45 degree, say 60 mil. There we go. So we've got our ant capping just here, which goes into our brick. Now that realistically, this would have a bit more detail. But if we go back into our section, so we'll go into our view map, we'll go to our section AA, this one just here, it hasn't updated on our actual section. So we can start adding things that won't show up on our section, which comes in handy. Now, if an element were to say change within our section itself, so if we were to, for whatever reason, duplicate this bearer just out through to here, and we go to our detail, which is just here, nothing has happened. So if we want that bearer to show up in this drawing here at the moment, we need to right click on it and we need to go rebuild from source view. So we will go rebuild, and now it will show up that element. Other things we can do, we can start adding in fills. So if we go to say the drafting fill just here, and we go earth, this one, we can start drawing this in just here, bring that one to the front, and we'll click it with its attribute, then reduce that off there. So we can start detailing out our drawings at this larger scale, this 1:20 scale. And when we start actually labeling things, so I'll put it in a label just here, we'll go bring to front, go it down below. I'll pick this one up, I'll just bring it here. I'll go concrete footings to engineers details, select it all, put it to size 2, we're doing it. So let's go here now. So I can start adding in all sorts of extra details into these drawings here, and it's not going to show up on my section. So it's going to keep the section clean and tidy, but I can add in extra on the detail. But if I say now delete this element that I just created, same things, you've already guessed it. If I go into the detail now, it's still going to be there. So we'll need to right click and go rebuild from source view, and now it's disappeared. Let's go into our layout just for a second. We'll go to our page here, and there we go. It's all updated. For some projects, we need to divide a block of land into multiple blocks. We do this using subdivision plans. In this chapter, we'll cover how I typically draw up a draft subdivision plan. If you don't need to draw one right now, I'd skip ahead to the next chapter and come back if you need it for a project. Today, we're going to start off with the site plan and finish up with the draft subdivision plan. Subdivision means we're going to separate a single parcel of land into separate allotments or sections. So let's dive straight in. Let's go into our site plan. From here, we'll just want to set up a layer combination. Let's go new. We'll go subdivision plan. Call this one test. We'll go OK. And we just need to create a subdivision layer. Labels. OK. We'll also call this one test. And we'll go OK. From here, we'll want to go through to our view map. And we'll create a duplicate of our proposed site plan by holding in Control and dragging the view map down. We'll right click on this view and we'll relabel it to Subdivision Plan Test. We'll go OK. From here, we'll just want to right click, go to View Settings, change from the layer combination from Site to the one we just set up, which is going to be Subdivision Plan Test, and we'll go OK. Nothing's changed, but that's what we're going to jump onto now. So we'll go Control L. We'll make sure that Subdivision Plan Test, this one we just set up before, is selected. We're going to select all the layers, then hide them. Then we're going to go Update. So everything is hidden now. So what we'll want to do is just make sure that our subdivision plan label that we just set up, that layer, we've got that one turned on. We'll go Update, and we'll also want boundaries set so it's on. So we'll go Update for that one too. We'll go OK. And we'll notice a lot of things have disappeared. Now, if yours hasn't been set up like this, basically all we need to do in your site plan, everything else is going to be set to, say, your survey layer. We'll just want to make sure that your boundaries, your boundary dimensions and bearings, as well as your street name, and I also like to put in the actual street itself, we'll make sure all of those things are set to boundary. Now, I'll just delete the example from earlier. We'll go back to our draft subdivision plan. So we've got our boundaries as well as our street. For this one, it's going to be a battle axe block, which means we're going to have a handle that comes down the bottom, which we're going to get access for our car, and the remaining block at the back. So let's go back through to our site plan. I'll take this boundary just here. I'm going to offset it up, say 3.5 meters. I'll drag that one to the front. I'll just select it using Alt, picking up that line, and I'll just draw this one up through from here. I'm going to offset this one, say, let's see what 3 meters does for us off this rear one here. I think that'll subdivide it roughly evenly between the two blocks. Now, because this is set to boundary, these lines that we've just done, they're going to show up when I go into the subdivision plan. So from here, I'll just crop off the line here, holding in Control, the little snip tool will pop up, and I'll crop this one down here as well, and this one here just as well. There we go. All right, let's see how much area we've got for each of the different blocks. So we'll go to the fill tool. We're just going to go drafting fill, select this one to, say, a solid fill, and we're just going to go white, hold in the spacebar, and we'll press it on our first lot and then press it in for our second lot. We'll select both the fills that we just created and we'll go show area, which is this one just down here. Excellent. So this one here, and this is our area for this block here. So let's grab this one, drag it on over. So we've roughly got a similar amount of area for each block. Next up, we'll want to label each of these blocks. We'll just go into the text tool. Now, we don't want this to show up on our site plan, and this is where we're going to go to layout, and we're going to make sure subdivision plan labels, we've got it selected onto that one. So when I double click and type in lot, make sure it's capitals, go lot base 1, it's rotated there at the moment, let's just go to 0, there we are, that's better. Let's drag that one on down. So this is our lot 1, and then we'll drag this one on over, and this is going to be our lot 2. That one's done. So we've got lot 1 and we've got lot 2. Next up, we're going to want to start adding in measurements at each of our lines that we've just created. So using the text tool, I'm going to bump this one down to say 2, double click, and let's just type in a number there. For the moment, quickest way I've found is just clicking and dragging up, and we'll hit tab and we'll go copy. And then from there, I'm just going to paste that number into there. So everything's measured in meters. If it's 24,000, it's going to be 24 meters. So I'm going to take this, I'm going to rotate it, and roughly center it within the line that we just created before. There we go. I'm just going to duplicate this one, bring it down to this one that we created here. I'll center it and just do the same thing. So I'll grab this line here, just bring it all the way on over. I'll hit tab and we'll go Control C. We'll double click the label just there and we'll paste that one in and we'll put in our decimal point just so it shows that it's in meters. We'll want to do this for all the different areas that have been divided, including the lot handle just here. So we'll take this one, drop it on down. Now, we did this one at 3.5 meters, but because it's at an angle, what we'll find if I click this one and drag it up, it's a little bit different, but we still need to show it accurately. So let's copy this one, delete this one, and paste that in. We'll go dot 3.54 meters. We'll want to create one for this line here because this one line has been divided into 2 lines. So it's this one here as well as this one here. So I'll grab this, drag it on up, we'll go copy, and we'll paste that one in. And we'll go decimal point. We'll always want to double check and make sure these 2 numbers add up to the total of the boundary number just here. So if we bring up the calculator and type in 24370 plus 3554, enter 27924. We have one more that we'll need to do, which is this one and this one just here. Following the same process, I'll duplicate this one up, grab a measurement, paste it in, decimal point, bring it on over, and the same thing for this one just here. Paste that in, decimal point. Hey, there we go. One thing I always like to check is on our proposed site plan, that we haven't got all the various things showing up incorrectly. So at the moment, we haven't got those numbers, so that's all looking good. This line here, I want to make this clear that it's the subdivision line. So I'm going to select both of these and I'll turn it to a fine dash line. We'll go back to the subdivision plan. That's changed, and it's very clear now where we're subdividing on the lot. We'll go back to our proposed site plan. Sometimes I find dimensions are handy, just at the initial concepting stage, just so that people know how much backyard space they've actually got to work with, but that's just a preference thing. So back to subdivision plan. From here, we'll want to place our drawing on the layout. So we'll go to the layout book just up here, and we'll go down to create a new layout. We'll call this one Subdivision. We'll go create. And from here, I'm just going to go back to the view map, grab our subdivision plan that we just created earlier, and place it on here. I'll just go to my layout settings and quickly change this one back to A3, and we'll go OK. There we go, that's better. All right, I'm going to crop the drawing to the frame, bring this one down, bring the title up underneath. Now we've got this lowercase at the moment, rookie move. So I'll just go back, right click, and I'll rename this one. There we go, that's better. Let's go to our drawing. Just going to bump it up so it's a little bit bigger. Let's go to say 180. There we go, that's better. In this next chapter, we'll cover some of the most common mistakes people make while drafting in ArchiCAD, as well as how to avoid them in just a few minutes. All right, I'd like you to see if you can spot them. These are really easy mistakes to make, but they're also really easy mistakes to avoid if you know what to do. And if you don't, it can take hours or days to fix. All right, first thing, let's go into our view. This can be a really easy one to miss. To show you what's wrong, I'll start by clicking on this bottom right-hand corner, and if I hold Shift, and I can see my angle just below where my cursor is, says 180 degrees. So if I pull this all the way across, this wall isn't straight. This can happen in a few situations. If someone's just trying to trace over a set of plans by clicking on each of the different walls, or even if it's just a sketch and you're not keeping an eye on the angle. This is where everything goes wrong. They do match up with what's shown on the plan, but they aren't accurate, even if you rescale them. So when we're drawing, so from the very first click in a project, we're always holding in that Shift key, ensuring that we're at 90 degrees, 0 degrees, or 180 degrees. Holding in Shift, then tapping Tab once so we can enter in our dimension, say 2000, and enter. The danger of doing it this way is that even if we try and do it properly now, the correct method right now, holding my line up vertically, you'll notice here that the angle of the wall, even though we held in Shift, isn't set to 90 degrees. Now this is probably because it's referencing a nearby wall that it's trying to be parallel with. Our wall won't be straight or accurate. Now these angled walls actually have a secondary impact, which brings us to the second mistake, which is just here. So if you look at these dimensions, you'll see what's going on. Whenever we're drafting a set of plans, we're always finishing our dimensions to 0 or to 5. A dimension in between these is typically a bad sign that a wall is slightly off or has accidentally been altered. Now we can remedy some of these by, say, clicking on a wall, tapping Ctrl E to rotate, clicking on the wall once, then pulling the wall down, holding in Shift, and then clicking once. The trouble is, if every other wall and element that it's referencing off isn't at 90 degrees, you can spend a lot of time troubleshooting to try and figure out what walls are straight and which ones aren't. So always best to start this from the beginning. The other thing that you might have noticed is the color of these plans. These colors represent pen weights, and pen weights are just pen thickness. If I right click, then turn on True Line Weight, and then zoom in on the plan, you'll notice that different colored lines have different thicknesses. This is a way for us to track what we are putting emphasis on a set of plans. This is very useful while we're drafting, but when we're publishing a set of plans, it only takes a few extra steps to either change this to grayscale, black and white, or better yet, leaving it as the defined pen set, but having the pen set so that these pens are set to black. At the moment, I like to have a darker gray for the inside of the walls, so we can delineate between the inside and the outside, as well as the inside fill of the wall. This is a preference thing, but at least having the plans so that they're black and white makes things so much more readable, not to mention more aesthetic. Saving favorites can massively save time. It saves setting up things from scratch in every single project. In this chapter, we'll cover how to set them up in just a few minutes, which can save you so many hours in the long run. Today, we're going to cover how to save favorites, how to place favorites, modify favorites that you've already saved. We'll also go over the easiest way to import and export favorites from one project to another project. Let's say we want to save this fridge as a favorite so that we can use it later on. If we go up to Window, then go to Palettes, and as we go down the palettes, we'll see favorites. Now a little shortcut, if we just go to Palettes and then type the letter F, it'll automatically open up that palette. A little shortcut. So now to save the favorite, all we need to do is press this little star button in the bottom left-hand corner. So we'll go New Favorite, and it'll prompt us to give it a name. So if we call it Fridge 1, and then go OK, we've now got our fridge saved in our favorites. And now if we go to the Object tool, and just next to the settings dialog, if we hit this little button just on the right here, we can now select our fridge. We can always search for it, FRI for fridge, and then hit enter. Now from here, all I need to do is click and we've got the fridge. But let's say we want to make some adjustments to the materials. If we select the fridge and go Control T, it's going to bring up the object's settings. From here, if we go to 3D representation and surfaces, let's change these to say a paint, like a gloss white. I'll do this for all the materials and then go OK. From here, if I deselect, I'll see that the fridge is now all white. If I want the default fridge in my favorites, this one just up here, to now have those materials we just applied, all we need to do is make sure that the fridge is selected, then right click the fridge just up here. All we need to do is go redefine, and now this fridge, if we hit deselect, double click our fridge, and then place our fridge down, it's now going to do it with those new materials. If we wanted to quickly change the materials, we can just go surface just up here and make sure that the surface is selected to one that we want. Let's say we go white, paint flat white, and I click on this one, it's going to paint all the surfaces of the fridge just that one tone. Now to import and export your favorites from project to project, it's actually really easy. All we need to do with this favorites dialog opened up is go to this little settings clog just up the top right hand corner. We'll go import and export. From here it looks pretty self-explanatory, but if we say go import and we want to bring in those favorites from the other ArchiCAD file, even though we might be in the right file that we want, it mightn't show up. But all we need to do is go on to File of Types, then select all ArchiCAD projects just here. And with that, our ArchiCAD file that we want to import our favorites from is now showing. So if we click on this and then go open, it's going to show up this settings dialog. This is actually really helpful because we can now choose if we want to delete all the favorites existing in the file that we've already got. We do this by just clicking on this bottom right portion here. It'll say import, or it'll say delete all before the import. So if I want to keep this fridge that I've already done up, but I want to import all these other favorites, I can just click on import. Or if I want to delete the fridge, then I'll just go delete all before import. And now it's brought in all those favorites from that project. Next up, we've got our second full walkthrough of a floor plan, which also covers how to present your design with a 3D cutaway.
Even with zero experience, by the end of this video, you're going to be able to draw a clear floor plan from scratch and create a cool 3D cutaway that you can show off to your friends, family, and colleagues. We'll start off with a fresh ArchiCAD file using the standard template. We'll click New. Now, before we get too far, there are shortcuts that are going to make your life so much easier in ArchiCAD. The top ones here are for Windows, and the bottom ones are for Mac. I'll be using these throughout the tutorial. So take a screenshot or write them down. They're going to be invaluable and will make you so much quicker with ArchiCAD. To make sure that we're all working in the same interface, we'll go to Options, Work Environment again. We'll go to Work Environment Profile, click the Architectural Profile 25, Apply Schemes to Profile, and Apply. We'll go OK. And this is going to rearrange our interface just so everything looks the same. From here, we'll go over to this right-hand side and click on the view map. When you hover your mouse over the top of something for a little bit, it'll pop up with a little title. We'll want to double-click on ground under the architectural plans, and this is where we're going to draw our floor plan. So let's get started. The measurements on the reference plan are 6 meters by 7.5 meters. So on our left-hand side, we'll go to the wall tool. Oh, I've also got these walls as 250 millimeters thick, which is around standard for brick veneer. Once I've got the wall tool selected, I'll go up to this top toolbar here, and we're going to turn this into a basic wall. We'll click this one here, and we'll change our material to say an aluminium. Now, within the center of the screen, we're just going to click once, and this has started drawing our wall. Now, I'm going to want to draw this clockwise, just as a preference, but if we zoom in, we'll see the top of the walls facing upward. I want the wall to go inward. So to change this, I'll just tap this button here. There we go. So now I'll type in my first measurement. By holding in Shift is going to make the line parallel. Holding Shift in, I'm going to tap Tab. Just tap it. And now I can enter in my measurement. Let's go 6,000. And we've got our first wall. If you want to check it out in your shortcuts, just tap F3 if you're on PC and use the equivalent for Mac that we showed in the shortcuts earlier. To look at our wall in 3D, we'll click the middle mouse button or tap with 2 fingers on a Mac, and holding in Shift while clicking the middle mouse button, we can orbit around our wall. If we just use our middle mouse button, we can pan around, and that's pretty much how we can navigate around in 3D. Very cool stuff. To go back to 2D, we're going to tap F2 or the Mac equivalent, and we're going to finish up the outline of our wall. For our next wall, we're just going to hover over our previous wall until a little tick pops up. Then we're going to click in that corner. We'll hold down Shift, which is going to stop it from going out at a slight angle. We're going to go 7,500, enter. Going to click again and drag across. Holding in Shift, click Tab once, go 6,000 and click enter. And one more time, back up to the top
This time I'm just going to click. There we go. And with that, we've got our wall. Let's check it out in 3D. There we go. All right, cool. Back into 2D, checking out our reference plan. Patios are about 1200 by almost 2 meters. So let's do this one up here first. Let's make it 2000, 1200 by 2000. For this next bit, I'm going to use a fill just as a guideline for where I'm going to put my walls. So for this, I'll go down to document, I'll hit the fill tool. And from here, I'm going to select this middle geometry method here. This way, I can click on the corner. Once I've got that little tick, drag it down, and I'm just going to tap tab. I'm going to type in my first measurement, 1200. And to get that second measurement, I'm going to tap tab a second time and enter in 2000. We'll click enter. This is going to be my little patio. From here, what I can do is I can select my previous wall and use the split tool up the top. I'll select this edge of the fill and click, and a little eye will pop up. Now, this eye is going to cut down the portion that I just selected. I'm going to point the eye to the right-hand side, and it's going to select that side of the wall once I've finished the operation. Excellent. So this wall now has been cut. And we can shift this using the shortcut Control D, which is the drag tool. I can click this edge of the wall here, drag it down, 2000. I'll do the same thing for this wall here using the split tool. I'll click on this edge of the wall just here. I'll drag this line along here, then click up so the wall's selected on that side. Control D to drag. I'll bring that just in line with this edge of the fill here. Let's go into our 3D, F3, or the Mac equivalent. And now we've got our first little bit of articulation. Excellent. Let's check out our reference. The other one's going to be 27 by 1 meter. Let's do that again. Going to type in my dimensions, 2700 by 1 meter, enter. Now, what I could also do is use the eyedropper tool, holding an Alt, clicking the wall, and from here, I can select this point just in line with where the fill is. Now, I want the wall to be facing the opposite way in this case. So I'll flip the wall, click once, and do one more time for this vertical wall coming down through here. I want to get rid of this wall here, so I can just click this little edge node here and just drag it back in line, holding in shift with this wall just here. I'll do the same thing with this wall just here. I'm just going to click the wall once, then click this little node down the bottom and drag it up until it just turns that pen black, holding in shift and click once. There we go. Let's go into our 3D and we've got our walls and they're coming up quite nicely. Let's go back into 2D. From here, we'll want to draw our little internal stud wall. So let's use the eyedropper tool, holding an Alt, selecting our wall. I'm going to make the stud wall about 90 millimeters. So to change the wall width, I can go up to the top here. I can go 90, type in the measurement 90 and enter. And then I can click this point just here and drag. There we go. Next up, let's add some slabs. To add a slab, we'll go to the left-hand side and click the slab tool. From here, we're going to select this option. To draw a slab, it's pretty much the same as a wall. We can just click and drag. Let's go into our 3D and there we go. Now, let's say I just want the slab to go around where the walls are. I'll select the slab by clicking in the middle and I'll just delete it. I'll go to the slab tool. Very cool tool I'm about to share, the magic wand. I learned this like 3 years in. It's such a powerful tool. If we hold in spacebar, the magic wand will pop up. From here, if we push it over to the edge of the wall, you'll notice that around the perimeter of the wall, a line pops up. If we click and we'll go into our 3D, it's just put a slab underneath where the magic wand has selected the perimeter of the walls. Really quick way of adding a slab to a project. Now, I'll want a slab for where the patios are too. In this case, I can just select the fill and holding in shift, selecting the second fill, then clicking delete, using the Alt tool to pick up the slab. We'll drag from top down to bottom, and we'll do it for this one too. We're starting to take form. Next up, let's put in some windows and doors. We'll go to our floor plan view, click the window tool, and just in these settings up top here, once the window tool is selected, we're going to click. And in our library, we're going to go down to Windows 25, just go to Basic Windows. We're going to scroll on down until we find Window 25. From here, we'll click OK. Now, when I drag my mouse over the top of the wall, you'll see this pop up. So this is where we can insert our window into our wall. If I click, then I click facing outward of the wall and I go into my 3D. We've got our first window. I'll go back into 2D. I want this window to be in the middle of the wall. So I'm going to go to this option here, type in 85 and click OK. And that's going to insert the window into the wall. Now we'll want to add a couple more windows. So selecting the window tool, we can click and click again, and we've got another window. Now let's say I want to change the size of the window. Up in the top panel here, we can change the parameters. Let's say I want it 1200 high, so 1.2 meters high by 1.5 meters wide. We'll click enter. There we go. Nice. I'll put in another window here and another one over here. I'll select the window, holding in shift, I'll select the other two and I'll inset them into the wall. Next up is our doors. For this, we'll select the door tool. We'll go into the doors. Just in the ArchiCAD library, we'll go to door 25, go to hinged doors. We'll go to hinged doors, and we'll scroll on down to door 25. This one just here. We'll click OK, and we'll click on our wall. And now, depending on which direction we move our mouse, we can have the door swinging one way or the other. We can change this after the fact quite easily, so don't worry. I'm going to click again. Now let's say I want to change it so it's facing the other way. Using our shortcut, Control M, and clicking once, it's going to mirror that door. Let's undo that in this case. Next up, I want some French doors going out onto each of the different patios. I'll select the door tool, go to the settings, and from here, I'm just going to scroll on down until I get to double door 25. I'm going to click OK. This time I'll click in this wall here, click inward, and same for this one here, click inward. That's all looking pretty good. So we've got our walls, windows, doors, and our slab. Let's check out our 3D, and it's starting to come together. If we don't want those orangey looking pens, we can go down to the bottom here and select black and white. To me, this looks so much better. And we can do the same thing in floor plan. If we go down to the bottom, click just here, we'll go to black and white. Oh, so much better, so much better. Now the numbers are handy to be able to tell the dimensions of our different windows and doors, but for the sake of aesthetics, we're going to turn these off for now. To do this, let's select all of our windows first. Holding in Alt for the eyedropper tool, we'll select the window. Now if I tap Control A, or select all, it's going to select all the windows. From here, I'm going to go to the settings. With our window settings open, we're going to click on dimension marker and click no marker. We'll click OK. I'll turn those off. Similar process for the doors. We'll use the eyedropper tool, select all, go to our settings. We'll go to our dimension marker. So we've got no marker selected on here. But if we go into this dialog box here, go down to tags and labeling and turn off leaf dimensions and custom text, it'll turn it off for those as well. Excellent, and our plans are starting to take shape. Next up, we'll want to add in couches, beds, a kitchen, and some chairs and tables. Let's start with the kitchen. Let's select the object tool, go to the settings dialog. In the objects, within the search view, just here, clicking this, we can type in kitchen, hit enter, and we're going to go to kitchen layout 25. Now for the shape of the kitchen, we're just going to go a little L shape like this, and I'll want to turn off pretty much everything except for the sink and for the refrigerator. So I'll turn those off. One last little thing, I'll just head across a couple to the right, and I'm just going to delete the text here so the fridge is nice and clear. Let's go OK. I'm going to select in this bottom corner here. Ooh, now this has popped up. Our objects, for whatever reason, are on a hidden layer. So for the moment, let's go to choose layer. Down the bottom here, this will have what our objects are set to on our layer. For the time being, let's just put it on the ArchiCAD layer and we'll go okay. We don't need to worry about layers in this tutorial. Things get pretty deep and we don't really need to worry about them too much for this little project. So we've put our kitchen in. I'm going to select the rectangle of the kitchen. I'm going to click our drag shortcut, Control D. I'm going to shift this up and across until it lines up with the bottom portion of our wall. Down here, there we go, nice. Now it's a little bit long, so I'm just going to pull this in, just using the pink little tab, bring that down. Likewise for this one just here. I'll bring my sink in and across, just about center. Now it looks like I've got a couple of extras that snuck their way through, so I'll go back into my settings. I don't really want any tall cabinets, so I'll just go 0, and wall cabinets, I'll also go 0. We'll go okay. I want to chuck my refrigerator just in, so I'll click in the middle here and just drag it across. I'll click our bench again and just drag it down a little bit, drag my window just so it's not in behind the fridge, and adjust this window too. I'll have that in line, say, I'll tap on the pet palette, this drag portion here, and I'll just line that up with that part of the bench there. I'll shift the fridge up. Within the pet palette, we can select a bunch of different ways to modify an element. So I'm just going to this portion of the pet palette and drag the fridge just up. Drag that up there as well. Let's go back into our 3D. Ooh, and it's starting to all take shape. Let's go back in. We've got our kitchen pretty much set up. I'll just drag this cabinet in a little bit, holding shift while I do this. Next up, chair and tables. I'm going to use the eyedropper tool, select the object, which is going to select the tool, and I'll just go back to the settings dialog. From here, I'm going to go to table. I'm going to go to round table. I only want 4 chairs. It's going to automatically change it, and we're just going to click OK. Click it in the middle of the room. And let's say I want to rotate this just so it's not so perpendicular and square. I'm going to Control E, or the Mac equivalent of rotate. I'm going to click once, click out again. This is going to set our 2 anchors. and I'm going to rotate the object just about 45. I want to bring the chairs in, so I'll zoom in. I'll select this just here, and I'll be able to bring those chairs in like that. Let's go into our 3D, have a little look. It's coming along. Next up, same thing. We'll go to bed. Going to go to a double bed. We'll go OK. And click this one just in through here. Same thing. I could use the rotate tool, or up the top here, I can just type in our measurement for the angle. We'll go OK. Want this one to be, say, 90 degrees. Got me set up. That one fits snugly in there. Next up, same thing. Object for the cat. I'll go to this sofa bed just here. We'll go OK. We'll click in. I'll go Control E to rotate, select the bottom and the top, and holding in Shift, I'll just click and drag this one, Control D, drag this one just into the corner here. I also want a little coffee table, so we'll type in table. Yeah, that coffee table looks good. Let's go OK, and we'll click that one in. I'll shift my table just across, shift my coffee table a bit, check it out. Okay, we'll add in our last few objects. For the study table, I just typed in table. Sometimes it doesn't always come up, so let's try something different. Study, let's try desk. There we go. I'll want this desk 25, okay. I'll just click down, and I'm going to rotate this one so it's 90 degrees. There we go. I'm going Control D to drag it just down to the bottom here. And I'm going to make the desk a little bit wider, clicking and dragging across. There we go. Now, making sure that I've got that node selected. Next up, going to type in chair. Quite like the look of this chair. Let's go OK. I'll click it in, Control D to drag, bring it down into roughly there. Now, our chair is visually over the top of our desk. So to bring our desk forward over the top of our chair, I'm going to select the desk, right click, display order, bring forward. So it's going to bring it forward in front of the chair. Just a shelf and some plants left to go. Oh, I've got a window. So let's put this window just in here as well. We can adapt and change things just as we go. Takes the pressure off getting everything perfect from the get-go. Go back to our object, settings. Let's go bookshelf. We'll click this one just here. I only want 2 shelves for this one. And height-wise, maybe about 1200 high. We'll go OK. We'll just type in 90 for angle before we put it in. I'll just drop it in there. I'll drag it in, Control D, into the edge there. Let's get some plants. Plants are also in the object. So let's go to Object Tool. Let's type in plant. I'm going to go house plant, and I'll select this one just here. Put one just over here, one here. Let's get another little smaller one. Let's say this plant here, and we're going to place that on our shelf. We can modify things in 3D as well. So if we go to our 3D pan around, and if I zoom in, scrolling with the wheel to zoom in and out, I can select plant, and using Control D, the drag tool, I can click on the object, holding in Shift, lifting it up that axis. While holding Shift, I can click, and we can shift our objects in 3D. So I'll zoom in, bring this plant down a little bit. I want to make it a bit smaller, so I might grab the top nodes just here, and I'll shrink it down just a little bit. Actually, I might even change it to a different kind of plant. I'll go back to this plant here. We'll go OK. We'll go back into our 3D, and we're just going to drag this top node down until about there. Yeah, that looks good. And we're going to change our materials later, make everything look more aesthetic. Let's zoom back out, make this one a little bit taller. I'll bring it up, maybe even a little bit more. Yep, that looks good. I'll do the same thing for this one just over here. I'll drag that node up. There we go. We can change this again later. Put another one just on top of my table as well, just in the center. It's crazy what a difference landscaping can make to a scene. 2 objects left. Let's just put in some books in a cup. Go books. Book cluster, okay. This one's 90 degrees. I'll click that in. I'll select Control D to drag it into our bookcase. Let's check it out. All right, so we've got that column coming down the middle. I'll just go back into our settings. I'll take out the vertical pane. Let's go OK. We'll select our book, Control D, and I'll drag those down while holding in Shift, just so it stays vertical and doesn't want to pan around the place. And that's looking pretty good. We'll change the materials of everything again to make everything look aesthetic a little bit later on. Let's go back to 2D. I'll bring these books in just about there and along through here, just so our objects aren't colliding in the 2D plane as well. Now I'll select the books. To create a duplicate of these, one of the quick ways is to go Control D, drag. Then while I'm dragging this across, I can tap Control once and we'll notice a little plus button pop. With that plus button, that means a duplicate is being created. And if I click again, then we keep our original over here, but we have a duplicate over in this space. Now, I'll want to mirror these books so they're facing the other way. So using Control M and clicking the top and clicking the bottom, it's going to mirror it to the other way. I'm going to use Control D, drag this back across. Now, it's disappeared. So it's probably lower in the hierarchy of the view. So what we can do, while holding in Shift, then clicking Tab, we can select through different elements. We can't seem to find the node. Quick way to get around this, if we select outside and click and drag across, there we are. We can see our little books just here. So if we deselect by pressing Escape, then select while that little tick just pops up. We can right click, display order, and bring that to the front. There we go. Last thing is a little cup. Let's go to our object tool and type in cup, teacup. We'll go okay. We'll just place that one on top of the desk. Again, disappeared. So let's deselect our tool, select over everything. We'll zoom on in. And when that little tick pops up, that gives me the go ahead that the cup's still there. So I'll select it, bring it to front. There we go. So we've got all of our objects. Next up is our 3D cutaway. Let's go into our 3D. We're going to set up our 3D cutaway. To do this, just up in our top toolbar here, we'll see the 3D cutaway or Control Y. Once I have it selected, we'll see these little scissors pop up in the top and bottom and sides of our screen. I'm going to select the top one, drag it down, and we'll start to see that's starting to go through all the different layers of our building. Very cool. To finalize where it's cutting, we'll click again. We'll see this little finalize dialog pop up. We'll click it, and that's set our cut plane. Now, it hasn't deleted those bits. It's just hiding those for the moment. If we click the 3D cutaway, it's going to show those again. So let's click it back on, and we've got our 3D cutaway. But to make everything look aesthetic, we're going to need to start changing all of our different materials. But before that, let's get that cool isometric looking view. To do this, we'll go to View, 3D View Options, 3D Projection Settings. We're going to go to Parallel Projections. Within here, we're going to go to here and select this one, Isometric. It's going to have all these values typed in here. And if we click OK, everything's probably disappeared. But if we double click the middle mouse button, or if we click Fit to Window in the bottom left-hand corner here, our view's popped up. Excellent. Now, if yours has shown up a little bit different, it's probably because the camera has been set to a different place. So within these settings, we can change where the camera is showing just here. So let's say this is our house here, this is our camera, and we can pan to where we want it. So if I select this point here, we'll go OK. Again, Fit in Window, and it's going to show it from another perspective. But we'll change that back to what we had it. We'll go OK, double click, middle mouse button, or just click this little button down here for Fit in Window. Cool. So that we can capture and save this view and don't have to keep on redoing that last step. We can go up to the top of the 3D just here, select out of that. Right click on this top bar here. We'll go Save as View, and we can give it a little custom name just under this name part here. We'll click on this tab, go Custom, and we'll type in 3D View. We'll go Create. Down the bottom right hand corner here, we'll see the 3D view pop up. Now, anytime we want to get to this view, we can click just down here. Cool. So one of the next fun and really impactful parts of how our whole scene looks, which is changing materials. First thing, I'm going to select all my different walls by clicking and holding in Shift, my external walls, this one here, and this one here. And I'm going to select on this top right hand corner here. And now, if yours isn't showing, you might have to scroll your middle mouse button or pan across if you're using Mac, just up in this top until you get to building materials. For this one, I'm going to select the outside surface so it's turned on, and I'm going to go to Siding Light. There we are. Next up, I'm going to select the slab. I'll go to building materials, turn this top one on, and I'm going to select pine grained horizontal. This kitchen's distracting a little bit, so I'm going to select that. Next, I'm going to go into representation and surfaces, and for the countertop, I'm just going to put it as a titanium white. We'll go OK. For the benches, I'm also going to put those as siding as well. Now, so that I don't have to go into each individual object and change all their surfaces, for these objects, I want all the surfaces to be the same. And the quickest way to do this is up in this dialog just here. I'll go Surface Override. So I'll click on this dialog just here. Then I'm going to select Siding Light. There we are. Nice timber kind of feel. I'm going to select the table. I'll do it for this one too, Siding Light. Now you'll notice on the edges just here that the materials don't wrap around. This is a setting we can change within the walls. Quick way to modify how this looks. I'm going to use the eyedropper tool, select the wall, go Control A to select all the walls. I'm going to go to the settings, and just within the settings here, we're going to go and we're going to click in End Surfaces, Override Adjoining Walls. We'll go OK. And that's going to wrap those corners with the materials. All right, we've made some good progress. Next up, we'll do these slabs. We'll select these two slabs here. I'll change the building materials, the top surface to a brick. Let's go be brick white natural. There we are, nice and classy. Now let's say I want to have these so that they're stepped down from the original slab. I'll just go to this point here and I'll go -50, and that's going to step them down. But so that it's still in line with the slab, I'll just make it so that this is 200. There we are. Let's give our windows some casings to make it a little bit more aesthetic. Using the eyedropper, we'll select a window, Control A to select all the windows. Go to our window settings. Within here, we just want to go to casing outside and click once. This is going to give us a casing on the outside. Selecting through these views here, we can get different views of the window. Kind of cool little trick. You can do this for objects, as well as windows, doors, everything else. Now let's change the materials so it matches a more of a timber vibe. We'll select the dialog box and go down to model attributes. We'll select pine graded horizontal. Let's also do this for the frames as well. Now with our dialog selected, we'll go to model attributes. In here, with uniform window surfaces turned on, we'll go to pine graded horizontal. We'll select OK. Hey, there we go. Next up, I'll change this door here. I'm going to make this one timber. So we'll go to model attribute. Oh no, we'll just go up to this here and select pine graded horizontal. We'll select OK. Now, what I'll actually do is I'll want this door opening a little bit just so we can see the bed. Just gives it that little extra dynamic. So just in under opening type and angle, we're going to select 45. We'll go OK. Hey, there we are. I like that. For the bed, I want the bed head down a little bit lower so people can just jump onto the bed. Real kind of cozy cabin vibe. So I'm going to pop this one down to 500. We'll go OK. And that lowers that bottom part down there. These pots here, I want to change their base material. In the pots, I'll go into all parameters. And for the pot, I'm going to select, say, light gray. Let's go OK. Distracts a little bit less from everything else. When you have a strong color, it tends to draw attention. Let's do the same thing with our books. We'll turn them to something a little less eye-catching. I'm going to change all the surfaces just here. Go to like a sand beige. Now, as I'm pivoting and panning around, I can always just double click on my 3D view over here and it recenters it. We're getting closer, but I'd like some more soft surfaces within the scene. I'm talking some carpet, so let's add that in. We want the end scene to look like this, and we're getting pretty close. So within the 2D, let's select our slab, and I'm gonna draw it as a little rug just here. We can use tools in a somewhat unorthodox method to get the results that we want. I'm going to set this as 5, and that's going to push that slab up 5 millimeters. Let's go into 3D, and we'll select that slab we just put down. I'll put this to, say, a carpet. There we go. Now let's create a little bit of carpet for the bedroom. I'll use the eyedropper tool. I'll select the slab we just created, click this bottom left-hand corner here, and just up to the top if we go back into our 3D. Now, color-wise, I think we can do better. So let's go into our surface, and I'm actually going to change this surface. So if we go to Options, Element Attributes, and then go to Surfaces, within here, we can go to the carpet we just selected. ArchiCAD's got all sorts of textures that we can use. So if we just go to Browse, I'm going to scroll on down till we say get to, I like this light gray. So let's go OK. Going to change surface color here just so it's easy to identify. Okay, there we are. It's not bad, but I think we can still do better. So let's just go back in. Yeah, I reckon this gray just here. Let's go okay. Yeah, that's looking good. Yeah, create another custom texture. Let's go up to our surfaces. I'm going to go to the carpet 3. This time I'm going to create a new one. I'm going to call it carpet 4 after hitting new, and I'm going to make it a duplicate, and we'll go okay. And from here, I'm going to select our texture. This time I'll go to a lighter gray. I'll go okay, okay. And I'll want to change this chair so it's got that fabric kind of feel about it, but different to our carpets. Click so it overrides, and then we'll select our material to carpet 4. Yeah, nice. Might do the same thing for this bed head here. Give it the kind of plush feel as well. So within its settings, in representation, I'm just going to scroll on down until we get to the surfaces. I'll select this textile and I'll bring it just to this carpet 4 here, and we'll go okay. It's turned out a bit more green than I anticipated. So let's go back in. Let's go to our surfaces. Might go to this gray here. Click OK. And OK again. Yeah, all right, I like the look of that. Still enough contrast. Yeah, looks good. Also going to make the couch this same one as well. So I'll go to carpet 4. Now to create a bit more contrast within the scene, make things a little bit clearer, I'll select all the walls, and for the materials for the inside face, I'm going to turn that on, and I'm going to select it to this paint color just here, which is like a bit of a cream color. I'll select this wall again. This time I'll select the outside portion as well, and I'll just select that to the paint as well. So that's got our internal walls. Now that cut slice that we see, that we set up a little bit earlier, we can change what this looks like. If we go up to our 3D cutaway, select this little down button, and go to filter and cut elements in 3D. We can go to custom, and I'll select this to that same paint that we selected, and we'll go okay. But that line, I'm not so sold on. Let's go back into our settings, and we're also going to change this. So this is also black for the pen. So we'll go okay. Phew, a lot better. Now the fridge is merging with this wall here. Not a big fan of that. So let's grab our kitchen, Control D, and we'll drag this across 1 millimeter, just so it's not combining with the wall. Let's go back out. Yep, all right, that looks better. With the pine, let's take it to that next bit of a level. The pine is a little bit dark, so I can modify its attributes. I'll go to Options, Element Attributes. I'll go to Surfaces. I'll go to Pine Horizontal. And within here, I'm going to bump up the diffuse a little bit. We'll notice just on this here, as we change our ambient and our diffuse, it's going to change how that material looks. Bring those up a little bit. We'll click OK. There we are. Kind of makes all those colors pop just a little bit more. Just notice my books are sunken into the table. So I'm going to bring those up, select them, then Control D. Then I'll just line it up with that node there. Now it hasn't saved what I've just set up there before. When I've double clicked, that top surface has changed back to what it was. So to make sure this saves next time, let's go to Filter, 3D Cut Options. We'll go to Custom. We'll select our pen and we'll select our material again to what we had it. We'll go OK. We'll right click the 3D view and redefine it with current window setting. That way, it's going to save it for next time when we double click, we pan around, we double click, it's going to show the same thing. Cross-checking against our reference material, we're getting pretty close. Next thing is the shadows. Let's set those up. Oh, before we go too much further, don't forget to save your file. It's tragic when you lose all your progress because you didn't save. So please save. So let's set up those shadows. 3D view options, 3D view settings. Now on the source material, I've got the shadows so that they're roughly sitting here. And I've got the altitude a little bit different. So if I just click within here, then backspace and type in 60, and also set the azimuth at 90, we'll go OK. There we go. The shadows are looking pretty cool. Again, you'll want to redefine the current window settings just so that if we click out and click back in, all our settings are set up how we've just put them together. We'll click save. So we've got our floor plan and we've got our Suite 3D. Next, we'll want to display them on a fresh page. To do this, we'll click up top right hand here, go to Layout Book. I'm going to minimize all these other folders. I'll right click up top here and click New Layout. I'm going to call this one Layout A3 Cabin Final. You can call it anything though. We'll go Create. Now, this page here is massive. I'll want to bring it back down to say something like an A3. So we've got our master pages down here. So if I go click down here while I'm in the layout book, this will have our 3D page. It's got a title block. I don't really need that in my case. So I'm going to select everything and delete it. And for the extra little touch, I'm going to bring in a cardboard texture that I put together in Photoshop. Bring this across, drag this across. I'll go back into my layout. Now, nothing's changed. If I right click and then go to layout settings and go into 3D cover page, the one we just edited, and go OK, there we go. We've got that set up. Now to bring our drawings into the page that we've just set up, we'll want to project chooser. We'll go to show organizer. From here, we're going to select the view map down the bottom. We'll scroll on down until we get to our 3D view. We're going to click and drag this in. Hey, there we go. So I've got our 3D in. I'm going to rescale this, Control K, click OK. And I'm going to click this left-hand side, the right-hand side, and draw it in so it's a little bit smaller. There we go. Just a nice visual way of being able to change the scale of the drawing or the 3D if scale doesn't need to be completely accurate. So I'll bring this back down. Now we've got that blue background there at the moment. To change this, let's go into our 3D view. We'll go to view and we'll go to 3D styles. Within here, I want to change this so that it's white. We'll go OK. I've currently got mine set at detailed shading with shadows, and then we'll go OK. And that just sets everything back to white. All right, let's shift our publisher just out of the way a little bit. We'll go back into our plan. Now nothing's changed here at the moment. And we're just back in the layout book. We're going to select the 3D, right click and click update. There we go, that's updated there now. Let's also bring in our floor plan. So if we scroll back up to the top and scroll on down until we find, say, ground floor here, which we first started in, we can click and drag this onto our page. There we go. So we've got our floor plan. Let's drag this just down to here. Because scale doesn't matter in this particular project, I'm going to scale it up so it's a bit bigger. Let's say 200%. So just up in this top portion here, type in 200. There we go. That's pretty cool. I'll click Control D to be able to shift it around in my view. Control D, I'll shut down. Now, I don't want all these markers to be showing as well. So I'm going to select the view, click on the edge, and within the pet palette, I'll want to make sure I've got offset edge selected, and I'll bring this one in. Do the same for the other edges as well. Select this one, bring it in, one here, bring it in. I don't want these drawing titles, so I'll select both drawings. Up in this top here, I'll scroll across until I find linear drawing title and go no title. Now, let's say we're not such a big fan of the blue. Let's go back into our 3D. We can delete this background. Let's chuck in, say, more beige background and drag this back up in our master layout. We'll go back to our page. All right, that's looking pretty cool. Let's go to our fill tool so we can see our floor plan a little bit better. At the moment, I've currently got the background set as transparent. Usually it will look like this, but with transparent background set on, we'll be able to see through it. Let's say I want to put a 75% fill so we can still see a little bit of that textured background come through. I can go to 75% while I've got the fill tool selected. I'll select white and I'll make sure that I've got transparent selected this below portion here. Click on the bottom left up to the top right. From here, I'll select that fill, right click and display order, send it back. There we go. So floor plan is pretty much done. Next up, we're going to tidy up our 3D. I'll just pull up the reference material. We'll put in the titles, give it a nice edge around the outside, and that'll pretty much have us sorted. So let's go back in. One other thing in the reference that I've just noticed is our pens and our walls. We've got those set up a little bit differently. So let's just fix those up now. Let's go back into our 2D open source view. At the moment, we've got the standard aluminium for our material. So let's change this. We'll go to our black and white pen, just so it looks better. We'll go through to element attributes and we'll go building materials. We've got aluminium selected. When you've got it selected in the view and then go to these options, it'll have that selected, which is very handy. Within here, I'm going to change it from this gray to a black and we'll select OK. And that's going to change our material so all the walls are black. This is high contrast, makes it really stark and easy to read. For all the other elements, what I'm going to want to do is set up another pen. So within our pens, I'm going to go pen colors. I'm using black and white for our pens at the moment. I'm going to create a new set. To do this, I'm just going to double click this here, bring this up to a bit of a lighter gray. We'll go OK. And that's created a custom set. Now I want to store this as, I'm going to delete that copy part and just go -2. We'll go store. And that's created a new pen set. So this one here is all black. And this one has got a little gray. So I'll go OK. I'll set my pens so it's the number 2. Yep. I'll select all my doors. I'll go up to the top floor plan and section. I'll select all these checkboxes here and select them to these grays. Let's turn them gray. Let's do the same thing for all the objects. Floor plan and section. We'll select just here. We'll turn these to the grays. And last but not least, the windows. Let's go floor plan and section, select, and turn those as well to gray. That's tidied up our floor plan a little bit. Let's go back into. Now at the moment, if we zoom in, we'll notice that it's still showing as black. So what we want to do is select our floor plan and make sure that the pen is set at the top here to this one that we just set up. There we go. It's got that gray and it kind of gives layers to the pens that we've set up. From here, we're going to tidy up the 3D. At the moment, it's a little bit low resolution. So let's just go into our 3D, open the source view. To increase the resolution of our 3D, I'm just going to double click the 3D view, make sure we've got this selected. We'll go up to our 3D and set window size. Within this dialog, I'm just going to link these two values and bump it up to 4K. We'll click OK. This is where it gets a little bit tricky. This window that we've got is larger than what ArchiCAD can show on our screen. So we kind of have to guess where that bottom portion of the drawing is because it's hard and we can't bump it up to the top. So I'm going to zoom in, pan, and then I'm going to right click and redefine with current window settings. Going to go into the layout. I'm going to right click on here and update. And this is going to increase the size of the drawing as well as the resolution. So when we zoom in, it's clearer than it was before. Handy little trick to draw the view out just by grabbing those edges. All right, from here, we want to get rid of all the white. But if we select it and we try and go transparent like we did for the floor plan, we'll notice these nasty little edges here. So we'll turn that back off, and that's to do with the 3D render engine, but that's going into too much specifics there at the moment. So I'm just going to go around and I'm going to change by selecting in the middle of these points here. I'm going to select just here, bring this one down, just in line with the wall, select move node in the pet palette here, this edge, bring it out. I'll just do this for the rest of the drawing, just so that we get rid of that white. Now, just after this, we're going to put a nice thick line around the outside, which is really going to make this 3D pop. Just drag this in here. 2 last points left to go. This one here, this one, and that one. Let's select our 3D, drag it in and across. Control K to resize. We'll select OK. We're going to do it visually. We'll select one point and the other. We'll just drag that in. Control D to drag it up. Make it a little bit smaller to about there. Select it. Control D, bring that one up. Now, to make the 3D pop, we'll go to the polyline tool. Holding in the magic wand, we'll hit spacebar and select around the view. There we go. That's given it a little bit of an outline, but we want to make it big and really pop. So again, we're going to go into our pen set, go to pens, and within the pen set that we set up, I'm going to change this last pen here. Yep, that's black. I'm going to change this pen here so the weight is 1.25. We'll go OK. We'll select this pen here, and I'm going to drag it all the way across just to point here. There we go. Giving it that nice thick outline. We're getting pretty close to our original drawing. Let's minimize that. From here, we want to put in a couple of different labels. I'm just going to copy these ones across, drag these into place. So for the text, we're just going to use the text tool, double click, and then we can start typing in our text here. Now for this specific text, I'll select it. I've used Baskerville Old Face and a pen size of 5. So I can change these settings up here. If I just tap B, that'll bring me to about here. I'll just go Baskerville Old Face. Then I can increase that up to 5, type in 5, enter.
And then, yeah. Oh, I also want to change the pen color, so that is white.
In this next chapter, we'll be taking the floor plan that we just created and taking it to the next level, literally. We're adding another story, some stairs, and much more. Today we're going from a single story house, which we'll be adding a second story onto. Along the way, we're going to be adding in a set of stairs, as well as a roof and some exterior details. After that, we're going to create an isometric view that we're going to break apart into multiple sections so we can get a cool view of what's going on in the building. It's actually pretty easy, so let's take it step by step and get started. So we'll be taking this file here and going through each of the different steps until we get our final result. So to get started, let's go into our floor plan view. Now to get a second story, we're going to want to add in a set of stairs. To do this, we'll want to have adequate space. So let's take some dimensions. I'll just go into floor plan view just by tapping F2 or the Mac equivalent. So just here, I've put a list of a lot of the ArchiCAD shortcuts that I'll typically use throughout the process, including swapping between 2D as well as 3D on Windows and on Mac. So you might want to take a screenshot or write them down. From here, let's take some dimensions to make sure we've got enough space for our stairs. We'll go to our dimension tool just up the top. Now, before I get too much further, I'm going to go to options. I'm going to go to work environment and go to work environment again. From here, I'm going to double click on architectural profile 26 and then go apply. Once I apply and go OK, it's going to rearrange my user interface so that it matches what I've got just here. That way, we're all working in the same interface and all the tools are in the same places. Now, down in the bottom left-hand corner, we're going to find document, and we're going to find the dimension tool. I'll take this one and I'm going to measure our walls just to make sure that we've got enough space to fit a stair in. At the moment, we've got 1.9 meters, so I'm going to want to extend that out, say another 90 mil, just so we've got at least 2 meters. From here, I'm going to connect up these walls. To select the wall, I'll just click on the wall and holding in Shift, I'll select these other two walls here. To connect these up, I'm going to use the intersect shortcut just here, and that's going to connect my walls together. I'm going to take my slabs and I'm going to shift these up as well. And this one too. There we go. Let's go ahead and delete the bed and we'll go straight into the stair tool. So just on this left-hand side here, we'll double click on this tool just here, and then we'll go to the settings just up in the top left-hand here. There's going to be some information that we need to fill out to make sure that the stairs can automatically change to the heights that meet the construction code. All the parameters are just in here. Now, it all seems a bit daunting, but once we type in the right things, it's actually pretty quick and easy. I'll just drag in the National Construction Code just here, and I'll lift this one up to the top right here. So the information that we've got here at the moment tells us what the maximum riser is. So the riser is just from tread to tread, the height, just here. A riser can't be any more than 190 mil, which we've got typed into our parameters just here. It also can't be any less than 115 mil. So now that we've got the riser sorted out, this one just here, we also need to make sure that the going is correct as well. So the going is 355 max and the minimum is 240, which we've also got typed in here. Slope relationship, it's a little bit tricky to explain, but just make sure that even with these parameters typed in, that it's still a comfortable stair to be stepping on. So we'll just need to type in these parameters as well. For max, put that one in there, and min, we'll put that one in there. So with all those typed in, we'll link our stair to the ground story and the top to the first. And this will mean that it can automatically do a lot of different things for us. Width-wise, I'm just going to type in 1000, and I'm going to want to reduce the amount of stairs. So I'm just going to go up to this toggle just up here, and then I'm going to type in, say, let's see what 16 does for us. This brings us up to a 188 riser. Now, there's a lot of technical stuff here at the moment, I know, but it's all worth going through just before we do the stair. We'll get to it in a second, I promise. And we've now got 188 riser. So the step is now at 188, which is a little bit below what the maximum can be. So with all of that done, let's get to the actual fun stuff of drawing some stuff in. Let's go, okay. All right, so let's start with the stair. So I'll click on this wall just where we want the stair to start. I'll drag it all the way across until we hit the node just of this wall here. Now I'm going to drag it on down. Holding in Shift, I'm going to go Shift D, which is going to allow me to type in the dimension for the stair itself. So I know that I need this to be 2 meters because we've set up that width at 2 meters and the minimum width of the stair to 1 meter. So let's type in 2000 and go OK. From here, let's drag this one along this way and we'll type in, say, 2600 and we'll go OK. Now, the cool thing about the stair tool is once we've got those parameters set up, it's automatically going to adjust the going to whatever it needs to be so that it suits the Australian standard. Let's pop into 3D to check out how it looks. Hey, there we go. So we can see most of it up to this first landing here. Let's turn off our 3D cutaway and have a bit of a pan around. Look at that. Yeah, very nice. So we've got our stairs. Now, if we say click on the edge of the stair just here and we go to the stair settings, we can adjust if this is just a landing at the top or if it's a winder. For the time being, I'm going to keep it pretty simple and just leave it as it is here at the moment. And I'll most likely make a dedicated video on stairs themselves one day. Now, one thing I highly recommend just before we get to the next step is going up to help and turning on tool tips. So we go show tool tips. So this means when I hover over the top of something, it's going to tell me what that thing is. So to kick off our next step, we're going to want to go to the project map. The project map is where we're going to set all the different heights for our project. It's going to dictate the heights of what our wall's going to be, as well as the slabs and the framing, as well as the roof. So for a quick practical example, I'm going to hold in the eyedropper tool and go select all. I'm going to select all these walls here, and I'm going to make sure that they're linked to the first floor. Now you'll notice this little grade at 3000 just here at the moment. If we just go OK, and then we right click on say our stories and go to story settings, you'll notice that we've got 3000 written here as well. So if I change this to say 6000 and we go OK, first of all, our stairs are going to freak out because they've been automatically lined up with the heights as well, but we'll come back to that in a second. We'll just go OK, and you'll notice that all of those walls have automatically changed in their height. Now, thing is, we can't go Control Z to undo this. So if I try and type in Control Z here at the moment, nothing's going to happen. So what I need to do, I need to right click and go back into the story settings, and we'll just type this one back down to 3000. We'll go OK, and there we go. Now, what I want to do for this project is I actually want to add in a floor frame. So I'm going to go in, I'm going to go story settings, and then I'm going to go insert above. I'm going to go floor frame, and then I'm going to give this one, say, 300 millimeters, which will give us enough space for typical floor framing. 300 is about the minimum I try and keep for floor framing. So with that typed in, let's go OK. Now the stair warning is going to pop up here again, so I'm just going to go OK. And I'm going to really quickly pop back in. Now that we've got the framing in, I'm actually going to change this back 300 mil, so it's 2.7 meters. So 2.7 plus 300 is going to give us 3 meters overall. But what I typically like to do, I like to go 2750, so we've got enough space for a bit of plasterboard as well as flooring just below. And we still get that nice head height. So we'll just go OK. Now, stairs are still purple, which is a great indicator that we need to adjust them. They're also going back into 2D using our shortcut F2. We'll also notice it is purple in the 2D. So let's click on the stair and then go to the stair settings. And it's given me a little warning just up here. So what I'll do, I'll just type in 0, and that has adjusted our stair parameters. So just over here on the right hand side, it's made it so that now our minimum number of rises is 17, as we'll see just over here. So I can't select 16 anymore just because we've bumped up that height, that extra 50 mil. So from here, let's just click OK. And that will automatically change the stairs so that they now work. I can also adjust the stairs in say 2D just by clicking and dragging them. So if I want them to line up with the bottom stairs, I can just click it and drag it just until it lines up with that. So we still have manual control over where the stairs can go, and the settings make sure that it all falls into the correct parameters. Anyway, all right, let's go back into our 3D. So we've got our stairs in there just at the moment. They're looking good. We now want to put a floor frame just above this. Alrighty, so from here, let's select our slab and go Control C to copy it. Now let's hold in Control and then press up to go up a story. Let's do this again just until we get to the first floor. So we can see which story we're on by this little text indicator just up here. So from here, we'll go Control V to paste it in, or the Mac equivalent, and we're going to make sure that it's in the original location. And we'll go paste, and then we'll click off. Making sure that it's in the original location, we'll make sure that it's lined up exactly with where it was downstairs. Now, at the moment, my walls are intersecting with the slab itself. So what I'll want to do is I'll hold in Alt and I'll use the eyedropper tool and go Control A on all the different walls. Then I'll go to my settings, and then I'll just make sure that it's linked to the floor frame. And we'll just go ahead and make sure we go 0 for this one just here. And then we'll go OK. And that will bring it back on down. There we go. Now, our floor material isn't the same as our walls. So to change this, we'll just click on our slab and we'll go to surfaces just over here. And we'll turn on this edge surface just here. Let's select our material just to see what our previous one was. So this one is siding light. So if I click on this one, go to the overrides, and then just click on this one here, I'll go siding, and then I can click on siding light. There we go. Now it all matches up as we go up. Now we've got a little gap just here at the moment. If we zoom on in, we can see that. So this slab is at 250 there at the moment. We'll want to change this to 300 so it matches the frame that we typed in earlier. Guys, we've got a second story to our cabin. So from here, we'll want to extend the walls up. But to do this, we'll want to go back to our floor plan, go back down to our ground floor, and we'll select all of our walls using the eyedropper tool, and then go and Control A. We'll select all of those walls, and then we'll go Control C, and then we'll just need to hold in Control, then tap up twice, and then we'll go Control V to paste this one in. We'll select outside the marquee to deselect that, and then we're going to go into our 3D, and we have 2 stories. We've got 2 stories to our cabin. Look at that. That all happens pretty quick, pretty cool. Now, to get this to what our example file looks like, which is this just here, we're going to need to go through a couple of steps just to massage the actual upstairs itself. So I've popped this inside story in, and I've popped this inside story out just here. So let's go back to our drawings. Easiest way to do this will be in 2D. So we're on our first floor here at the moment. We know this because we've got this just here. So I'm going to get these 2 walls here, holding in Shift. I'm going to select both of these walls, and then I'm going to go to intersect. So I'm going to intersect these 2 walls, and then I'm just going to go ahead and delete this one here. I'm going to go ahead and delete this window as well, and I'm going to shift this opening door just over to here. Let's go into our 3D. Hey, look at that. Let's pop back into our 2D. Let's pop out this back one just here, and then we'll go ahead and delete this wall here, and we'll connect these 2 just using the intersect again as well. I'll go ahead and delete this wall here, and then connect this wall just up to this wall here. I'll shift this door here just a little bit over, typing Control D, and then tapping on the node here and just bringing it over, say 700. There we go. All right, now we've got our slab here at the moment, but it's also covering over the top of our stairs. So let's go into 3D and you'll get a better view of what I'm talking about. So if I pan over, we can't get up our stairs because we've got our slab over the top, our floor framing. So let's go back into 2D. We'll select this slab, and while it is selected, we'll hold in the Alt key to do the eyedropper. We'll select our slab again while it's selected, and then what we can do is we can click from this bottom left-hand side up to this top right where the stair is, and it's going to cut out of that slab. Bit of an advanced technique, but such a quicker way of cutting portions out of a slab. Let's go back into our 3D, check it out. Hey, look at that. Now to get a bit of a better view, I'm going to go to a 3D cutaway. So this is one we had set up before. I'm just going to get rid of this cutaway here. And then I'm going to grab this one just from over here and pull it over, and I'm going to go finalize. And now we can see what's going on with our stair. Check that out. I'll pull it back just a little bit. There we go. Cool, so we've got our stair going from downstairs all the way up to upstairs. This door here is just interrupting a bit, so I'll go into here and just change this so the door is not opening in 3D, and that's going to disappear. I can do the same thing with the downstairs one as well. I'm just going to type in 0 once I go into the settings. Hey, now that is nice and clean. Now I'll dive into another little trick just while we're in this view here at the moment. We've got this material which is different to our internal wall material. To change this so that they match up, what we need to do, if we scroll on in and we select the edge of this here and we click and drag it down, it's going to bring up the pet palette. From here, we'll go to this little edge, the custom edge settings on the pet palette. We'll click on this and we'll change this so it matches up with the material that we got just here. I think it's sand beige. Let's go OK. Oop, no, it's different. Let's select this one and see what it is. We'll go to various. Okay, Whitehaven is what we've got this one selected as. So let's do that again. We'll select this bit just here and click and drag down so that activates the pet palette. And we'll go custom edge and we'll type in Whitehaven, inspired by color bond. Yep, that's the one. And we'll go OK. We'll do the same thing for this edge just here. We'll click and drag this one on down and we'll go to Whitehaven. We'll go OK. Cool. Now all that's nice and clean. It all matches up with the interior finishes. Let's turn off our 3D cut plane and see what else we've got to do. From here, we'll need to put a post so this area here is supported and it's just not cantilevered. And we'll need to extend out the walls here and here. Let's jump into our floor plan and we'll select this wall here and we'll bring it just out in line with this one here. We'll do the same thing with this wall just over here. We'll drag this one on out. And then we'll select both of them. And now what we can do is we can use the split tool. So we'll use the split tool. And from this edge here, once we get that little symbol that looks like this, we can click on this edge and then an eyeball will pop up. I know there's a lot of random symbols that pop up. This eyeball is going to cut in the direction. The eyeball will mean it will cut in that direction and keep those elements selected. So it's going to be quicker to understand once I do it. So I'll click down from where I cut, and that means I'm going to have both these walls selected. Now, the reason why I've cut these walls is if I go into 3D, I'm going to want to change the material of the exterior here, but I don't want to change the wall material here. So what I can do, I can select both of these walls here, and then I'll go to my surface, I'll click this edge surface, and then what I'm going to do, that's going to turn on the edge surfaces here, and then I can link all the surfaces together. So this way, all the surfaces are the same, which is going to wrap all those ones around there. I'm going to do the same thing for downstairs. So I'm going to pop on down. So holding in Control and tapping down till I get to downstairs. I'm going to extend this one on out, and then I'm just going to split this section just off here. And I'm going to go through the same process, click this one, and then go to surface and link all those together. Now I've got a little gap in between, so what I can do, I can just extend the slab out through here. So to do that, I'll just go to the first floor, and then I'll select this little edge here. I'll create a new node, and then I'll put this just to here. And then I'll just extend it out by using this little offset edge tool just here. There we go. Now I've currently got true line weight turned on. I'm going to turn that off just so that when I zoom in, I can see the exact node point. Whereas if I right click and I put that back on, it's a bit thick and sometimes it's a bit hard to select where that point is. So I'm going to turn that back off, and this way I find it's a bit more accurate, a lot more accurate actually. Let's go back into our 3D. Hey, starting to get there. Let's click on, now we've got these little weird parts here where it's not connecting up the materials how we want them. So what we can do, we can select these walls just here, and then we go to the settings. Before I do go to the settings, I'll select the bottom walls as well, just so we don't have to do it twice. And then we'll want to go to the settings, and we'll turn off end surfaces so that override using adjoining walls isn't on. We'll go OK, and we're going to do the same thing for this wall just here. And then we're also going to lower the junction order. So this one isn't taking priority for the connection to the other two walls. It'll make sense in a second. We'll just go OK, and boom, there we go. So now with that junction priority, basically what it'll do, it'll connect these two walls as the priority, and it'll leave this one at a lower priority, so it's basically its own little wall. Now, by doing the junction order, I didn't actually need to turn off the end surfaces for that last one, but that was just a little extra step I didn't need to do, so don't worry about that one. Now, because we've got a step down here at the moment, we'll want to take this wall, and we'll go -50, just so it extends this wall on down past where this lab point is here. Typically, you want to step down near where your entrance is, so if there's copious amounts of rain, it's not going to seep into the actual dwelling itself. There are different ways around this, say having grates with drainage and whatnot, but let's keep it simple. If it needed to be accessible, then we could do something like that. So there's a 0 threshold, but at the moment, typically always try and allow a threshold before it goes into the building. Next up, we want to put our post in just over here. So let's go back into our 2D. We'll go down a couple of stories, one more story, and we'll extend this slab out just here. And then we'll go to our post tool just on the left hand side here, to the column tool, I should say. We'll pop this one just in here. I'm going to select this post, and I'm going to change its parameters a little bit just so it's a bit cleaner. Let's go to the settings and then go to plane, and then we're also going to select this to our number 1 pen. All right, let's select on out of here. We'll click and drag this one just down to here. Now at the moment, this one's gray, and that's just because we've got the structure set to generic stucco, I'm pretty sure, generic structural, I should say. Now the rest of our walls have been set to aluminium, this one just up here, just so that they're black. The structure settings could be its whole own video, so for the time being, I'll just brush past it and let's get to the more interesting stuff. We'll go back into our 3D, and we'll check against our reference. From here, we'll want to change our materials and add in a roof, as well as some gutters, and eventually this little bit of topography just down here. Before we get too far changing the materials, I'll select this post and I'm going to bring it down 50 mil, and then I'm going to click and drag it and extend it up to the underside of the slab. There we go, now that one all ties in. Let's select all of our walls. We'll go Control A after we use the eyedropper tool on the wall, and we'll go to surfaces, and I'm going to change this exterior surface to siding dark. we go. I'm going to do the same thing for our floor frame on the exterior portion. Let's go to siding dark. Now you'll see this little warning here. We've got custom planes, those ones we did a little bit earlier for just the internal portion. We don't want these to change, so we're not going to apply it to the custom plane / edges. So we'll just go to dark, and there we go. Now it's changed those ones. So that's changed all of our walls, but I'll want to change this internal wall back to what it was just before. So I'll select this top one and this bottom one, and we're going to go to surfaces, and we'll go to Whitehaven, I think it was. Yep, let's go to that one. There we are. Now we've got our internal walls nice and clean. We can also just quickly change this wall just here, this part of the frame just here. Let's click and drag on that, and then let's change our material back to Whitehaven. There we go, and we'll go OK. Nice. I like it when it looks nice and clean like that. All right, we've got most of the exterior materials done, but we want to turn this one here into a bit of a lighter tone. Now, to match up with the one that I had on the example file, this one here, I had to create a custom one. I'll quickly walk through just how I did that. It's actually pretty quick and easy. So I'll select my wall just here at the moment, and then I'll go to element attributes, then I'll go to surfaces. So this means when I've got this one selected, I was hoping it would have brought up the material on this wall, but it hasn't, so that's all right. I can just click on siding dark, this one just here, and I'm going to create a duplicate. So I'm going to go new, and I'm going to duplicate it. I'm going to go timber. I'm going to change the title to timber, and we're going to go OK. And now I'm going to go ahead and change the actual surface itself. So if I extend this out and extend this down, I'll pop on up, and I'm pretty sure it's a beige that I ended up going with. So I scroll on up until I get to beige OPT. We'll go OK. And from here, I'm also going to change the surface color just so it's more representative of what the color actually is. So I'll bring that to there, and this one up to roughly here. And then I'll go OK. So that now changes the surface color here, which means it's easier to identify just over here. I'll just change this so it's a bit more a muted tone. We'll go OK. There we are. That's better. A bit more beige. Let's go OK. Now, let's select this wall just here, and we'll select all our ones facing the frontage. So we'll click these with all of those selected. Let's go to override surfaces, and we'll go siding timber. There we go. I'll select these external walls just here, and this one just here. Now I'll want the internal material of this to be siding. So I'll go to surface and unlink these so that they're not all linked together. And I'll go inside face surface. I'm going to change this to siding timber. We'll go that one there. And then we've got all of that set up along through there. Following the same steps as we did earlier, we'll just go into this one. We'll go siding, and we'll turn that one to timber. We'll go OK. We'll do this for these other planes as well. So we're setting up custom face materials just for these portions of the slab. So we'll go to side timber, and we'll go OK. Just a couple more of these. Siding timber, and we'll go OK. And one more just there. Siding timber, we'll go OK. We've left out a wall. Let's do this one as well. Click on this exterior surface. We'll go siding timber. Yep, all right, there we go. Now, earlier in the piece, I mentioned to turn off the edge materials. What I need to actually do is just select both of these and turn that back on. It was just the junction that I needed to do. So my bad on that one. And now if we pan around, that's all looking good. As we pan to this exact point, looks like it picks it up a little bit there, but as we pan around, it's all smoothed down. So, all right, cool. And we're all sweet on this side by the looks of things. Now, I want this to frame along this side here as well. So we'll click this one just here, and we'll go in and we'll change this one so end surfaces isn't on, and we'll go OK. Now, next up, we'll want to lower this one's priority. So we'll go back in and we'll lower it down to 7. We'll go OK. And that way, this wall is taking over this one's priority. So now we'll just go to the edge and we'll turn on siding dark for our material. And there we go. Same thing for this one just here. For the slab, what we can do, we'll go up to the first floor. We'll select the slab, and then we'll grab this one and create a new node. Just by creating a new node for this face just here. If we go back into our 3D, we'll see that we've got this little rectangle here. If I zoom on into this space and click this one, and then click and drag and do our palette, and creating a custom face again, let's go siding, we'll go dark, and we'll go okay. Cool. All right, now we've created a lot of contrast between this front facade so we can frame it nicely. Let's just pan around a building just to see how she all looks. It's coming up pretty cool. Next up is the roof. So to do this, quickest and easiest way is to go into our floor plan. So on our first floor, this one just here. So I'll just want to click on the roof tool. To make sure that we're going to do it to a gable roof, we'll just want to make sure geometry method is to multiplane, and the construction method, this one just here, if we click and hold, is on gable. So if we click on the bottom left-hand corner and drag just up onto the top right hand, we now have our roof. If we go into our 3D, hey, there we go. But it's on the wrong story. So what we need to do, we just need to click this one, and we need to go link to story, and we'll put this one to roof. Now we can do this in the 2D as well. So if I go undo, and then I go back to 2D, I select my roof, and I put this one to roof, that still works as well. Now the cool thing about the roof tool, if we've got it set up correctly, is that we're going to have these dashed lines here that represent where it is over the top of this. So this means we can manipulate our roof within the 2D plane. So if I click and drag this one just here, and drag this one in, if I go back into my 3D, we can see how that's changed what our roof looks like. If I go back into 2D, and I'll just undo that, I'll uniformly change all of these eaves just so they're at 0. To do this, I'll just go to 0 for the offset and hit enter. If I go into our 3D, now we've got a 0 offset for our eave. Now for this roof, we want to change this one's pitch up so it's 30. We'll hit enter, and we'll keep these planes custom. We'll click OK. And that one's bumped our pitch up. Now to get our walls so that they go to the underside of this roof just here, what we can do, quick and easy way, is if we select these walls, these ones just here as well, let's click and drag, and then we'll go to the pet palette and hit this tool just here, which is our stretch height. We'll bring this all the way up to the ridge, and we'll click. There we go. We've got all our walls. We've got all of our walls extruded up. Now let's select all those again, then right click and go to connect and solid element operations. From here, we'll want to make sure that they are our target, and we'll select our roof and they are our operator. We'll go down to choose operation. We'll make sure this one is subtraction with upward extrusion. So the roof is going to cut all the walls above it, and we'll go execute. And there we go. That has cut all of our walls to our roof plane. Let's pop back to our reference to see how we're going. So we'll want to change the materials to what we've got here. So dark gray and basalt. Let's go back in, we'll select, and we'll go to our surface. We'll turn on the top and on the side, and we'll go dark gray, and then we'll also go basalt. I'll also turn on our bottom one, and I'll turn this one to dark gray as well. Okay, cool. So if we go down to the front, oh, look at that. Actually, I don't want this one to be dark gray. I want this one to match up with our timber just out the front here. So I'll select it, and I'll go to surface, and I'll go to the bottom, and I'll go siding timber. There we go. So now that all matches up along there and along there. Yeah, that's coming together. Now from here, another big win would be to get our topography in. To do this, easiest way is just to pop in. And for the sake of this one, what I'm going to do, I'm going to go down to the bottom, and because it's not sloping, I'm going to do this the lazy way, just so we can get some grass on that ground floor. I'm going to hold in Alt, and I'm going to click on my floor plan, and I'm going to click bottom left up to top right. So this is just creating a slab. I'm going to hold in Shift, and I'm going to hit Tab until I select the slab I just created. I'll click that one. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to extend this out so it's 800 millimeters. 800 millimeters, there we go. And now if I go into my 3D, I've got the slab, but it's not set to the correct material. So I'll just go in, I'll go to surfaces, and I'll go to grass. I'll go grass brown, I'll pan up, and then I'm going to change all the surfaces so that they are grass brown. I'll go link together. There we go. Now it's currently covering our current slab, so all I will need to do is change the height. So with the slab selected, I'll go minus 150, which will bring that all down. Cool. Now we are getting closer, but I very much like the little curved edges on this here. These are very easy to achieve. So we just go back into our floor plan, and on the document tab, what I'll do, I'll just minimize this tab just here by clicking on it. In the document tab, I'll go down to polyline. I'm going to click on this post just here, this one just up top here, and I'm going to hold in shift and pull an angle down to there, to that bottom right, until it hits that edge of the slab and bring it back to here. I'm going to grab this edge and I'm going to use the curve edge, and I'm going to change the radius to match what our offset was, which was 800. I'll hit tab and then I'll type in 800. I'll go enter. Cool. So from here, now if I select the slab and use the Alt tool, select, and then hold in spacebar, I'm going to be able to click this corner and it's going to cut that portion out. So what I did was just use the magic wand to cut a portion of the slab out while the slab was selected. Another really powerful tool for cutting out of the slab. What we can do is now just repeat that process. I'll click on this one here that we just set up. I'll go Control M to mirror, and I'll hit the middle point of our slab just here. And then I'll tap Control once just to create a duplicate. You'll see the little plus icon just underneath where my mouse is. And then I'm going to click. Now the reason I did it from this side and not this side is because this side is now shorter because we pulled that slab down. I can quickly do this again just by hitting Control M while this slab's still intact, so I can use it as a reference, and I'll drag this one on over this way. Oops, that time I didn't duplicate it. Let's just do that again, Control M, and then hold my mouse over the top of this until it gives us that little guide for the middle. Click, and then I'm going to hit Control once, and that is going to allow me to duplicate it. I'll just go through that same step, just clicking on the slab, holding in the Alt key just so I can use the eyedropper, and then I will cut out these little corners just here. Cool. I'm going to take these little guidelines here and delete them. Let's go back into our 3D. Hey, yeah, I love that. Now, another big difference that you'll see from this one to this one here is subtle, but look at the sun. The sun here is casting in through this way, which I think it gives it a better aesthetic than what we've got here at the moment. To change the sun, it's actually pretty quick and easy. I'm just going to pop into our view and then go to 3D view options and go 3D projection settings. From here, just over on this right-hand side, we'll see a couple of different icons. This one here is our building, this one is the camera, and this one is the sun. So what I want to do is just drag this sun just so it's at 45 to where our building is. So I'll put it roughly about here, and then I'll click OK. Hey, look at that. We're a little bit closer. I'm just going to pop into our reference one just to double check and see exactly what we've got set up for the 3D projection setting. So it looks like I've got 60 and 230. So 230 is our azimuth. So this here is our azimuth. So when we change it around, it's going to change that number down here. So we've got that one at 230. So I'll pop out of that and pop back to our one here. Let's go to view, 3D projection settings, azimuth. Let's go to 230. So that pivots a little bit more. We'll go OK. Hey, that's better. Now, we've still got a couple of things missing. We'll want to add in the window that we've got just here, as well as some gutters. So let's do the gutters next, because they're a quick win. So if we go up, holding Control and going up our stories until we get to our roof, there's a couple of different ways we can approach this. We could do a wall or a slab. I find they're quick and easy ways of actually doing the gutters if we don't need to show the actual profile of them. So I'll pick up this slab, I'll go up to the top, and I'll click on this bottom portion all the way up to the top, and then I'm just going to type in 150. So that's going to give us our width. So I've got our width just here. Now if we pop into 3D, we're going to notice we got this big old chunky gutter. We want to minimize the height of it, so we're going to type in 80. So it's an 80 mil gutter, and we're going to change the materials. So it's the same as the one that we've got on the top here, which is going to be a dark gray. No, actually we're going to change it to a basalt. So we'll go to surfaces, we'll go to BAS for basalt. And that way it's going to match in with our fascia. Let's link all that together, as well as the bottom, and we'll click out of that. And now our gutter should be nice and subtle, but it adds a little extra detail. So let's click and drag this one up in the 3D view. I find it's a nice, quick, easy way of doing it. And we'll want to mirror this one back over to the other side. So let's do that. Let's go to F2, Let's go Control M to mirror, and we'll drag this one on over to here. Oh, I didn't hit Control, so it didn't create a duplicate. Let's do that again. Control M. We'll tap that middle one, tap Control, and there we go. So if I go into my 3D now, we've now got gutters on both sides. Next up, we'll want to add in a window just for this portion just here. So to do this, one of the quickest and easiest way to do this, we just hold in Alt and click on our window. We'll click on this bottom portion just here, click once and click again. So we've just absorbed the tool. So we've absorbed the window tool. So holding in Alt, it selects that tool, and then I can use that window tool and have the exact same settings from this window be applied to this new window here, which is going to be handy in this case. When I go into 3D, it's all done and set up. So we've got all the materials as well as the pens all set up and done. So from here, I can change this one to, say, 2 meters. And I'm going to go into sill height. I'm going to change this to header to wall base. And I'm going to change this to 2100. So the header is now set. So it's from the header down to the ground. I might change this one to, say, 1800. And we'll go OK. There we go. We've got a nice feature window just there. What I'd do is I'd line this up so it's in line with our downstairs door. That gives us a nice even space along through here. One critical thing I haven't mentioned yet is to always save. Always save your file. It's very easy to forget. So we'll click and we'll go save. And this way we're not relying on autosaves, which are incredible in ArchiCAD, but just save. It's going to save you so many headaches down the track. All right, next up, I'd like to change the walls so that we've got a bit starker over contrast. At the moment, they're a bit gray. So I'm going to select the walls, go Control A. I'm going to just change the pen just from 87 down to 1. And then from there, yeah, that should all look a bit better. I'll do the same thing for the slab. Go to 1 and 1. There we are. Now we've got much starker lines throughout the 3D, which should delineate the different spaces. I'll do one more just for the slab down here as well. There we go. Next up, I'm just going to do some glass balustrades for this portion here. Now, what we could do is use the railing tool and hold spacebar, put in some handrails just for this portion, but setting up all the different options for it, it's going to be more of a pain than it's worth just for this little portion here. And I just want a really simple aesthetic for this one. So I'm just going to go ahead and select the slab. Sometimes I use tools in unorthodox ways just to get the job done. So for this case, let's go 900. Each panel to be 900 by 50 mil. And there we go. Now I'm going to set this one. I'm going to go Control D, drag this one on down. I'm going to offset it. Control D up. We'll go 25 mil, 25, and we'll offset this one from the edge, 25. Let's duplicate this one just from the bottom here. We'll go Control D, and we'll create a duplicate and duplicate this one across, say, we'll push it across, I should say, 25. Let's select both these and create some more duplicates. Control D, and select that one there. Control D, and let's space that out 50. All right, so I think if we just go ahead and space this out another 25 mil, and space this out, say, another 50 mil, we're getting a little bit closer. I'll shuffle this one up, say 50 mil. So that gives us 175 just at this end, but that's larger than what's acceptable for a balustrade. If we just check out the NCC, which is 125 sphere, may not pass through balustrade. So what we'll do, what are we at the moment? Control D, 175, way too much. So I'm just going to bump this up so it's another 50 mil. Let's go 50 and then say 50. So then if I say grab this and this, bump it across 50, this is not best practice. I'll admit this straight off the bat right now, but it's going to get the job done so much quicker just for this little use case scenario. And it also kind of showcases how you can use tools in a bit of an unorthodox way and still get the result. So we'll type this one to say 50, because at the end of the day, these aren't construction drawings. This is to create a concept. Now, if we go into our 3D, going to notice all our balustrades are sunken into the slab. because they've got the same attributes. So we're going to change this one to 900. We're going to want to bump this up in 950. There we go. We'll change the surface to say glass. We'll go glass clear and we'll link all those together. And there we go. So simple panel glass just out the front. Again, best practice would be to have one set up in your actual railing tool, which is this just in through here. And you can do it. You can go into the handrails and you can change this and go through all the different settings, but it takes a bit of setting up and doing. I'm not going to bore you guys with it today. So let's just get out of that one. That will be for a whole nother video, which will be great. We can go over it because it is such a powerful tool. I mean, if we just go into our 3D cutaway here, and if we select our railing tool and hold it on our stair on the edge, we can really quickly, so if we just hover over our balustrade that we just did, and then change the reference line, we can really quickly have a balustrade on the edge of that stair, or on the inside as well. So if we hover and click that on there, yeah, it's really powerful, handy tool. But let's get rid of those. I'm getting sidetracked. We'll delete that and go back to our 3D. I'm going to go ahead and delete this window just here, and I'm going to change this one so it has a mullion going down the middle. The quickest way to do this is just to go to our sash options, and then we're going to go from no grid to HV grid. We'll change this one, so we'll just go into our elevation view. We'll change this so that we've got 3 vertical panes and 1 horizontal pane. From here, we'll just go OK. Now, one other thing I've noticed is all my windows are gray, so I'm going to select all of those, and I'll just change those as well so that they are going to be number 1 pen. There we are, so they're black. All right. Now, decking isn't going to work for this portion here because it needs to be waterproof. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to change this surface to tile. I'm going to change it to this one just here. There we go. So we've got a tile for our little veranda there at the moment. But I want the inside to be, say, a carpet. So I've already got this set up downstairs. I'm just going to go down. I'm going to select this slab just here, hitting Control Tab, and I'm going to copy this one just up to the story here. I'll paste that one in, place it. I'll drag it on along up to here. I'll drag it just so it's to where our landing is, and I'll reshuffle our shape just so it covers this first floor portion just here. Now, to quickly expand the shape of the slab, I can just go add polygon, and then I can click this bottom left hand here, no, the bottom right hand up to the top left. And with that, we've created ourselves a little bit of carpet. Now, we can't really see it there at the moment. So let's just go to our cut plane and drag this one on out and go finalize. And there we go. We got carpet up the top. I'm going to change this one so it's 50 mil. No, just 5 mil. There we go. 5 mil. That way it's not interrupting the slab just here. Yos. All right, that's looking pretty cool. We are getting closer and closer to our original just here. Next up, so it looks cool when we do our 3D cutaways. What I want to add next is this bed as well as some bedside tables and a little balustrade just in this back end here. So I'm going to copy this balustrade back over to here, and I'll show you which elements I've used to create this bed, the textures, and the bedside tables. So I'll select all of these, I'll just copy them and paste them on in to the ArchiCAD layer and their original location. Ooh, it looks like it's shifted a bit there. So let's just reshuffle this back over. There we go. Let's go back into our 3D. Let's do our cutaway. Let's delete this plane here. We'll just chuck that one in the bin, and then we'll cut one through the top just here, and we'll go finalize. We'll check that out. Yep, that's all good. Okay, so for the bed, I've just got this one as a double bed 0526. So it's the ArchiCAD 26 library. And I've just got the material set up to the carpet 05 that we set up in the previous tutorial. For the pillows themselves, these ones just here. These are just ArchiCAD 26 pillows, and I've just got this one here selected. For the siding tables, they're just a coffee table that I've just rearranged the size and shape. And for the plants, I've just got houseplant model 26. So if I'll just pan around, there we go. So it looks a bit more cozy and homely. Now, the only thing is this window here, we'll want to change this, which is quick and easy. We'll pop into our 2D, grab this one, we'll shift along, and we'll pull it down, say 150 mil. And we'll pull it down, going Control D from this node here, go 150, and then we'll resize the shape of the window, so it's say about 700. Let's create a duplicate, Control D, and drag it down, tapping Control once, and then we'll bring it all the way down to this edge here, and then we'll do the same thing, we'll bring it off 150 mil. Let's pop into our 3D. There we go. So we've got some nice highlight windows. Not highlight windows, we've got some nice side windows just to either side of the bed. All right, so next up, we'll just duplicate this balustrade just here, bring it on over. And I had a little plant just here that I've duplicated from downstairs. So I'll grab this one and bring it up a couple of stories, and I'll just go paste. I'll put that in next to a balustrade as well. Brings a little bit of life into that room as well. Some other little flourishing touches just before we move into our cutaways. Let's just delete this plane here, and then we'll pan across and create a new cutting plane just here. We'll go finalize. I want to select both these doors, and I'll change these so that they've got glass. I like this so it can let extra light in, as well as transparency for when we're doing our 3D cutaways. So let's go to door settings and opening. We'll go to this one just here, and we'll go to no grid. Go OK, and there we go. We've got our glass. Also select this wall just here. I'll click and drag this one up just so that it also is all correct in the 3D cutaway as well. Let's go connect, solid element operations. We keep that one as the target. We'll select the roof as the operator and go subtraction with upward extrusion and go execute. We'll click out of that one and we'll turn off our cutting planes. Let's check against our reference, and I think we're there. I think we're ready to actually make it all happen. So we're up to one of the most fun parts. We're about to create our isometric view, as well as the puller parts, which are going to show us our interiors. So to do this, we just need to go to View. We'll go to 3D View Options and 3D Window 3D Projection Settings. From here, we'll just go to the Isometric Axonometry, and we'll click on that one, and we'll go OK. Which is going to bring us to an isometric view. So that we can save the view, let's go right-click and go Save as View, and we're going to give it a custom name, and we're going to give it a custom name. We'll call this one Isometric View, and from there, we'll go create. But before we do, just know that we're going to change some of these parameters so that we can get a higher resolution a little bit later on in the piece. So we'll just go create. All right, so next up, you'll notice that nothing's happened over here on the side. That's because we're still in the project map. What we'll want to do is move into the view map, which is going to have all the saved views that we've created. So we'll minimize these top ones just up here. And just on this right-hand side, we'll see this 3D that we've just created. So if I double click on this one, it's always going to take me back to this view. So if I pan over to say this side here, if I double click, it's locked onto that view just there, which is going to come in super handy for when we're actually setting up everything on our page. Now to set up a page itself, we'll just want to go to the next tab and we'll go to our layout book. So this one just up here. We've got a bunch of different stuff set up because this is from the ArchiCAD template. So they've given a lot of different options of different ways projects can be set up. For me, it gets a little bit bulky, so I typically just set up my own custom new one. So I'm going to minimize all this. And to create a page, I'm just going to right click up the top and I'll just go new layout. I'll call this one Isometric View. And from here, it's going to ask me to select what the master layout is. At the moment, I'm just going to go to A3 cover page and we'll go create. And that's brought me just to here. Now, for these isometrics, I'll actually want it to be portrait. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the cover page. I'll go to just down in these masters just here. I'll just go to right click on the master and I'll go master layout settings. From here, I'm going to change it to portrait with the size being A3 ISO. I'm going to change these borders down to 5mm each. Just clicking tab to shift down each as I go along. All right, cool. With all those typed in, I can now just go OK. And that's changed my page. And that's now changed it to portrait. If I go back up to the page that I just created, the isometric view, this one just here, when I double click on it, you'll notice that it's changed to that as well. So from here, what I can do, I can just go back to the view map, this one just here, where we save the view of what we just created earlier. I can click and drag this one onto our page. Hey, there we go. Now with our 3D, what I can do, I can click and drag these edge points just here. So if I click and drag, and I'll go offset edge, and I'll bring this one on in, and same thing for this one just here. What I can also do is if I go up to the top and I use the middle scroll wheel on the mouse, and I bring this across, there will be an option for me to go transparent background, which is very handy. So I'll click that one on. And I also don't want this title just here for this drawing. So I'm just going to go to title type and I'm going to go no title. To resize this, so if it's on our A3 page, I'm just going to shift this one on down, go Control D, and then go Control K, which is going to allow me to resize. I'm going to do this with these settings, define graphically. It'll make sense in a second. If I go OK, I can click on the bottom, and then I can click at the top just to here. And then I can drag this on down, and that's you'll see the edges and the top all coming down. So I'm bringing the scale down. So I'm going to bring the scale of this one way back down to here. There we go, till it's just about that. I'm going to drag this top in just there. Yep. All right. So this should give us enough space to be able to break this up into multiple pieces. Before we get too much further with this, you'll notice that when you scroll in, it's really pixelated. It's really blurry. If you want your 3D to be higher resolution, I'll go through the steps now. We'll come back to the 3D cutaway in just a second, but just so that you know how to capture high resolution images, we'll go through a couple of the different steps. So we'll go back into our view map and we'll double click on our isometric view. For the sake of this example, I'm going to create a duplicate of this isometric view just so that we don't affect our current view setup. I'm going to click and drag it down, holding in Control, and you'll see a little plus button next to my cursor. And that is going to create a duplicate of this view. So if I click on this one, then I click back to the original, you'll notice that they are the same. I am going to change the name of this one just so I can delineate the difference between the two. I'm going to call this one high res. So we'll go OK. This is going to be my high resolution option. So next up, I'll want to right click just on this tool palette just here. Actually, I'll click out quick overview. So in ArchiCAD, when you save a view here, it's going to do it based on the size of your actual monitor, or at least this window just here, which means it's going to be a relatively low DPI, which is pixel density. So to change this, so we've got high resolution, all we need to do is right click and we need to go to set window size. So when we change the window size, it's going to change the resolution at which the 3D is going to be captured. I'm going to link these two values and I'm going to bump this way up. So I'm going to 4x this, I'm going to put it to 8,000 and I'll click OK. And now you'll notice that the window has popped out. It's actually too big to be displayed on the screen. So to get it so that our 3D can actually take up this entire window, you just need to double click middle mouse button, double click, and that's going to center our drawing into this window. It'll make sense in a second. So if I right click on our view that we just set up and redefine current window settings, and then I go back into our page, I double click on this one. I'm going to take this one that we just had before. I'm going to duplicate it just by tapping Control after dragging it across. And then I'm going to link the drawing to the one that we just set up, this one just here. So once I've got it linked, this is going to disappear here in a second. It's going to take a little bit because it's going to be such a high resolution. And I'm going to go from crop to frame to fit frame to drawing. It's going to take a second to load. Now, here we go. So this is our drawing. Now, if I zoom in, you'll notice much crisper lines here and more detail. So if I zoom in, you can see all these books here. Whereas if I go back out to my other drawing, I zoom in, way more pixelated. I'm not going to lie, it's a little bit of a pain, the way that you have to go through this process to get a high resolution image. But hopefully in the future, it might get streamlined. Or realistically, you'll be importing your actual 3Ds into an external piece of software, say like Twinmotion, Lumion, or any of the other 3D, or D3 Render, any of the other 3D external rendering systems. But we're doing this all internal in ArchiCAD for the time being. So if you do want a high resolution image, then those are the steps that you'll have to go through. And from there, if you wanted it high resolution, but brought it onto the side of the page, we just grab that, rescale it, bring it back down, and bring it over to here. And then again, if we compare between the two images, we'll zoom in on this one and we'll see that it's quite pixelated. Whereas when we go back up to our other image, when we zoom in, it's got way more detail. So if I zoom right in, we can see so much more detail on that sync versus if I go to this one, zoom in, yeah, we're losing a lot more detail, even though the images are relatively similar in size when they're put on the page. The way that we have to set it up, we just have to go through those steps. Anyway, that was a side tangent of actually creating our cool 3D cutaways. To create the actual 3D cutaways, what we'll need to do, we'll open up this view just here, the one that we just created a little bit earlier. So we could do that. We could go back to the isometric view. I'm going to change the window size just back down to what we had it a little bit earlier. We'll go 2000. What I'll just change the window size just so it's back to what we had earlier, just so we don't have as much weighing on the system. We'll just go OK. And what I'll just double click this window just here. There we go. So that's resized it just so that the window size matches up with that. Okay. All right. So 3D cutaway. Let's finally get to the juicy, interesting, cool bit. So with all of our modeling done, to create the 3D cutaway, we'll just need to use the 3D cutaway tool just up top here. Shortcut is Control Y. So to create cutaway planes, we just click and drag these scissors once we've got the 3D cutaway tool selected. So to create that bottom floor one, let's make sure that we've got our view set up correctly. So just bump me over there a little bit at the moment, which is perfect. We want it exactly the same. We have to have it set up the same for each view if we want this done correctly. So we've got our first view just here. So we're going to keep this one whole. So we're going to click and drag this one and we'll create a duplicate. We'll go rename. We'll call this one cut away. We'll go OK. And I'll double click on this one just to make sure this view is active. Let's go to our 3D cutaway tool and I'm going to delete all my previous cutting planes and we'll create a new one. So I'm going to cut from the top. I'm going to drag it on down until we're just below the header for the doors. So just about here looks good. And we'll go finalize. From here, I'm going to right click on our 3D view. I'm going to go redefine with current Windows settings. So we've got our first one done. Let's go to our page, double click, and let's go ahead and link this drawing to the 3D that we just set up. So let's go to cutaway and we'll go link. There we go. So we've got our first one. Now to create our second one, we'll just go through that process. We'll go back to our 3D and we'll click and drag while creating a duplicate. We'll just double click, make sure we're in this view. From here, we'll right click on this plane and we'll go reverse cutting plane direction. So now it's cutting upwards, which is a massive time saver. And we're going to create another cutting plane and we're going to pull this one down just until it's just below the header of the door and the windows again. We're going to go finalize, excellent. And from here, we're going to redefine with current Windows settings. So from here, I'm just going to go back into my page. I'm going to click this one. I'm going to drag it on up, creating a duplicate just by tapping Control. I'm going to go 100. From here, I'm going to link the drawing to the one that we just created, 3D cutaway with 1. There we go. Now, what I want to do is I want to make sure that this is transparent. It's going to make it so much easier to kind of line things up. I'm going to drag this edge just up here until we're at the bottom corner. And then I'm going to create a node just at this point here. So this way I can drag this edge up to here, and this edge just up to here. This is just so that the drawings don't overlap on the bottom and top. Sometimes it can be a little bit, you can see this distortion just on the edge. I like to try and avoid that, so I just adjust the actual drawing itself so that they don't overlap. All right, so anyway, let's bring this down, Control D. Let's drag it down till we're just above this portion here. Okay, so we've got our first one and our second one. So that leaves us just with our final third one to do. Let's pop back into our 3D. And again, we'll go through that process. We'll click and drag this one on down. We'll double click. Let's go ahead and click this cutting plane just here and we'll drag it until it's deleted. And then what we'll just want to do, we'll click on this one and reverse cutting plane direction. So it's going to cut upwards now. So from here, we're going to click and redefine with current Windows settings. That third view that we just created, we're going to go to our layout book, double click on isometric view. We'll select this one we just created a little bit earlier, Control D, click and drag this one up, tapping Control to create a duplicate. We'll right click, we'll go link drawing to, and we'll go to that third one that we just created. We'll go link, and now we have our roof. What I can do, I can click and drag this one so it comes down into the view a little bit. There we go, like that. Now I'll click and drag this one up just so it's not intersecting with that one there. Control D, I'll drag that one up. And I'll drag this portion just here down. Now we want to fit this within the page, so I'll just need to do a little bit of reshuffling. I'll pull this in there. Let's go Control D and drag this one down. And let's drag this bottom one down just a little bit more. Control D, and we'll drag that down just so it comes up above there. We'll crop that bottom part, crop the top part, just so we're not overlapping on the page. And there we go. One thing that really sells these kind of 3D cutaways are the dashed lines that go in between them. So to do this, we'll just click the polyline and we'll set this one so it's a small dashed. We'll click on this bottom portion just here and we'll have it go up through all the different 3Ds. We'll double click. There we go. So we'll do the same thing. We'll click and drag this one over, creating a duplicate, tapping Control, and we'll drag this one to this edge here. We'll just do it on each of the different edges. Control D and duplicate just to this edge just here. And that should line up. Since we've got it all in the same view and we've just brought it up exactly, holding in Shift as we do it each time, every one of these lines up perfectly. And because we set up our planes so that it cuts from the exact other point, all of these also should line up perfectly. So let's say if I drag this one just to this edge here, if I bring this down, if I go Control D and bring this one on down to this point here, you'll see how it should perfectly line up with the bottom story even though it's cut. So let's undo that. And there we are. Last one I would also do in this back right hand corner, Control D, tap that one into there. But I would slice using this tool just here, and I'd cut this so that it's just going through the areas that I want it. So I'll cut this one as well, cut this one here, I'll delete that one, and I'll drag this node on down here. So it's just to there. Let's go ahead and click and drag this one just up to the top. So we've got a duplicate, and so that we can kind of almost animate between these two different options, what we can do, let's go ahead and delete these top two, deselect this bottom one, and delete this line just here. We'll select this bottom one and we'll go link drawing to, and we'll link this one to our first isometric view, and we'll go link. So from here, when we click on this page, then we click on our second page, it's almost like the building just explodes out into the view. We can see into each of the different rooms. Now I'll just go back into the example file real quick. Now in my example file, I took it a little extra step further. So I'll go from the first one to the second stage where it just pops it up to the top, then to the third stage where it takes off the roof. Then I went a little bit further actually, and I even exploded out on the other plane as well, which is a bit of fun, but honestly I don't think it's quite as clear what's going on. So in the end, I think this is the most aesthetic and readable isometric, even though I do think this one is kind of cool.
Congratulations on your perseverance and discipline. These are attributes that are going to serve you throughout your entire career. The next thing I'd encourage if you're looking to further develop your skills is your knowledge of the individual parts of a building. I've got a playlist just over here where we go through some of the typical construction types that can give us a solid foundation of knowledge to help us better design. I've made these infographics available for download, completely for free and available over on the website. Just type in your email, click download, and you'll be able to access the resource. In the meantime, you'll want to check out this playlist just over here, where we go through typical construction techniques step by step. Go on and check it out.